Welcome to the Adams Arms on your Sunday social. A look back at the week that's been. Some highs, some lows, lots to discuss. Not just at Arsenal either. We've got Tottenham manager lifting a cup. Of course, it's the wrong cup. Of course, it's an Arsenal cup. And then there's a general feeling around the league so far this season. We're going to talk about lots of things. Today, of course, a convincing performance against Portsmouth, a team who are abject at defending set pieces up against probably the best set-piece team in the country. But I think we're going to do a lot of talking about the game on Thursday night against Liverpool, which I know was a disappointing game for everyone. But I want to talk about some of the fallout, the spillover, whatever you want to call it, but just the general mood of Arsenal fans. This, of course, is the Adams Arms. This is a hostelry for the hopeful, a place where football can still be fun. But I'm here for it. If you want to bring a debate, bring a debate. And look, there won't be any I told you so's on the subject of Victor Gyökeres, but can we have an open and honest conversation about what we do going forward? Because whether or not you think he's a great striker, he hasn't really been performing, is it? I was really surprised he didn't play today. But anyway, all of this and more coming up after a short musical interlude.
One clash, one fall, time will explode. You could feel red blood run cold across the postcode. Got me down bad and the fear get viral. Fans screaming, season done like a survival spiral. But breathe, my brother, fear don't leave. North London Warriors built from a stronger creed. Arteta armor defense like granite. We don't melt, this ain't that planet. No panic in the streets of North London. Even when that moment make red blood run cold, we stand strong. Fear fades quick when the baseline rolls. Cannon on the chest, never lose control.
Right, you're here. Thank you for being here. I'm going to go through some of the quick comments. Miss Melina, Queen of Arsenal, is here. Fantastic to see you. Queen of Arsenal, you okay, young lady, says Zanti Barbarian is here. And Rosie. Oi, fucking oi. There goes the monetization. Oi, fucking oi. You want a break from doing roadworks, Dan? That's right, I am. I'm doing the roadworks outside your house so that finally cars will be able to drive up and down it. Welcome to Scotland, I'll say. The start was odd, Dan. Came in partway through a sentence. Oh, well, it happens. Canterbury, are you well? More Licky Texas is here. And, of course, Anthony, wee ears, big arms, dipped in sherbet, Herbert, Earth, Ernie, Vader, Gert Lush. And he says, oi, Razor, good win today. You want some? I haven't gone on any social media platforms. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how everyone feels about convincing 4-1 victory over Portsmouth. I'm sure there's lots of people who are very unhappy about lots of things. Eze was anonymous. But Miss Rosie, it's brilliant to see you. Anthony, Blue Savannah Eyes, it's brilliant to see you. And Zanzi Barbarian, Anthony Herbert, what are you, Bristolian? Got some special cider for you, Eskimo cider. I don't think they use apples. Looks like just snow. You can have white or yellow. Okay, so good win for Rangers today. Didn't catch it, sorry. Evening landlord, I'd have a triple Martinelli and a packet of set piece again. Ole, ole. We glad to be set piece again? I mean, they were good set pieces. I don't know if Portsmouth defended them badly. I'm not equipped to say, but they were good set pieces. I liked them. Martinelli hat-trick. That's the first one, isn't it? I think that's his first hat-trick. Is he the guy that should be playing up front? I don't know. I haven't got any answers, just loads of questions. Ran out, Zanzi. Does Dan have any in the cellar? Dan, there's nothing in the cellar. Don't go in the cellar. Hey, hope you're well. So I want to talk about Wednesday. I really enjoyed watching Manchester City draw their third consecutive game. But if something, like I'm sure we all did, but against Brighton at home, they looked a little bit toothless. This team is clearly not the team that we faced 2 or 3 years ago. It's resembles more closely the team last season that lost 9 games. So I'm not that scared of them. But going into the Liverpool game on Thursday, we had a fantastic opportunity to extend the lead to 8 points, which would have had a lot of the most PTSD riddled Arsenal fans up in arms anyway, saying 8 points isn't enough, you need more. But we didn't. We end up with a draw against Liverpool. And here's the thing. When Manchester City drew with Brighton, the thing that annoyed me most, actually, was that this word bottlers came up. Now, let's have it right. Bottling is when you lack the courage to see something through. If someone offers you outside for a fight and you give it all out and then you don't go outside, you've bottled it. You really like a lady, you want to maybe take her for a drink, you go up to ask her and then you change the subject, you bottle it. It's when you don't go through with something because you lack the courage. Two prize fighters that step into a ring, it might be a shit fight, but you can't really accuse them of bottling it. I've hated the word ever since it's been used about us because I think we're choking, we're not bottling. I think there's a difference. I'm not saying that we're brilliant. I'm saying that if you get to the point where you could win a league and you don't because you drop points in games you shouldn't do, that's choking. That's not bottling. So it's always been a stupid word when I've heard people use it about us. But when they use it about Pep Guardiola's Manchester City, this is arguably the best manager working today with an oil-rich company, with an oil-rich country backing his enterprise. Just to be clear, in the last calendar year, they will have spent 60% on transfers of what Mikel Arteta has spent in his career. When they want someone, they just buy them. They try a left winger, Savinho, Doku, Grealish. You can just replace one after the other. Now, of course, they've splashed the cash on Antoine Semenyo. I think they desperately need Guehi. I think there's a better chance he stays at Crystal Palace. But when people are calling this team, the team that was Centurions, the team that won the treble, the team that won 4 Premier Leagues in a row, when you start calling Manchester City bottlers, this whole thing doesn't make any sense anymore. You're never going to call Aston Villa bottlers because they never get close enough to throw something away at last minute. Good knows that Tottenham aren't bottlers. All these teams that feel it's funny to talk about how teams that go for it and fall a little short and do vastly better than their own teams, but that's bottling. And it really annoyed me until, of course, I'll show you this. This was, I was all ready to come out and defend wherever I could find people accusing Manchester City of bottling. And then I went on to Typical City. I really like this, by the way, if you haven't checked him out. If you want to watch someone talk about Manchester City, he is pretty much my favourite. Big Steve doesn't post often enough. This guy does every watch along, and it's great to tune in at the end of a game like the Brighton game where you're watching him struggle to justify a draw and basically say it's all over or what have you. But then I went onto his channel yesterday, and this is what he had to say.
How are we doing today? Absolutely spiffing if you're a Manchester City fan, because Arsenal have bottled it. It was nearly over. Almost over was the title yesterday, and I was in a stinking mood.
So basically, we've bottled it because we drew at home with the champions. We'd won the previous 5 games. Effectively, that means we took 16 points from 18, but we've bottled it. They've drawn 3 in a row, 2 of them at home, and we're the bottlers. This idea that we could have killed the title off, he wouldn't have been saying that if we'd beaten Liverpool. He'd be saying, it's still there, 8 points, we can still do it. I don't think they can. I'm going to stick my neck out right now and say I think Arsenal are going to win the league, despite a really disappointing second half against Liverpool. Not a great first half, but that second half against Liverpool was really shit. And I have no idea why. Before I forget, let me put the link up here should any of you wish to join me. We do have a lot to talk about because the reaction has been somewhat puzzling to me. And I saw many Arsenal fans, some of them were shouting and screaming in a debate between Robbie and Lee Judges. Lee Judges was literally venom. The sort of thing that you'd get in an anger management video. If you found yourself screaming violently at something. We are top of the league, people. We're 6 points clear. We're top of the Champions League. We're through to the semi-finals of the League Cup. And we've got a 100% record in the FA Cup. I know we've only played 1 game, but what else do you want to do? Buy this. I see all these videos of people saying, I'm not going to cut my hair till Arsenal win a trophy. kind of a Wally. I mean, that's when you see something somewhere else and think, I want to do that. Like the guy who's not cutting his hair till Manchester United win 2 in a row or something. That makes more sense. Saying you're not going to cut your hair until Arsenal win the title. You know, the first silverware we can win is the League Cup. And then after that, it's a bit of a wait, right? Like, it makes no sense. But Arsenal fans are jumpy and nervous. And I've put it down a lot of the time to the fact that they've never lived through a title race before. Then I was on Deluded's channel, and in the comments I saw somebody who used to come here quite a lot saying, the thing is, young people who haven't lived through titles don't know what it's like, and so they think that this is what a title year feels like. But let me tell you, as an older person who's lived through a few titles, this is not what title winning seasons feel like. And I completely disagree. I've lived through 5 of them, was 16 in 1989, and I've got the stats to prove it. If you looked at the last 5 title races that we've won, and you compare where we were at match game week 21, it's not that different. 6 points clear is unusual for us. Manchester City, of course, can reel that in. We could lose the next 2 games. They could win the next 2 games. But the meltdown after the Liverpool game, after the draw, it almost felt like we'd been battered at home. We hadn't. Liverpool were defensive. We were lackluster. We weren't missing in the second half, and I don't really know why. I want to discuss that with you all because clearly, when all the players have an off day, it can't just be something systemically is wrong. My view of it is, I honestly think that some of the players got too whipped up. We saw Leo Trossard getting an early booking and still sniping. We had that, of course, we've got to talk about the Martinelli incident, and what a way to put himself back in everybody's good books with a hat-trick today. How disgusted were you by his behaviour? Do you think it was overblown? All of this is worthy of discussion, no? But let me know if there's anything else I've missed that you do want to talk about. SFA in the cellar bar, some sobbing spuds and Manc United fans. God, we could talk about Manchester United as well. Today, out of the FA Cup at home to Brighton. And Brighton hadn't beaten them in the FA Cup before. And I remember the 83 Cup final, the Smith must score. But I just love if next summer Gahey snubs sports washing Abu Dhabi FC and joins Arsenal. I haven't been keeping up to date on the whole Gahey saga. Let me bring in a man who might have done, although I doubt it. Please join me in welcoming to the stage, Zanzi Barbarian. Now just Zanzi. How are you, Zanzi?
Fine, absolutely wonderful. Did you know, hear me out, that was Martin Odegaard's first FA Cup winning match?
Oh shit, was it?
Yeah.
Is it really? What? Because we didn't wear the surrender kit. That's one thing. Thank God.
That's great.
And I don't think we'll ever see that again, will we? But so let me think about this. Have we really gone out in the third round? We went out to Nottingham Forest, then we went out to Manchester City. Either way, I can't remember which way around it was. Who was the other one?
It's Forest last season. No, it was Liverpool, wasn't it, last season?
Oh, yeah. No, Man United last season. Man United was...
that's it. Man United on penalties.
Man United, then I think it was Forest City. So, yeah, okay. He wasn't like a major player today. Huh?
I thought we lost to Liverpool, didn't we? Or not? Maybe not.
No, Liverpool, we did. We drew with them just a little bit around the time we played. Do you remember it went to penalties and we lost on penalty shootout?
Yeah.
Last season, yeah. Look at this. Where is he? Have I missed him? I thought we had Jordan here. True Copo Reds Jordan. Is he here? Oh, there he is. Yes, good to see you, Jordan. And look at this. First appearance this year of Hubimendi. Sean, how the hell are you? Good to see you, mate. And then we've got BX Gunners in the house. Greetings, everyone. Hope you're well. I was 4 in 89, Razor. Yes, you were. We now know how old you are. And there's a lot of saying hello. The word bottling has lost meaning in football circles. It's now abused, overused and misused. Yeah, it comes from Cockney. It's a 1920s term when people used to say you've lost your arse. They meant that you'd lost your courage. And because bottle and glass is the Cockney phrase for arse, it became you've lost your bottle. But losing your bottle is just about courage. And I don't know if I think this is just too facile now to say that we didn't play well against Liverpool because we lacked courage. I think we were... I don't know what happened in that second half, Zanzi. What happened in that second half, sir?
Which one, Pompey or Liverpool? I don't know. We just didn't play, and Liverpool didn't have a shot on target. First time they've never had a shot on target for 600 games or 10 years.
We played the same game against them at home that we did away. It's like no one really wanted to go for it. No one was really throwing the big punches, the big jabs.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think that's a lack of courage. I think it's just... I mean, we had a chance to win it at the end, which would have been a beautiful sucker punch.
That was the two Gabbies getting in the way of each other.
Yeah, the two Gabbies at the back post, which is frustrating. But to be honest with you, I don't think either side deserved the win. I thought we looked all right in the first half, if not great. And then there's the fact that Gyökeres touched the ball, 8 times in 63 minutes or something?
Ooh.
You're not going to do a lot with it, are you, if you're only touching it? I mean, that's pretty chronically bad. But the meltdown that followed it, the Arsenal fans melting down, literally shouting, angry. I'm sick of the word fuming. It always makes me laugh when someone puts that in their thumbnail, I'm fuming. And I always just think, so what? Fume then. Like, what's it got to do with me? I'm fuming, you should be fuming too. Boy Tendio quad loading, I feel powerful right now. I'm with you, man. I am with you. Do you know what? Like, when is the FA Cup draw? I haven't missed it, have I?
Monday.
After
at
the Liverpool
6:30, something like that.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
They like to mix it up. But basically, I'm not sure I completely believe we're going to win a quad. But I will say this. We're not out of it yet. Do City and Liverpool fans have therapy sessions when they draw a game in the reigning champions? No, they don't. They behave a little bit more like fans of big clubs is what they do. Manchester City fans are pissed off because they drew 3 games in a row. They've already lost 4 games this season. They're not firing. I have to say, I went to the IMAX to see the very long and graphically beautiful Avatar 3. And so I didn't get to watch any of the football live till we got home. And I come out of the cinema and it was like, Manchester City 10, or Macclesfield 1, Manchester City 10. And Crystal Palace had gone out, to Macclesfield. Who did City play? Was it Exeter or something?
Exeter, yeah.
Yeah. So great. Find their scoring boots, but they don't have they weren't having meltdowns. This is what made me laugh though. This is what typical Gunner had to say about, this cracks me up. Listen to this. After him calling us bottlers because we drew a single game to the champions. Forever loads. Apologies. I had a power cut a little while ago, so the internet's just catching up with itself.
Mood. But here we are, one day later. It was almost over. It was. Arsenal go and win that game. Can't see any way back. It would be so difficult. Even if they won, it was still like a slim chance. But they drew.
Oh, I don't know what just happened there. Am I still here? Can you still hear? There we go.
We breathe.
Yep.
We live to fight another day. And that term bottling it is back out. Because they've been saying it about us. I'm not sure they understand bottling. They're so keen, Arsenal fans, to get that tag shaken off them. They don't want it, do they? They hate it. They hate it.
Do you know what? I'll pause it there. I see a lot of people. Well, I'll freeze it exactly at that point. Give you a really good picture of typical City. The idea, actually, that we are desperate to shake this bottling. I don't give a shit, to be honest with you. Up until now, I haven't seen any Man City fans accuse us of bottling. I think they've just known that they were better than us in the title races we've been in with them. They always knew they had the players and the firepower to keep pushing. But people keep telling me this is a Man City team that can win 10 in a row. We have. They haven't yet. We're 6 points clear of them. This idea that we are bottlers, they are bottlers, I think it's silly and it's beneath all of us. I do know what bottling means. And I have never accused Man City or Liverpool of bottling anything. I haven't accused anyone of bottling anything. I think if you'd fail to turn up, if they hid in the dressing room, then I might. But like I said at the beginning, No one ever accuses Chelsea bottling things right now. Aston Villa bottling. They drew. Not to the champions, by the way. And look, I keep saying that we drew at home to the champions. We did. They're not some two-bob team. They are going through injuries. Well, you're not allowed to talk about injuries, are you, Zanzi?
No, of course. I mean, Arsenal haven't had any injuries this season, have we?
We've been very lucky.
Yeah.
You know, we've only lost every outfield player.
Bar
Once.
one.
Yeah, who was it? Zubimendi.
Zubi's not been injured, has he?
Yeah. Whoa! City put 10 past Exeter. That will live long in the memory at Exeter, but not really anywhere else. I was thinking, though, the most I think I've seen Arsenal score is 7. I know we did it against Sheffield Wednesday, Everton, PSV, and probably Standard Liège, I think we did as well. But they're the only 7s I've seen. I've never seen an 8 or 9. I think it's ungentlemanly.
Didn't we put 7 past Newcastle once?
I don't remember that, I have to say. They know they aren't better top to bottom at City. It's a desperate move by City to buy Semenyo. A composed City would engineer a move for Yildiz. Yeah. I think the bigger problem at Manchester City is a lot of big players aren't thinking of going to City, and I don't know why, but I could speculate it's that no one knows who's going to be in charge of City in a year's time. I don't think that Pep Guardiola... And so anyway, let me carry on playing him, because this is the reason he gives for why they're not bottling. Right? This is the reason that City aren't bottling. Are you still there, Zanzi?
I am, yes. I was being quiet because you were talking.
No, it's just when I do this page, you're not appearing anywhere, so I don't know how to change it. Anyway, I'll just play this quickly.
That's it. You bottle jobs. You bottle jobs, don't you? You hate you absolutely loathe the bottle job tag, and I love it, mate. I love it because this is bottling it. You're expected to win. The pressure is on you. No one was saying Manchester City are going to win the league this year. No.
This becomes a crux of his point. Listen to this.
Nobody was giving Manchester City a sniff.
I predicted Manchester City would win the league this year. They've got the best manager ever. They've got a team that won 4 Premier Leagues in a row 2 years ago. Liverpool have fallen away. I actually thought Man City, with all the players they've bought, and there's, Cherkies and the Rangers and the Marmoush, who's probably on his way now, and then they've still got Doku, and Foden's a world-class player. Why weren't people saying Man City? I think a lot of people tipped Man City. I think most of us felt that Liverpool, probably strengthening from a really strong point last year, might be a shoo-in. But this is what he's saying. This is why no one was saying Man City were going to win the league, so they can't be bottling it.
Chance of Manchester City winning the league this year. No chance. So how, when we don't do it, is...
By the way, I'm pretty sure he wasn't saying Manchester City have no chance at the start of the season.
That equating to bottling it.
So Man City aren't bottling it, even though they've spent 60% of everything Arteta spent in the last year. And they already have the best manager, etc., but not bottling it when they draw 3 games in a row, Sunderland, Chelsea and Brighton. That's not bottling it. When they lose 4 games in the first half of the season, not bottling it. Because it's just little old Man City, the Cinderella story of English football. Whoever expected them to do well just because they're backed by an oil-rich country and seem to never have a problem finding money for wages and get sponsorship deals that are a little bit more than slightly better supported teams get.
I don't understand. When you're expected to win the league and you drop points...
And who tipped Arsenal to win the league this season? I didn't. Zanzi, did you?
In my heart, I was. But in my head, I was thinking it was going to be either Liverpool or Man City.
No one came out and said Arsenal were going to... Yeah, anyway.
In a vital game that was a clear opportunity to arguably put one hand on the other half of that Premier League trophy. One hand was on it at that point, and they've bottled it. Are Manchester City bottling it for me, even if we don't win the league? No, because we're in a rebuild. And
they're in a rebuild. They're in a rebuild. That's what this season... I don't know what last season was, but this season's a rebuild. Pep Guardiola needs to spend more money. They need to go and buy Gahey and what is it with this Manchester City team as well? In the shadow of the... with all of the speculation around whether or not they've perhaps fiddled the books, they can still go out and buy 65 million quid players. They don't need, really, Doku's pretty good on the left wing. Is Semenyo going to be that big a difference? How many goals more would you expect Semenyo to score or create than Doku? 5? It seems a weird one. I'm looking forward to the day when an Arteta-led Arsenal team performs against Liverpool in the same way they did against Manchester City at the Emirates last February. 5-1, do nicely. More Licky Texas. Brilliant point. I think you have to acknowledge that Arteta has a bit of a inferiority complex to Liverpool. We never turn up and really play like we have done against other teams. I think most of us wanted to see some form of revenge against this Liverpool side who needed a quality strike, but a bit of magic to beat us. And we just paid them too much respect again.
I'm going to cast your mind back to 29th of December 2012, Arsenal-Newcastle. Final result, 1-1 at half-time.
Yeah.
Arsenal 7, Newcastle United 3.
Oh, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. When was that? 2012, do you say?
Yeah, that's a Theo Walcott scored the last goal. He's out on the left-hand side, dribbled past a couple of players, almost fell down in the penalty box, got up again, and then snuck the ball into the back of the net.
I don't remember it at all. So what? That's 5 times we've scored 7 in the last 40 years or something.
Yeah, but we also did 7 against them in 1925, but even I wasn't around then.
I don't remember it.
No.
Dan Danzy, where you're at, quadruple talk after Portsmouth 4-1. It's Portsmouth, lads. Are you feet on the ground are still shouting, get one game at a time? I don't know. It's a cup. Like, when people say, can you win a cup? Yeah, you get a good run and a lively final. Yeah, I don't know. I never predict cups. But in terms of, there's 2 ways of looking at this quad. Where are you at the quad? Here's where I am. It's still possible. Do I think we'll do it? No. But Boy Tendio's here and he's been saying quad loading. I like the energy. If we're in a tournament and we're going, I don't know if I could win. Who are we kidding? Do you think we could win it, Charles? Do you think... I think the League Cup, we're in the semi-finals. We've got the best chance of that. We are 6 points ahead. I do want to come back to this whole thing of this is not what title wins look like. It bloody is. And if I start off in one place, let me just start off in the stats analysis of seasons gone by. In 2004, game week 20. This is a bit spooky, Zanzi. Get ready. Do you have any spooky music you could play?
I used to, but of course, for some other reason, it doesn't work anymore. So I'll go do 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 do. If you want.
That is spooky. I'll give you that. Yeah, we on game week 21, we won convincingly against Middlesbrough 4-1, but that followed a draw against Everton away, which was 1-1. So after 21 games played in 2004, bear in mind that was the Invincible season, we had 49 points, which is exactly the number we have now. So if you thought that was spooky, in 2004 we scored 40 and conceded 14. Exactly the same scored, exactly the same conceded, exactly the same points as the Invincible season. Now, I know that doesn't mean that this season we'll go on and win the league. But what I'm saying is, to all the people saying this isn't what titles feel like. No, it is. It absolutely is what titles feel like. If you looked ahead, we went on from that Middlesbrough win and we won like 10 in a row. But we still lost still drew another 5 games before the end of the season. This current place, 21st, is as good as any other season in which we've won the league and considerably better than most. So for me, Arteta is managing a team, whether you want to give him credit for it or not, is managing a team that has done as well as all but 2 of the teams have won a title, and no team that's won a title in my lifetime has done better by game week 21. Now, you could be sitting there now furiously typing, but we'll throw it away. I don't know that. I know that the start to the season we've had is 11 points better than I'd forecast. Man City are 2 points worse than I forecast. As it stands, I predict Arsenal will win the league in the penultimate game of the season. And after that, I don't know what happens to this fan base. To all the people who say this isn't what a league felt like, they will have some get out of jail free. They'll go, well, we turned it around at exactly the right point because I was complaining so much. Anthony with a hope everyone is well in the chat. I hope everyone's clicking like, by the way. Zanzi has been made miniature. So here we go. Boy Tendio. Our City expect. Did I read out Rosie saying that I turned up to work looking like doing on a break from doing? Yes, I did. Where's Rosie? Rosie, missed you on Tuesday. So where are we? I feel powerful right now. Became. They know they aren't better top to bottom. I do think that you could compare us very favourably with Manchester City at the moment. The quad is like an impossible thing to predict, but we're closer than I think we've ever been. And then, whoa, hold on. Excuse me, sir. I'm too sober for this part. Well, don't be. Let's take a moment. Salute.
Cup of tea.
Whatever it takes. Arsenal were only tipped to win the league when it became apparent after the season was 7 games in that City and Poole were going to have problems with their squads being light in defensive areas. This idea now that this was always going to be our season is so different from the shit that people were saying at the beginning of the season. And Miss Melina saying Zanzi's a legend, and I think I'd agree. There he is, Mr. Tom. That's his name. That name.
He's a happy boy, he is, because of course Leeds beat Derby County, Tom's second favourite team, 3-1.
Here we go.
Almost everything has something to do with Leeds United. Mr. Tom, that's my name. That name again is Mr. Tom.
Great to see you, sir. Happy times indeed. Happy times for Leeds generally, I would say. I've lost my place. There we go. And then people who watch Liverpool regularly, not Liverpool fans, state quite unanimously that Liverpool put in a level of performance against us they simply haven't in the last few weeks. I think they look better. But I just don't think we were pressing. I don't think we were pressing with the energy that you expect us to. I think lots of players had a bad day at the office, none more so than Victor Gyökeres, and I do want to talk about it. I want to talk about it honestly. You know, I don't want any shouting, finger pointing, but let me stick the comments on the screen so people can see along. We're 6 points clear. We're difficult to play against. We don't even have our front line firing. We don't. I think there is a concern, I would say, that people have started thinking, oh, we need Jesus. Jesus will fix everything. I'm not sure he will. But nice to have options. I was really pleased to see Kai Havertz come on today. That was a big deal for me.
I was actually surprised that Gyökeres didn't start today because I thought against a championship side who are in the bottom third of the championship, this would have been the ideal side for him to go at.
Yeah, I agree. It would have been one of those difficult decisions for me at the start of a game because you think if he plays and he gets a goal, he needs a bit of a confidence boost. Surely that's how he gets it. But in the end, you also point to the fact that Jesus needs minutes. I don't think either of them are ideal up front, but different game states maybe. I think along with you, Zanzi, I probably would have chucked him on to start with because it was a kind of team that you'd expect him. I mean, he did well at Coventry. It's true, Tom. Damn, it's true. Hello, Miss Melina. Thank you for the e-card relating to the NWE's. I don't know what that means. Slag show. Oh, anyway. Midnight UK, just bring the Prem. The Champions League would be wild on top, but the Prem is a must. I agree. Listen, Midnight UK, brilliant to see you. I 100% agree that we need this Premier League title. That's that. I think we all do, don't we? I think.
I've always done it. Premier League first, and Champions League, and everything else is a plus. If
it's a cup, there's only luck plays a bigger part, right? Luck plays a bigger part. If it's a league, then you can say after 38 games the best team won. So I need that. I need that. And I think we'll do it. Honestly, I am predicting that we draw against Nottingham Forest next week. I can only tell you of the meltdowns I expect. Anthony says, bloody hell, Dan, I stopped vaping on Jan 1st and finding it hard. Need some nicotine. My mum said I was a pissy bastard the other day. I said I'm not. We got Bobby in the background. You're there. I'm adding you. It says Bobby Bad Audio. That was Bobby last week.
It now.
Oh, you sound great.
Oh my God. So I've created my whole title and aura, and now it's great audio.
Sounds like such a good DJ name, Bobby Bad Audio, or like a.
Well, he's in his nightclub, isn't he?
It does look like
perfect.
An Essex nightclub.
All you can't see now is the tables, which have
and the
naked ladies dancing on them. I hope.
I wish it'd be a great Sunday night in that scenario.
Yeah.
So there's loads of things I want to talk about because I've kept my mouth shut all week. I was going to do videos. I was literally just so weirded out by people's reaction to the Liverpool game. Just so much shouting and negativity. And I don't think that Liverpool fans did this last season when they were just 6 points clear of us. I don't think Man City fans would do it. There's no confidence in our fan base. And I'm not criticising the fan base for that, because how you feel is how you feel. If you're nervous and anxious, then the performance against Liverpool couldn't have helped. But we drew at home. That is only the second game we've dropped points. We've had 6 bad games in terms of... We've had bad performances. But on 6 occasions this season, we haven't got full points. On 15 we have... And I think that's a lot to be proud of. And when you say that, we drew at home with Liverpool, it doesn't stress me that much. But the other big talking point for me is Victor Gyökeres. I watched Benjamin Šeško today. He just looks a better player. He's looked a better player the last week or two. I do think he's a better player. I think maybe his attitude is a lot worse. Victor Gyökeres, whether we wanted him or not, is an Arsenal player now. This debate seems to centre around either you think that he's a great player, but we're just not getting the best out of him, which seems like a weird thing to say about a footballer. You know, we have to change so we can get the best out of him. We're doing all right, by the way. We have scored the second most goals in the Premier League. It's not like we bought a striker and we've scored no goals in the last 4 games. The Liverpool game was the first game we haven't scored since... I've forgotten what the match before was now, but it's a long while. So, for me, the discussion point is simply this. Whether or not you think he's going to be a great footballer is still up for debate. I could still see a future where he's a really well-loved member of the team that weighs in with plenty of goals. But right now, he's bang off form. Right now, he's not playing well. I'm sorry, I don't feel like it's just down to supply. I think it's down to getting to know the players around him. And I don't think his confidence is getting... I think his confidence or lack of it is getting in the way of getting him in positions. Like, I'm opening the floor up on that.
For me personally, I'll go back to my initial thoughts on Gyökeres. There was 2 players in that question in the summer. There was Gyökeres and Šeško. Šeško didn't want to come to us at that point in time. Gyökeres did. Gyökeres was willing to give up over €2 million in bonuses to facilitate the transfer fee. Šeško didn't want to discuss a transfer to us at that present moment in time. So, in terms of eagerness, ability, and everything like that, I think that's fundamental. I wouldn't have gone for Šeško, in all honesty, even though he's a shiny new toy now because he scored 3 and 2. The point is, he didn't want to come to us. It's very hard to...
Okay, but let me change the tenet of that subject. Like, okay, you could say he didn't want to come to us, or you could say he threw his toys, or he was a bit bitchy when he found out we'd had a plan B. So under Edu, we went for Benjamin Šeško. The scouting team did all the work. The contract team tried to do all the work. And at the very last minute, well, actually just before the Euros, but Benjamin Šeško said, look, I want to stay 1 more year. And it was kind of a given that he'd stay 1 more year and then he'd come to Arsenal. Then, obviously, in the interim, Andrea Berta comes along. And there's a lot of speculation that Andrea Berta had tried to bring Gyökeres to Atletico, so he was a fan. And the narrative people want to paint is that Berta came in and said Gyökeres, and Arteta was like, no, I want Šeško. And Berta just either told him to F off, or they went to get Šeško. And Šeško started negotiating or playing silly buggers. And then Edu would have just gone, okay, well, we'll wait. But Andrea Berta has plan B. So if he doesn't get Benjamin Šeško, he goes and gets Gyökeres. Now, the thing that's giving me hope and encouragement is I watched Gyökeres and I just don't see it. I didn't see it in his highlights reel. I don't see it, but he's an Arsenal player. Lots of people come in and need time to adjust, and I don't think we should be talking about selling him just yet. I think we should get behind him and support him, but I think a bit of bench time might help him. But through all of this, the one thing that's giving me confidence is, look, this wasn't just like Andrea Berta goes, I really like the look of him, and Arteta was like, oh, go on then. There's a coaching team, a data team. Lots of people would have been involved in analysing Gyökeres to see if he was right for us. And if they've decided that he is, then he is as far as I'm concerned. So the fact that he's not playing well, I can put that just down to the fact that he's not playing well, and we bench him, right? Because whatever else happens, if you're not playing well, you get benched. Am I right?
You are. And sorry, I've just been greeted with my lovely 12-year-old.
At this time of night?
I know. That's what I thought. I thought he's awake at this time of night. And he's... so we're discussing the Gyökeres Sesko. I still agree with what you're saying to an extent. The only problem with that saga is I don't believe Berta and Arteta's relationships the way it is. If it was kind of a dictatorship, I don't think he would have commanded that. Look, we're going to go for Gyökeres first and then Sesko.
Who Berta? Because you know what? Like, there's no way Berta agreed to be sporting director of Arsenal if he thought he was walking into another Atletico situation. If he thought Arteta had total power, he wouldn't take the job.
One thing I feel as though with Arteta in his interviews, he says he takes advice off everyone. So, like, the latest is they've just brought in a throwing consultant from Liverpool to support him on throw-ins. That doesn't seem to me that's somebody who doesn't take advice. You see how well he speaks of Moyes and stuff like that. But in all honesty, I know where you're coming from in terms of you feel like Victor's not quite there yet. He's had an injury. I'd like to think he will contribute. Whether he will be a 20-plus goal striker.
Yeah.
But we've also got to put it in the wider context as well. Bar Ekitike, none of the big money strikers have worked out this season. None of them.
But then I think there's a way of bringing people in slowly to adjust for that. If you look at Ekitike, he's been thrown in earlier than it was probably anticipated. Florian Wirtz has had to play every game. You know, there's a way of bringing players in that gives them time, especially if they have Isak, didn't have a pre-season, long protracted issues. I'm going to go down some of these comments because I think someone else says that as well. I get the sense the rest of the world is preying on Arsenal fans right now. Most of these rival fans would kill to have Arteta managing them. That's a brilliantly controversial thing to say. I know loads of people jumping up and down on that, but I do think that most teams at the moment would kill to be where we are. To be honest, I'm desperate for one, Dan. I get it. 18 watching, 7 likes, you tight gits. I'll smash that. That'll go up. Anthony, kicking nicotine is a bitch, but you can do it the same way, brother. It's tough as hell. Yeah, I do this. I didn't smoke all last year, and I'm giving myself 4 more days, I think it is. Hi, Mr. Tom. And did you recall Fratton Park with AFC history, Dan Zanzi? What is the connection? Not huge amount of connection for me. I mean, we did send them some players. I know Carnu went there. Sol Campbell. No real. I don't know if there's a Zanzi. You're more of a historian. Any connection to?
I don't know. I mean, the last I can remember with Arsenal and Fratton Park is when we went there in the FA Cup. Henry played an absolute fucking demon, and the Pompey fans applauded him off the pitch.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
Yeah.
Getting stressed quickly. Hi, any chance? Oh, that was you.
Oh, that was
Yes.
2004 when we won the league.
Oh, that was a draw. We got 2 points off them that season. I think.
Yeah, no, but this was in the FA Cup.
Oh, in
And we beat them 5-1.
Uh,
I'm just quickly, Bobby. I'm assuming that your son is a gooner.
He is,
oh,
absolutely.
yeah, don't Utu B. Everyone's a gooner.
What?
Boy Tendio with another class comment here. I've never seen a winning outfit with such self-limiting fans, though. Even in other outfits that win things, fans might not like the manager, but they still sincerely support the team. We are different. Like, I have to pinch myself to look at the table and go, we're 6 points clear. Like all these people going, shouting, angry, constantly. It was not a good performance. That's right. It wasn't a good performance. Where on earth have you seen a team that doesn't have bad performances?
It's such a shame as well, because I think what happens with social media as well now is, especially with a young child of my own, I think they're only seeing a very negative context of fans. So they're seeing shouting, screaming and swearing and all this kind of stuff. It's like an acceptable way of being 6 points at the top, and it's creating an energy that I don't think's very good for anybody's mental health space, really.
No, I do worry for the people that are doing the ranting and the shouting, because I think like there is that sense in life, I think, that maturity is about acceptance. It's about wishing to be somewhere isn't going to get you there. Working to be somewhere is how you get there. And when you look at your situation right now and you're so easily moved from, happiness to sadness, it's just not sustainable. I'm obviously, as a pun, I'm parodying people who were saying, oh, it's not sustainable. Nothing is sustainable. Like if you're playing badly and winning, that won't last forever, but you may start playing well and winning. When they were talking about sustainability, Aston Villa weren't in the question. 11 wins in a row, it's just heralded as a great achievement. We played them, and second half we destroyed them. So there you go. It wasn't sustainable that we carry on playing badly and winning. We started playing well and winning. Against Liverpool, it was a terrible performance. It was a really bad performance by everyone. For me, my rule is if all the players play badly, you're going to have to give the manager a bit of responsibility for that. I think he had them too angry. I think they were too emotional. I think they should have come out and been calm. I think we played right into Arne Slot's strategy where it was just needle and niggle needlessly. It was just not necessary. I do also want to talk about the Martinelli incident because it's not an easy one to justify that, is it? I mean, he clearly didn't know Conor Bradley was as badly injured as he was. I'm not sure how he would have known that, but you don't push a player off the pitch, even if they've just crawled back onto it. And I do agree wholeheartedly with Arteta, who said that Arne Slot was brilliant in the way he refused that. Because there are so many managers who would have sought to gain, I don't know what out of that, and he didn't.
Did you hear what Neville said about that?
Oh, ridiculous.
Stick a pin in that, because... Okay, so... 46 minutes, 27 seconds monologue begins. I'll try not to go over a minute, right? But here's the thing. I'm watching the football and Gary Neville is saying someone should go over and get a red card for an assault on Martinelli for what he's just done. Someone should go and do something worthy of a red card. I'm assuming it's not take his top off twice, right? So some pundit on television watching it is going, oh, there should be physical retribution for this essentially unpleasant but not violent act. And you think that's bad, and you think that should be censored, and he should be criticised for it. He's allowed to say it. I don't care if he says it as a commentator. But then you're sitting in a studio, and Roy Keane is sitting in there. This is a man who, in his own autobiography, talked about how when Alf Inge Haaland stood over him when he was injured, and it was a bad injury and he needed months of rehabilitation. During that rehabilitation, he had it in mind. He was going to visit revenge on Erling Haaland's dad. And the first time he got an opportunity to do it, he ended Alf Inge Haaland's career with a dodgy tackle. A two-footed, disgusting tackle. Deliberately intended to injure the man and ruined his career. And this man is sitting in the studio saying what he saw Martinelli doing was disgusting. The incredible level of hypocrisy that these two players talk about. What Martinelli did was really uncomfortable to watch. It's just you shouldn't have to be told that when a player is injured, even if you think he's play acting, you shouldn't drop a ball on him, you shouldn't knee him off the pitch, and you shouldn't push him off the pitch. We all know that. The reaction to it was as severe as it was because there was nothing else to talk about. But really, the disgusting reaction, the reaction of disgust should be to Gary Neville suggesting that a player go and injure another player on purpose, or Roy Keane acting as if he has some sort of high perch to preach from. There you go.
Yeah. This is the same goalkeeper, same Roy Keane that said somebody should have punched David De Gea after he let a goal in.
I'd love to see how you can't criticise a referee, but you can sit there saying, oh, he should take a pickaxe to the back of Martinelli's head. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's the next level? And it's nonsense anyway. I'm going to rattle through some comments. But guys, in the comments, can I hear what you think about that Roy Keane statement? Thank you very much for a brilliant show, Mr. Tom Talks Wrestling. We need to get you on for some movie chat. Because I saw Fire and Ash or whatever is the latest Avatar film. The supporter is not sincere from Gluminati. Even when things are going well and are shaping to keep on going well, they parrot doom and gloom to each other and demand that you recognise them. The thing I don't get is if you genuinely think that we're not going to win the league, how often do you have to say it? Like, don't you just say it and then just go, I told you? I mean, like, how often have I had to say I don't think Gyökeres is a good player? It gives me no pleasure to feel like I'm right at this point. I did miss a stat, actually. If so much noise has to be made over a draw or the current champions, I don't know, am I going insane? Yeah, you are a little bit, because you're not keeping up with the madness of everyone else. Bobby's audio was great the first time he came on. Suspect last time he was on a gaffer. He's showing faith here. It was bad last time, but you're great.
What's going to happen with the Arsenal fans if we actually lose the game?
Well, I think we're going to. I don't think
it's inevitable we're going to, yeah.
But I think it's really important that we differentiate, right? Because otherwise we're guilty of looking down our noses at people. There are people who get the most attention for being angry and being, having high levels of emotionality in their content. The YouTube is not a place you come for sensible or balanced discussion. I think it's becoming it, but becoming it slowly. And I like to do everything I can to encourage that. But most Arsenal fans, I think, are just like, well, I'm glad we're doing better than I thought we were. They're not shouting at the telly. Yeah, they leave the Emirates pissed off because it was a bad game. It was a horrible night's weather, and it would have been even worse going home in that level of weather, knowing that you just hadn't seen your... We didn't turn up in the second half. There was nothing about it. There was niggle. There was nothing creative. We didn't attack. The whole game we had less than 1 XG. There were no shots. No one seemed to... Every now and again, my biggest fear with Arteta teams is there are these games where people just don't seem to put 100% in. I think some of this comes down to his relative immaturity as a manager in knowing how to fire a team up. Some days you want them like going at, champing at the bit, and other times you just go, look, go out there. They may be the champions, but you're going to be the champions. Show them what you got. Have some fun doing it. And the point of a 2-game buffer is if we do drop a point, oh no, we're only 6 points clear of City. That's 2 games. Boy Tendia says, maybe I'm just stupid. Think that's all right. No, I think, look, the reality is, so Miss Melina says, even if Šeško did not work out, you could have sold him for value. He's younger. Yeah, it's tough on... Like, this happens, doesn't it, at football clubs, where you want one thing to happen, another thing happens. And then for a long time, it looks like you were right to want the other thing. But then Gyökeres scores the winning goal in the Champions League final, and I keep my mouth shut forever. That's how I see it.
Can I just add one quick point with that? There was, on the Šeško point, he was looking at Arsenal as a step up towards Real Madrid, which is what he's doing with Man United right now. He's looking at Man United as a step up to get to Real Madrid. That was his desired goal. So when
I think you might be right, but I think I've watched him since he was at Salzburg, and I've watched a lot of interviews with him. And he's a really nice guy. Comes across really well, loves his basketball. He's well loved of his teammates. But they always said at Salzburg that he was a little bit shy, and he might not have been ready to go to Germany because it was the Red Bull group and everything was similar. It was okay for him. And so when he decided not to join us, I thought it was an extension of that. Even in that period where it was either Šeško or Gyökeres might have been more effusive about his desire to join Arsenal, but I thought that's probably in keeping with Šeško's probably a more quiet person generally. So all of that made me think, Šeško, I've only ever seen Šeško as a good guy. What he said when the transfer happened to Man United, when he started saying, I was never going to go to Arsenal at all, I thought it was totally unnecessary. And it gives you a glimpse into a sort of person who's a little bit petty and a little bit full of themselves. And at that point, I was really glad we didn't go for him. That we opted for, and Zanzi's talked about this at the start of the season, I know I have, we've got a team full of players who want to play at Arsenal. Noni Madueke gives up a chance to win a Club World Cup to come to Arsenal early. Gyökeres uses his agent's money, dumps his girlfriend. There's this desire to be Eze, turns down everyone to come to us. We've got this group of young people who are about the right age, actually, now to be winning stuff, and they all want to be here. And now Saka signs an extension on his contract. Nwaneri's talking about he doesn't want to go on loan. This is a real vibe around the place now. And if Šeško is technically a better footballer with a higher ceiling and all of those things, but he has an attitude which isn't in line with what we have, then you don't want him anyway. But I have to say, I liked Šeško because I watched him a lot, and because I've watched a lot of his interviews, and because he's a Salzburg player. I am not a scout, and I can't say, but I looked at him and thought, if you give him a year or two in the Premier League, he'll do really well. But you don't have that luxury with Gyökeres.
You're both very right in both statements on there. You don't have that luxury with Gyökeres, unfortunately. And the other problem is with Sesko, if it was 2 years to get it right, and then this Arsenal team now, we have got no fear of a player going to City or Real Madrid or Barcelona. Whereas a few years ago, I don't need to tell anybody here, we would lose players to City all the time. We no longer have that fear within this team. Whether that's Saliba, who signed a new contract that was the most likely to go, Saka, Martinelli don't want to go, Trossard's agreeing new to. There's not a player in this team now that sees another club as a bigger proposition, and that just goes with the Gahey conversations. So if you place in a Sesko, I'm not suggesting that this is the case, and after 2 years, and he's grown in confidence, and he wants to go to Real Madrid, he doesn't see this as the pinnacle of his career. It might set something around the team. So that's the only thing I'd say. By the looks of Sesko, I think he would have gelled in. It would have been great. But did he see Arsenal as his final destination, which is what Arteta wants all of these players to see? They're not coming into this team to be sold 2-3 years later for a profit. These players are hopefully going to be, every single one that he signed, whether it's Rice, Super Mendy, they're here till the 30s, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and I think Sesko would probably be someone who was a journeyman. But I don't know. It's not the guy that I thought I knew from interviews. And you don't know people from their interviews. No. But I saw him having sort of jovial interviews. Not necessarily team. They used to do these team segments at Leipzig where you'd meet all the players and their friends and they'd answer questions. He's always a good laugh and the other players seem to like him. Gyökeres didn't have any preseason with the rest of the team. He's playing catch up. That could, in that case, just please drop him and bring him in gently. I'm okay with him being here for the next 4 years. I don't need him to score 20 goals a season. If the team is better with him in it, play him.
You know when we signed Gyökeres, Sesko came out and he says, "I'm going to make Arsenal suffer now."
Yeah, and that's the kind of comment you don't make as a young man. You just don't. And you're joining Man United. Have a little bit of. Take a moment and look back at their last 3 years before you start chatting to us about anything. But Gyökeres needs to adapt and drop deep. I don't know, man. I think there are a couple of things. I thought there's a really good analysis. God, what's his name? The guy who does... I'll have to come back to it now. That used to play for Arsenal. Anyway, he was like showing that there's a lack of confidence. He's maybe just a little bit on his heels, not quite challenging, getting forward quickly enough. But he's... Also, look, just watch him. He's not technically gifted. And if he's not physical enough and he's not winning his duels and he's not getting anywhere near the ball, there's this whole argument and debate, like, how do we get Gyökeres the ball? So how does he get it? Because Jesus gets on the pitch and he goes and gets it. He is deep as well, so I'm not sure I agree with that midnight, but I'm kind of at a point now I say, look, we've got Kai Havertz coming back. I don't know if Jesus is better than Gyökeres, to be honest with you, because I haven't seen that much from Jesus either. But hear me out. Not quite an hour. My first hear me out. Maybe just play Marino up front. Just saying.
I think
I actually agree with that. Every time Marino steps in up front, he scores or scores like 2 or got 2 goals or whatever whenever he steps in up front. But it's just like he's really a midfielder, to be honest. But he can play that role up front, to be honest.
I think you just look at what is the role. A lot of people are making the point that Arsenal haven't really got the kind of setup where we need a point man up front, but that's because we haven't had one. There's going to be an adjustment period, him getting to know. There's some really good analogies. I remember Alan Shearer talking to Erling Haaland when he joined Man City, and he was going, they're not giving you the ball enough. You need to go in the dressing room and go, give me the ball. I think the difference between Haaland and Gyökeres, if Gyökeres goes in there, chucks his hand, his toys out of the pram, says, pass me the ball more, I'm not convinced he's going to do what he needs to when he gets it. He's shot shy at the moment. Half volleys here. Evening, landlord. Bloody good to see you. Gyökeres, due to a lack of pre-season, looked overweight when we signed him. He didn't keep himself fit and he's been playing catch-up. I agree with all these, actually. He's still sluggish and heavy-footed. Confidence is low. And I think, what do you do when I play? I think Zanti, what you said earlier, I was surprised he didn't start him against Portsmouth. I'm sure the hat-trick's done Martinelli the world of good. But it's just one goal for Gyökeres. Maybe would that make the difference? So here we are. He's similar to Liam Delap at Chelsea, very low technical level and loses too many duels for his size. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. So spot on, landlord. Gyökeres needs time on the bench, coming on in the second half as a substitute. Thank you. Yeah, that's just my feeling, right? I just think if it was a game of Football Manager, I'd be benching him. I'd go, look, I love you. You're great personality and everything, but it's not happening right now, and we'd all be lying if we pretended it was.
I need to talk about very quickly about penalties in the FA Cup and the league as well.
Right, so shall I just go through these comments and then we'll hand over to you on... so I'm of two minds with Gyökeres' situation. On one hand, if Mourinho can adapt, so should Gyökeres. And on the other hand, Gyökeres seems to not suit our style. So I'm caught between two. I think the reality is I could agree that either of those two options are correct. But if a player is out of form, you drop them. That is the standard approach. And if you can't drop a player... like we have the same thing with Odegaard. When he's not playing great, can't drop him, he's a captain. When Victor Gyökeres isn't playing well, you can't drop him, I think with Kai Havertz coming back, even just the first 5 minutes of the game today, I saw bits from him where he links play really well. I'd love to see Havertz and Gyökeres on the pitch together. Maybe they can bring the best out of each other. So yes, I love this from Rosie. Boy Tendio, you do have strange food combos, but you're far from stupid. And then half volley, we will lose one striker in the summer. Likely Jesus and Gyökeres can take his spot. Search for elusive elite striker continues. I agree. I think if you've won the league, maybe that's the time to go out and buy Victor Osimhen and just go, like, that's the only missing piece of our jigsaw. I know everyone wants a left winger. I think I do, but Martinelli is not necessarily a bad solution on that one. Kevin Campbell went there. He won the FA Cup with Pompey.
No,
Sol Campbell, sorry. Yeah, Sol Campbell didn't Carnu as well?
Carnu scored the goal, I think, in the FA Cup final.
Yeah.
Over Cardiff.
There's loads of bits Harry Redknapp talking about Carnu's real age as well.
Yeah.
Fair play to him. BTSC from the last 7 or 8 years of Wenger. True. It was sad. It was Sol when I did. Right, yeah, we got that. God bless Kevin Campbell. Way too young. Way too young. An absolute legend. I definitely like to see Arteta a bit more calmer and measured on the touchline sometimes. Yeah. But half volley, don't you think he has been this season? Hasn't it been slightly better? Let me know how you feel about that. We see stuff like this all the time, every week, but because it's Arsenal, it gets a lot more traction. Yeah. That I don't think anyone can argue. No one's dissuading me from the opinion that everything we do gets loads of media attention. Things that we draw one game, everyone's talking about it. As a lighter note, though, I had forgotten completely to talk about another Tottenham manager gets his hand on a cup.
Oh my God. That was brilliant.
I mean, do you know what I thought of instantly? I watched Abby Summers having her paid-for meltdown. Get him out of here. He's touched a cup. I would never do that. Before I lift a cup, I always examine the label. I look, and it's like, no, you don't. Someone hands you. Listen, I don't know what happened. But I think the most logical sequence of events is that we were the away team. We left some cups. Tottenham didn't bring enough cups with them because they're a bit tight like that. They just thought they'd use the ones supplied by Bournemouth. Didn't check. Gave it to Thomas Frank. No one's trying to get him to lose his job because I don't think adults think like that. No. I honestly would never think. Would you expect a manager to be sacked because he was holding the wrong cup? I mean, people do, but she was saying he's got to go for that. He's got to go for that. I was thinking, and this debate where people were saying, you notice what's on the cup when you get handed it to you, and I was like, no, you don't. Like, and so what are we saying here? That Thomas, one person, Jez, was saying that this was his way of being sacked. He wanted to be sacked, so he walked around the pitch pre-game with an Arsenal coffee cup. It's just mental. The gymnastics people do. It might have been Shane Gooner. I might be unfairly quoting Jez.
I'm actually surprised that Tottenham fans want him sacked because it's not often that a Tottenham manager gets their hands on a cup.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that was the. Well done for joining in. But the idea though, it's just so silly. That's what football punditry is nowadays. I mean,
I like how he dealt with it. To be honest.
So what?
I like how he dealt with it, Frank, to be honest.
Yeah, you do, because you're a grown-up, Bobby. Right? You're a grown-up. You're like, in that situation, if you were his boss, you'd be like, Thomas, what are we doing here? And he goes, do you know what it is? someone handed me. I have an espresso before the game. Someone handed me an espresso. Never thought that it would be an Arsenal cup. It doesn't occur to me. I didn't look at the side of it. I walked around with it. Silly me, I didn't do it on purpose. All of this meltdown from the melt to our Tottenham fans, right? When they had George Graham as their manager, he had an Arsenal crest in his driveway. So he won them silverware. Do you know what I mean? Like, just let the people support whoever they want. It's not going to be Tottenham. I'm sorry to tell you. I applauded Martinelli. Jose, you didn't. I did see. I always forget his name. Bradley Cooper. Not what's his name? Connor Bradley.
Great actor, by the way.
Huh?
Great actor, by the way.
Great actor. Yeah, Bradley Cooper. Yeah. But no, Connor Bradley does roll back onto the pitch, which is where I got a bit pissed off with him. And but I'd seen that he just went down. I don't know if Martinelli missed that. But I think you judge a man, you have to give somebody the benefit of the doubt if they've never acted like that before. And Martinelli's not a dirty player, is he?
I thought he was incredible when he came on as well. Can I just add that? Like, I think we've completely eclipsed that fact that Martinelli came on for a Trossard and he was incredible. He tried everything. There was that period where he took on the two players when it was about to go out, and he really wanted to win. He really wanted to win. And Szoboszlai said that he really wanted to win, and so did we. But when I remember you name checked him a second ago, but Jez said he would have thrown him out of the club. He never wants to see him in the club. That's after that, which he didn't see him go down, and he also played brilliantly that period of the game he came on.
People who are so knee-jerk. The world is full of people who are very judgmental and very reactionary, and if you do one thing wrong, that's it. That's bad enough. This is a pointless conversation to have around Martinelli. I didn't like what he did. If I was his manager, I'd call him in and go, that's just not on. Right? You let your emotions get the better of you, and that's not how champions behave. So you might be wearing some bench for that. But then he starts him today and he gets 3 goals. So maybe I'm an idiot. But these are United commentators speaking on Arsenal. It's no surprise they threw shade. It isn't. It's kind of pointless watching them, to be honest with you, because I do listen to Gary Neville. I do like Roy Keane, but there's certain subjects where I just wouldn't listen to you. Do you know what I mean? It's like I'm not asking Lee Gunner if he thinks Arteta's haircut is good. There are just some, you know what the answer is going to be before you even start. They'll find a way to make Man United the centre of conversation. I'd like to see the goals go up with better chemistry going into the title-winning months. Yeah, but you know what? The run-in to most titles is fraught and tense and not goal-laden. You're much more likely to score loads of goals when you're not as much under scrutiny or every kick doesn't matter so much. And I would rather our fan base behaved more like the Emirates fan base and was a little bit more supportive and loud than angst-ridden and scared. Hello, Burgundy. Ronald. Love it. How concerned were you about Miles' performance against Liverpool? All season, really. All season. I mean, Miles Lewis-Skelly is an exceptional player, but I think you're going to have periods where you drift in and out of form. I think it hurts him that Calafiori and now Hincapie have taken his left-sided place. How would you feel if you're 19 years old, running 5 months from a World Cup that you looked like you might be able to make, but now you're not getting game time? Ethan Nwaneri today, I saw really good bits from. And I really love the fact that my take on the whole Ethan Nwaneri thing is I don't want him to go on loan because right now he might be going on loan at a time where he gets to live through a title. Would you leave Arsenal? Even if you weren't going to get any more minutes on the pitch, would you want to be anywhere but in that dressing room 2 days, 2 games before the end of the season when we're already champions? Box fresh, Rude 1 star. Yep. Good to see you, man. Midnight UK. Eze was a baller at Palace, but now I don't know what he is. Expect underwhelming. I need more. Yeah, but again, I think, let's just say, I don't know, everyone's got their own parameters. I thought Robert Pires was garbage the first season, and then second season he was one of my favourite players. I'd say I am now tempted to give everybody at least 1 season and then see how they do in the second season. Fabio Vieira, for me, that was done. There are a couple of players that we've signed that hasn't worked. But Gyökeres is nowhere near that for me yet. So I'm going to give Gyökeres at least all this season. If we win the title or the Champions League or both the cups or something, no one's going to give a shit how many each player scored. The only reason Arsenal care so much about these records is because we haven't got any silverware. And the records imply the process is working, and therefore one day the silverware will follow. But I don't give a shit how many goals Victor Gyökeres scores. I only care about the Premier League title. I only want the Premier League title. And what I have noticed is for a lot of the games that Gyökeres has played in, he may not have played well, he may not have scored well, but the team has played well, or the team has scored well and got the points they needed. So to me, I would say on the match against Liverpool, it looked like it was 10 against 11 because it felt like we were carrying Gyökeres. But also, I think we just showed them too much respect, right? Eze, I still rate hugely. Disappointed with him today, though. But again, the argument is that he's learning the work rate required to play in an Arsenal team. It's different. You know, he wasn't doing any defensive duties in the same way at Palace, or at least I don't think he was. Lucky Singh, Ineos Glazers out, Sel Ugarte, Luke Shaw, Casemiro Glazers. Is this the lowest point for Man United? Because they went out to Brighton, who are good. I mean, they held City to a draw, but Brighton fans were singing Olays at Old Trafford. Like, listen, don't get me wrong, I'm married into a Brighton family. Everyone's very happy here. But that's the first time Brighton's ever beaten Man United in a cup.
How great was Danny Welbeck's interview as well after the game?
Love him. Is there an argument maybe we bring him back?
Such a nice guy. Such a nice guy.
I think we all
Did you see his goal?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Let's get him back. How much did Brighton want for Danny Welbeck? How long before he's injured? We'd snap him like a dry twig. Okay, hi guys. Today is wash-up mindset of our game today. It's tough being a Man United fan right now. Gyökeres needs to get himself fitter first and foremost. That it couldn't hurt, could it? I expect us losing Ineos Glazers out. What can you do at Man United? You get everyone out. You've still got a rubbish team. Gyökeres doesn't fit our style of play. He's like a lost soul, but we won't change our style of play for one player. First of all, it's our, not our, honestly. Right. I think the whole conversation about which team, if you brought Mbappe in, I don't know. For me, I just don't know what this idea. If he was Erling Haaland, you would change your entire style of play for him. But I don't think we're missing. I think some of the quality of our crossing needs to be worked on. Cutbacks, crosses. We're not dangerous enough. We don't create enough danger from them. It always feels like Madueke or Saka or Martinelli get into those cutback positions and they play it into exactly the part of the penalty area that there isn't an Arsenal shirt in. And sometimes there's 4 or 5 Arsenal shirts to aim at.
You know, very quickly about what you said about crossing. I mean, years ago, if you're a left winger, you're left-footed. If you're a right winger, you're right-footed. Now it's opposite way around. You have the left wingers are right-footed and the right wingers are left-footed. So, of course, when you get down to the byline, instead of whipping the ball across, you're having to stop, either cross with your left foot, not as strong, or stop, cross back with the left foot. And by then, all the defenders are sorted themselves out.
Yeah. It's not it's not crosses into the box anymore. It's not that kind of... Merce shoving one in for Smith to get his head on. It's not that anymore. But again, it's this whole thing. It's the narratives. Fans are led by narratives. Arsenal need a striker. Arsenal need a striker. You go, well, we scored as many goals as we ever have in the Premier League without one. Yeah, but if we had a striker, we'd have scored 1 million goals. All right, well, we'll get a striker. Who do you want? Well, I want this one. Scored the most goals in Europe, but he's playing in Portugal. Yeah, but he scored like 100 goals. He must be brilliant. But he looks like a Labrador on speed. I mean, he's going to be brilliant. He's a baller. He's a bagsman. Have you seen him play? No. Well, Šeško's too young. He's a project player. He'll never make it. Gyökeres will get 20 goals in the first minute he touches down on English soil. And you go like, I don't think he will. Have you seen him play? No. I want that one. Then you get him it, and then it's like, I don't want that one anymore. And it's like, I've seen these videos now going, look, I've got to say, I really wanted Gyökeres because, and you go, I just want to say, did you ever watch him? Did you see him play football? No. But why do you want him so badly then? This isn't FIFA. It's not FM. You don't look at the stats and go, 96 goals in 100 games. He's definitely going to get... No, I hate to say it, but this makes me feel like the Darwin Núñez lesson was not learned. Darwin Núñez, bagsman, goes to Liverpool, out of his depth. Name a great Portuguese. I mean, João Felix, bagsman, comes to England out of his depth. Like maybe the Portuguese league. I shall say it quietly. Maybe the Portuguese league is shit. That's it. That's probably the truth, isn't it? Eze looks unhappy. I don't think he does. I think that's time will tell, but I think he's happy. Avatar 3 was technically excellent, but nearly 3.5 hours it really needed to go fornicate our mate. I loved it. It was a great family day. Went to the IMAX, bought tons of sweets. I had not budgeted for how long that film was really mentally. It's just beautiful and it's really visually stunning, but it just bored me silly. But the goodies win. Sorry to spoil it for everyone. Was just so unjust today. We terrible scored goals. Yeah, it was unjust. Except it wasn't really. It was just you didn't play as well as Brighton. Wanyeri refused to go on loan apparently to Bournemouth. I heard, and I love that about him. If I was, I wish I was as smart as Miles Lewis, Skelly, and Ethan Wanyeri at their age. Like you come to them and they've got their heads screwed on. All these players, you know. You say to them, "Go to Bournemouth. What am I going to do at Bournemouth? Am I going to see them win a league title? I'm going to be part of something truly amazing. No, I'm staying at Arsenal. Something happens, you might need me. It might be 10 minutes at the end of the game, you throw me on and I do something that's decisive. Look what happened with Reece Nelson. He did nothing all season before or after he scored that winner against Bournemouth. And that's a memory that you cannot buy at Bournemouth. You cannot go on loan and get it. This is the worst time to go on loan. We might win our first title in 24 years or 22 years. And your kids and your grandkids will go, where were you, Granddad, when Arsenal won league? Oh yeah, I was on loan at Luton. Oh well, that must have been fun. You know, no, you stay at Arsenal. I'd be clinging to the door frame with feet and hands, going, "I'm not going. I am not going. I'll play here for free. Don't be ridiculous." A chance to put your name into the. Listen, I don't know where the foolishness comes from. I also don't know where this constant linking with Mark Gahey comes from, but it's really picking up. Does anyone know any more about it? I have not been paying as much attention.
The sources seem to be very strong now. It seems very credible. It's been by Ornstein Jacobs. It looks
Sammy
like
Moxbell.
Yeah, so they're all very credible sources, to be fair, and I think there's a unity amongst those kind of players. I'm sorry, I shouldn't really say a unity amongst those Christian players in terms of Madueke, from what they do, and I think the fact that he's seen, because his dad's a priest, father, he's a vicar, isn't he? His dad, and so faith's very important to Gahey. So I think if he had a choice of moving to something a bit closer to his faith and he's not going to get strayed away, I think that might be the case. And I think the way Arteta will position it is he'll say Hincapié, Calafiore are our left backs, you, Saliba, Gabriel are our centre backs. That's going to rotate. And he's a very clever guy as well. And Mosquera as well, sorry, yeah. So there's
a lot of depth.
Miles? What's that?
A lot of depth in the team, especially in the defence.
We have got the best balanced squad in the Premier League. We have 2 players in every position, 4 centre-backs, like you said, 4 full-backs. We have, maybe you don't rate Norgård, maybe you don't think that he's a deputy for Zubimendi, and I don't think he is either. But we have Marino and Norgård, Declan Rice and Zubimendi. We have Wanyeri and Saka, Trossard and Martinelli, Jesus, Kai Havertz, and Victor Gyökeres up front. There is room for anyone to be injured, and we can still put our team. And that's what's happened this season so far. I look at the Brighton game, the FA Cup game today against Portsmouth, and I saw we've only got a couple of people now injured. I'm not counting Max Dowman because he's 15. I don't expect he would have played a lot. But beyond that, there's only 2 players that are out injured. So we're coming out of our injury problems. Meanwhile, Man City have lost their starting centre-backs. They're playing back fours that have never played together, and I don't think Kuzanov is really up to it. I don't think O'Reilly's up to it. So I think that if you're looking at squads, you'd put us ahead, wouldn't you?
I agree with you on that, but just a really quick one in terms of the Gahey thing. If he comes to us on a free during the summer, he would have sacrificed a big bonus a portion of the Man City transfer fee for going now. So just
No,
in
hang on.
terms of
So yeah, if he leaves now, it's unlike if he leaves now. Let's speculate. Let's say that Crystal Palace do want to get some money for Mark Gahey because they know where they are in the season. They're unlikely to get relegated. They're not winning the cup, right? So ultimately, Crystal Palace's season is over now. Whether they keep Mark Gahey or not is only going to make a difference. It looks unlikely that they're going to qualify for Europe unless they win the Conference League, and they're not even doing that well in the Conference League. So this is probably the time where you cash out Mark Gahey. But Liverpool offered 35 million for him with a year to go. In a January transfer window, you're not getting 20 million. You'll get 20 million, right? So Man City or Liverpool or Arsenal or anyone who wants Gahey has to come in with 20 million. And any signing on bonus goes on top of that. If he waits 6 months, Mark Gahey can collect a 10 to 15 million pound signing on bonus because there's no transfer fee to be paid. So it makes a huge difference to his finances. But if he was desperate to go to play at Man City, maybe this would be the time. If you were picking, if you were his agent, if you were his manager, accountant, or agent, you'd say, wait till the summer. You're not. You go to Man City now. 6 months, they come second, which is the likeliest outcome statistically. You don't win anything. Maybe you win the Champions League. Maybe you win the League Cup. Maybe you win the FA Cup. Something like that. It's all possible. But then is Pep around the year after? Who's taking over? What's going to happen? 115 charges might even play into that. You're moving up to Manchester at a time where conceivably they might be on decline. You go to Liverpool, you're going to play, but you're not winning anything this season. And the same thing, will Arne Slot definitely be manager in a year's time? Personally, I think the only intelligent thing for Mark Gahey to do is see where he stands at the January summer transfer window and wait till then and play out his Palace season and do a lap of honour. And that's how I would do it.
But Mark Gahey, he's already stated that he doesn't want to leave London. And he wants to play in a Champions League side.
If I heard him say I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying I didn't hear him say it. I think at the end of the day, if Real Madrid come and say, here's 15 million quid, would you like to play for the Los Blancos? I think a lot of people seem to just be like, yep, I'll do that. Could be Barcelona. I mean, Mark Gahey has his pick of clubs in summer. Anyone. I mean, we're talking about Liverpool, Arsenal, and Man City want him. Real Madrid want him. Bayern Munich want him. Centre-backs like Mark Gahey don't come along that often. He's in the England team, even if he stays at Palace. I don't see what the advantage of moving is right now. That would be my point on it. But the links, like Bobby said, they're incredibly strong. These are not, these are the most in the know journalists who don't say anything until they're sure, and they're saying the serious and a lot of the things you've both said. The people that he knows and likes at Arsenal. It's much easier to join a group of people share your values. It's not like Arsenal are a mid-table team. Arsenal, we probably can't ever compete with Manchester City on wages because we have to actually put them in the books and stuff. But if it comes down to it, maybe we can do something snide, and I don't know. I'd like to see Mark Gahey at Arsenal because he's a fantastic player. But at the same time, who am I dropping? I know, Bobby, what you're saying is it's going to be more rotation. But I'm still not seeing that from Arteta. I'm not seeing the maximum level of rotation.
I think just a really quick one to know. I just feel as though if he's offered the chance of coming to Arsenal in January and picking up the title with Arsenal, would he prefer that over a big cash bonus in the summer?
Yeah, I don't know. That is a question that only one person can genuinely answer. From the outside, I know very little about Mark Gahey. He's never put a foot wrong. He's very easy on the eye as a footballer. He's exactly what I think a good centre-back should be. He is dependable. I love how he speaks after games. I just really like him, and I'd love him to be at Arsenal. But I don't think I really want to go through a league season rotating centre-backs. I think if there's one position or pair of positions, I would like the same dependable team as often as possible. I would pick Gabriel and Saliba. If they could play 38 games, they would, which means you're only really open to playing Mark Gahey in the League Cup, the FA Cup and the Champions League. And the reality of having Gahey in the Champions League is that one of the Saliba-Gabriel combination will be like, hang on, I want to play the Champions League. So I just don't see it working. But I'm an old person and maybe the new systems are better. I want to know, though, who does that, who rotates their centre-backs. Eze needs to play more game time now. I prefer him to Odegaard in the middle, but with the World Cup around the corner, he needs this. I don't think I can prefer him to Odegaard at the moment because I've seen Odegaard play that position better than him, but I like that there's competition. Who's the young upstart over there? We've already done the intros. Wanyeri doesn't want a loan. Exactly. Again, no surprise for us. Didn't sell Ugarte. Lucky thing is still. Just have a sit down. Change team. A lot of people started supporting Man United because they were successful. So you can rip that up now. Martinelli seems more productive in the cup competitions. I know, it's great to have him, isn't it? He still hasn't scored in the Premier League. Am I making that up?
Scored 2 in the Premier League.
Who was that against? What have I missed?
I saw the same stat. They were talking about it today. He's now Arsenal's top.
He scored against Man City, didn't he, for a start?
Oh, yeah, of course he did. Against Man City. I'll have to look up.
Sorry, that's the only one he has scored. Apologies, he scored 1. It is the Man City one.
Yeah. I mean, he's a cup specialist at the moment. And God, what fun. Like, how much fun was he having today? Bros, am I stupid? No, you're definitely not, because I agree with so much what you say. Gavin, push him off. Oh, dear. Bradley.
Do you know that if we'd been a little bit more clinical in that first half, Madueke would have scored his penalty.
Oh, mate.
And Martinelli wouldn't have hit the post, and Martinelli wouldn't have slipped when he had that shot which just curled past the post. So he could have been 5-1 up at half time. Martinelli could have actually left the pitch having scored 5 goals himself and us beating Pompey 7-1.
But again, if a black hole had suddenly opened up above Portsmouth, we could have all watched everything we know and our entire reality disappear into a timeless, spaceless vortex. So there's both. Can I just say this? That Jesus pass that put Martinelli in for his only non-corner goal, is that like one of my favourite passes of the season? It's whipped into the area and goes past 3 Pompey defenders to Martinelli sliding in the far post. Can't just be me that thought that was brilliant. Not like this idiot Diego. You're still talking about Ugarte. Look, I'm lucky. I need to get you a smaller room with walls you can scream at. Clock enders. I want to go home. I want to go home. Portsmouth, a shithole. You won't be singing that on the way out of the stadium. Portsmouth, I do agree with you, but I do so when I'm very far from people of Portsmouth who love a fight. I've been there a few Friday nights. Caught in the moment, Martinelli forgiven. I agree. Yeah, but that's because you're an intelligent grown-up. You go, people do things bad, and then they apologise for it. Man United at the Emirates coming up. I can't wait. I can't stand Gary Neville. He's crap pundit. I think that's fair. You know what? Actually, I do quite like him. I'm not going to lie. We have these players I can't understand basic football. Get ball power over keeper. Yeah, you've got rubbish players, mate. You've got rubbish players. I don't think Darren Fletcher's a Premier League manager, and your owners are basically Bond villains. And the stadium you play in, I think, is being held together by egg cartons. So yeah, I can't think of anything good about Man United. I think the best thing about Man United is we're playing you at home soon, and it's like a Deliveroo for 3 points, isn't it? Clip that. I'm saying we'll beat Man United. We physically faded in the second half against Liverpool. Level of rotation not optimal. I think half volley. Thank you for that. It's a very good point. I just don't know. I don't know if it was the levels of fitness or they just. I think the reality is all of us who do anything. There are days you just don't fit. It's just not working. Things aren't going as you want them to, and. There's a lot of finger pointing and blame, and you shouldn't ever have a bad day. And no, you shouldn't. And if you never have a bad day, you're superhuman. And it'd be great if we never had a bad game. It'd be great if we won every game 5-0. But Liverpool, I think, is a combination of the wrong energy in the dressing room. He obviously didn't come out with an electrifying halftime team talk. And I think they were too aggressive and taking everything too personally and not pressing as well as we normally do meant we weren't turning the ball over and we were inviting them and they are feeble. But there were a couple of moments, just everybody had a bit of an off day all at once. And then when that happens, I think you do look at Mikel Arteta and say, you got to look at what you did there. Thankfully, we're not playing Liverpool in the league again this season. BX says, off topic, but this season has been providing some spectacular goals in the league. I think, yes, it has. I'm trying to think of some now. It's been,
The Wilson goals at Fulham have been incredible.
I love him. I absolutely love him. Can we buy him?
My son, who's just gone to bed now, put him in our FPL team like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, same.
So,
Same. I watched him play, and I can't remember who it was, but I just was like, what? You know, he totally gone under the radar for me. And I think Dean Saunders was talking about him on TalkSport, saying if you looked at the Wales team, he's really good in that. But like, he is one of the stars of that. Yes, great. There's been some really good goals. Not for us though. What's our best goal?
we've had a few, to be fair. I think the Martin.
The equaliser against Donnarumma.
Yeah, I thought that was an incredible goal. I mean,
There was nearly an outstanding one today, but it went wide. When Madueke in your penalty, when you sports bet and you've got money on a certain number of goals in the first half, and there's 5 minutes to go, and Madueke steps up for a penalty, and you're like, oh, brilliant, I've just made a decent bit of wedge. And then he does that, and you think, yeah, no, I'm not happy with that. Like, you've got to hit the target from 11 metres away, 12 yards. I can hit the target. Just, I don't know. Am I being unfair?
Yeah, the funny thing about that is still 1-1 as well, wasn't it?
No.
Wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
We've gone to 2-1 by then.
Yeah, because I had 3.5 goals in the first half. So.
Yeah. But when he missed it, I thought, oh, God.
No, I didn't. I was never worried about the game, even when we went down early. I do think that after you win a game like that, you can say some of these games are tough conditions. You know, I don't know. I mean, tired players going out in the rain and the cold, and you're not going to get the same good performance you do on those May evenings. I thought today was good. It was great that he rotated, but we are a bit predictable. I think everyone expected exactly the team that went out against Liverpool, and pretty much exactly the team that went out against Portsmouth. Although I would have started Gyökeres. I might have said to Gyökeres, look, it's an away game in the cup, third round against Portsmouth. If you can't score against these, I might have to bench you for a bit. Do you know what I mean? If you can't, at least a couple of assists, be involved in goals, because we are going to score goals today. If you can't get in on it, then I think we need to train you. We need to get you up to something, you know, confidence, fitness, whatever it is. Miss Molina, we played two best teams, City, Arsenal. I scored 3 times ours. Oh, don't complain about squad size, Lucky, because Man United, you've spent some dollars, man. I'm quite interested in Gahey. Looks like it's happening, observing our players interacting with Gahey. Yeah, after the Palace game, 100%. Gahey wants to join the biggest and best English contingent. Love it, Jose. Right, Benny Blanco was on it today. Yeah, I really like him. I think it's so good to see Timber rested. So good to see Rice rested. So good to see Salute. Do you know what I mean? Like, and you get to see the players fight for their place. And if you're going to have, I think I liked what I saw from Nwaneri, but he's not match fit yet. And neither is Jesus, and Kai Havertz certainly isn't. But Ben White's probably the closest to proper match fitness of all of those, and he just hasn't put a foot wrong this season. He hasn't been quite at the level we were used to a couple of seasons ago. It was suspicious to me when Gahey didn't celebrate when he scored against us, and last time we played them, it was obvious and weird. That's when I suspected something was cooking. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's do this. I want to run a poll. Zanzi, is Mark Gahey coming to Arsenal? Yes or no?
Does it matter when it's going to be summer
or now? This is why I say yes or no, so that you don't.
All right, yes.
Okay, thank you, Zanzi. Bobby, what are you saying?
yes.
Okay, right. In the content, can you just say Gahey yes or Gahey no? I think no. I think no, but I want him to. So I'd be very happy if he does. Very suspicious. I agree, man. It was definitely noteworthy. It was remarked upon because it happened. You shouldn't really expect, if one of our players did that, you know, if City came and beat us 3-1 at the Emirates, actually, I tell you what, I was pissed off with. Who was it did happen. One of our players was, anyway, I'll have to try and dig it out. But yeah, it does piss me off. I think the fact that Gahey looked like he was more friendly with us than his own team, it's a bit suspect. Glazers out. I heard you. I don't have any power, unfortunately. Bayern joined the race for Gahey if going on a free. Bayern, Madrid, Chelsea, United. Chelsea. He's not going to Chelsea. But Bayern are already showing interest in him, yeah? Gahey. Nice one. Wherever Gahey might want to play, money talks awfully loud. I think this is what you... I'm not going to... Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't you kind of saying that he's a spiritual person, he has other needs than just money, so maybe he would...
I say that he's a spiritual person, and then I see him pop up on every single food prep ad that's knocking around. So, but yeah, I get the impression he's a spiritual person.
Is that anti-religious or something? I think that's all right, isn't it?
Oh no, I just mean that he's on everything. Like he's on this food prep ad, and every time I go into YouTube, it always pops up with Mark Gahey. So I'm not sure if that's a sign or
whenever he's made enough money from that he's like, I'll just play for free.
Yeah, maybe. I think he comes across as a really spiritual person. I think him and Saka are friends outside of football as well, and likewise with their parents as well. So I think they're both, from what I've read between the lines, a lot of their families are connected in some way from a spiritual basis. But I don't know the specifics. But I think if I wanted to look at things, I think it'd be a great piece of business, because even if we pay £20 million, he's not a £20 million defender. He's easily a £60 million defender out of full contract. And then Hincapié is definitely a foot. Does that mean that the Hincapié loans looked at in a different stance? You don't know, do we?
Because that's what Ernie, Earth, Vader, Blue Savannah Eyes, Anthony Herbert. I want Gahey at Arsenal, but would that mean we won't buy Hincapié from him? I think I don't think there's an option to not buy Hincapié. I think that's already triggered.
I think he's a great player as well, to be honest. Hincapié, I love Hincapié at Arsenal.
Yeah, we're keeping Hincapié. I think that's a given. I think January transfer window is difficult because obviously you don't know how much money you've made yet. You know,
if we don't buy Hincapié, then we'll have to be looking for another left back. Unless Gahey goes over there.
So. Why are we looking for left backs? Are we short of left backs? Calafiori can play left back. Timber can play left back. Miles Lewis-Skelly can play left back. Where's the shortage of left backs? We need 2 players in every position, but we've actually got 4 at the moment, haven't we?
I noticed today that when Marley Salmon came on, he's playing right back and Timber went left back.
Yeah, I like Marley. Well, I've only seen minutes of him, but he looks a player.
Looks really good, yeah.
He looks better than Aidan Heaven. Not trying to be horrible, not trying to salt in a wound, Lucky, but you've got the wrong Arsenal player. Your scouts might not be up to much. Is Ben White going to be in Arsenal next season? That might be a factor if Arsenal go for Gahey. That's a very...
Oh, he's 100% going to be at Arsenal next year, because we don't get the outlay we placed for him back. We paid £55 million for Ben White, so
I think they're diminishing costs, because you got 4 years out of him. I don't know what Ben White goes for in the market. I'd
say about 25-30 million.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. You remember it's Andrea Berta, transfer gangster.
I'd love to see Andrea Berta work his magic on one player this summer. This January window. That's Gallagher from Atletico.
Really? Conor Gallagher?
Yeah, I'd like to see him as backup for Rice.
I was a really big fan of his for a long time. I haven't really seen much of him in La Liga.
I just think the athleticism, because he's due to go to Villa, but I think Berta, I don't think we're in for him, but I just think that athleticism to replace Rice's at certain times within the season is ideal.
I think Ben White is actually, in recovering to fitness, I think he never puts foot wrong. He's very strong on that right side, and I think actually his performances have been better on average than Timber, but Timber's had to play every game practically.
I love Ben White's booking today. He gets nutmegged and pushes the player over.
I like that. See, I like to have a certain number of players on the pitch at any one time. I think, if it kicks off, they're standing there with you. You know, I think you've got to have more grit. And there's that famous line in All or Nothing where Jose Mourinho is talking to the Spurs players. He goes, "You're all very nice guys, but you have to be," and then he uses a word that I won't be using on here until Shane Gooner pops up. No, I won't be using it. Haha, yes, Dan. Family stand giving it young, old, rough and old pace. I'm not sure I get that. Family stand. I just think, you know what? Like, going to that Palace game just reminded me, real football fans at the ground are not standing there going, "I'm fuming. It's a disgrace. I'm disgusted. That was coward." It's the same words in rotation over and over again. I might have to do a thumbnail with a picture of me looking angry, go, "Oh, I'm fuming," and just see how many people come along and just go, "Jog on." Rude with us, it's revenge mentality. Lucky, talk Arsenal, mate, because you're making yourself upset. People forget Liverpool set up to frustrate, and then they're not rubbish. Yeah, they did. They did set up to frustrate us, but you know, they did frustrate us, so it worked, and we just didn't really. I don't think we pressed high enough. I don't think we pressed with the aggression that we normally do. I think it was one of those, you know, both teams didn't want to go over the top. It was one of those two teams trenched out opposite each other. I don't think Mikel Arteta sent us out there to get a draw, but I think if you're playing a 38-game league season on Football Manager, you probably just take a point there and go, look, they needed to beat us. They're 14 points behind us. We didn't need to beat them. City can say, "Oh, we missed a chance to go ahead." But if you're going to drop points, that means we can drop points and we'll still keep our 6-point lead over you. And if they want to say that 8 points we would have given up and it still wouldn't have been handing us the title. There's still another 17 games to play, whatever happens. And the reality of it is that this is a long season and we're 6 points clear. And we're not 6 points clear by fluke. You know, they've just drawn 3 games in a row and they're flapping around buying. I think Semenyo's a great left winger. I just think Marmoush and Semenyo and Doku and Savinho and you can't just keep buying left wingers until one settles it. And I think actually Doku's probably my favourite player at City, and I just don't get it. I don't get it. So he's going to have to. They're selling Marmoush a year after they signed him for a lot of money. We're not a team that does that. It'd be great if we did. Oh, bring in Osimhen, it didn't work. I'll bring in, send in Vlahovic from Juventus. Oh, that didn't work. All right, send in, we'd love to do that. But we went for Gyökeres. We've got Gyökeres. We work with Gyökeres. We get Gyökeres up to pace.
I'm surprised there isn't been more talk around Vlahovic on a free transfer, to be honest.
Mate, he's shit, and I don't like him.
But on a free transfer...
I do a petition. I'm starting my petition now that you've done that. Because people will listen to you, Bobby Bad Audio, and they will think, hey, he always talks a lot of sense. Vlahovic, have you seen him play well?
Not this. To be honest, I've not watched him this season, but
when was the last time you saw him play well?
About a year and a half ago. Yeah, Fiorentina.
Yeah, well, that's now 4 years ago. So let's all just... I don't like him. I don't like him because I used to watch when I started this channel, I was like, I'll do a transfer show every day. Don't know where I got the idea from. Slightly derivative. And then you realise, what am I doing here? Every day is like, Fichajes. And by the way, I am pronouncing that right because I love how every other channel, Fichajes is this journal, it's called Transfers in Spanish, and it's this terrible rag that all they write about is football transfers. So on a slow news day, someone picks that up and goes, "Oh, have you seen this? Maradona's going back to Napoli." It's just like, it doesn't matter, Pick a name from Transfermarkt and a club from stick them together. Oh, look at that. It's just nonsense. Everyone is linked with us at some point or other. I love your name, Rude One Star. We all like Box Fresh better. 3.5 would have been great odds if I'd imagine. At start of the season, now, that's the other thing. You can't get a bet on Arsenal right now. There's just, all these people going, "You're definitely going to choke." Great. You're going to make a fortune. I don't think we are. I think we are going to win this season. I think we'll probably draw the game against Forest, though. And everyone's going to say, this is not what title contenders should be doing. And it won't matter to them if I point out that in previous 5 titles, we've not had more points than we have now or scored more. No one's going to care. They're going to go, it's different. I think we're in a league right now where Liverpool have really struggled this season, but they seem like they're putting their shit back together. Chelsea had that nice little run where suddenly they were title contenders because they drew at home against us. And in that period of time since then, they've lost pretty much all their games. They've slipped out of the European places and they've sacked their manager. I don't think they're going to win the title. Aston Villa aren't going to win the title because they drew as well. No one talks about Villa never bottle anything. Villa are just an amazing club. Doesn't matter that they've spent nearly the same as we. No, they're an amazing club.
They've got a brilliant manager.
Brilliant, the best. If only.
Good evening.
Good evening, good evening, good afternoon, good evening. Ferguson looks a bit frail and watching Man United at the moment cannot be good for his health. No, I don't think it is. It definitely isn't it? Where Mark Gay best position wants you to get Arsenal defence. Where's our Mark Gay's best defence? Oh, I'd say centre back, surely. Thomas Frank Saguna. Thomas Frank Saguna. Not allowed to be. He lost that privilege. Gahey, yes. Okay, good. Mortlicky, Texas is definitely. I think everyone's going to say. I think all the smart people are going to say Gahey, yes. Where's Rosie? She's either here or she's not. I don't know. No tags. He's a smart guy. He's a footballer. That's your algorithm, Bobby. The religious pronunciations by a significant minority of Arsenal players at the moment is off-putting. I think it is. I do think it is. I don't like to introduce... The same way I don't think that church and state should mix. I think if you're an Arsenal fan, that transcends any religious affiliation or family affiliations. I'm not saying it's more important than. I'm saying I don't need to know if the person sitting next to me on a North Bank is religious in any way at all, because I think it's about celebrating what we have in common. But I'm shameless, so I will also say that if this is a team of people guided by the belief that God is on their side and they will win, I'm probably glad of that. I'm not quite there myself, but give me a quad and I'm all ears. Do you know what I mean? I'm just all ears. Not a lot of smart football this stone age. Mark Gay could teach Diego Dallo. Diego Dallo's getting it a lot at the moment, really. I didn't see MLS in the left-back position, long team. He will probably turn out to be a midfielder. He's definitely a midfielder. But then that's what worries me when you go and buy a Zubimendi. And, you know, Declan Rice, Zubimendi, Odegaard, that's a tough nut to crack for MLS. And I think he is just... It must be emotional. I would love Gallagher as a Rice backup too. Okay, he's got the right attributes. I was a big fan of his at Chelsea. Ben White goes for no less than 45 in my eyes, English tax included. That's a really good point. Like, when do you ever see... Like Mark Gahey was 35 million with a year left on his contract. I still think you get 40 million for Ben White, and then you write off the 10 million as 2.5 over 4 years, that and his salary. Yeah. I want to see Ben White stay for a while. I like him a lot. Would you guys sell Ben White? He looks amazing. No, I wouldn't. Semenyo doesn't equal Premier. No, Box Fresh. I totally agree with you. Like, what does Semenyo do? Does he get 10 goals? Does he win you games where you wouldn't otherwise? I watched them against Brighton and they were boring. They didn't look like title contenders to me. They haven't all season. I can't think of a big statement victory for Manchester City. What have they done to make people feel like this is the City that won 4 Premier Leagues in a row? Not for me. I'm going full chest Arsenal to win the title. Penultimate game of the season. I'm not a fan of Ben White. You should be. Bet you would be if he was a wrestler. Or a Leeds player. So I think we've ended up this week with a kind of result, like it's a kind of result that's not going to make the detractors or the angry people any more comfortable or confident. They'll say, well, you should be beating teams like Portsmouth 4-1. And they might well point out the fact that Eze wasn't special. Miles Lewis-Skelly's form has not been good this season. Kepa Arrizabalaga failed to keep a clean sheet. Not saying I blame him for it, but it's true. Madueke missed that penalty. Ethan Wanyeri wasn't quite where we wanted him to be, and nobody's ever going to give Mikel Merino credit for anything. I don't know why, but I thought he did a good job as captain today. Lucky Singh said, I would take Ben White at our club. Yeah, but come on, man.
Yeah.
You don't need Ben White in the Championship. He was a Leeds player. He was a Leeds player for a season. Wasn't he on loan to you?
Yeah. Played as a DM that season as well.
Did he? I see that in him, actually. I definitely see that in him. I just like Ben White. I think it's okay to like your own players, isn't it? Kai Havertz on the mend. Mikel Arteta was asked a question: is he close to fitness? But if he's on the bench, yeah, he must. He's like, this is a tough league. We wouldn't put him on the bench unless he was ready. And when he came on, I thought he had a couple of lovely little touches of link play. I think maybe I'd still prefer to see Kai Havertz in Odegaard's position, possibly, or just not give Kai Havertz a position. Just go get out there and run around. I'd like to see one player in our team that doesn't have to do what he's told.
Well, Kai's played left back for Germany before, hasn't he?
Yeah, I watched that game. That was a hell of a game, by the way. But it was right in that incredible phase where Germany were shipping goals all over the place. Yes, he has played, and he was man of the match that day as well. It's worth saying. But no, I don't want to see him as a fullback. I don't want to see him anywhere across the back four. But they used to talk about this. They talk about this a lot in Germany, obviously, because of the Thomas Müller Raumdeuter position, where people have always said Müller not very fast, not good in the air, not strong physically. Nothing about him really suggests he should be, but he finds and exploits space in games really well. So when he was asked by, I think it was Kicker, like, what kind of position, what is your best position? He said he invents the term Raumdeuter, which means someone who points out space, a space interpreter, right? Which is like and when you do it, it makes you sound like the arch kind of new techie, statty, fat football fan. Yeah, he's actually his position is Raumdeuter, but the reality is he's technically good. He has a good footballing IQ. He links play well. He's technically strong. German players tend to be, and he's got fight about him. And when you look at, he's part of Kai Havertz, Gabi Jesus right now are going through the kind of Tierney phenomenon, which is the longer you don't play, the more people respect and rate you. So right now they're going, if Gabi Jesus is back and he's going to do it. It's like, we know Gabi Jesus isn't going to turn the tide of this season. He's not fit enough yet. Maybe in a month or two he hits full form. We also know that Kai Havertz was on to have his best scoring season last season and was horribly cut short. But I don't expect him to come in and start scoring straight away. So maybe we're just going to have to play Arsenal football and score from all over the park and be happy with that. Let Declan Rice score some.
I'm not sure if you saw the Daniel Sturridge commentary after the Liverpool game. I thought it was really measured, his take on Gyökeres. He turned around and he said, the issue you'll find with an Arsenal striker is when they're passing the ball, they have so many options that could score a goal. Whether that's Declan Rice bursting into the box, he goes, you'll find a Timber or a Hincapié somewhere near the box as well. You'll have Saka, probably the most clinical winger in the world, in the box. You've got 6 options opposed to 1, which is what City have. They have 1 option, which is Haaland. So every single time he's getting a ball, the player that's about to play that ball is looking at what's the most lucrative option in terms of likely to convert a goal. And it's not just Gyökeres, so it's a lot harder. Even if we had Mbappe in the team, I still feel as though I'm going
to listen, but I've got to run off quickly. 1 second.
Sure. There would be a period whereby whoever we had up front, no matter what the ability is, I still feel there'd be some form of second guessing. Actually, maybe I can cut it to Saka. I can cut it to Trossard, who's really clinical at the moment. There's just a higher level, even to the likes of Mikel Merino if he's playing in midfield. Subamendi can finish. Odegaard can finish. Every single one of those players across that midfield can finish, which goes back and forth, I think.
Yeah.
Would you agree, Samsy? Or
yeah, I mean, you've got everyone's. I'm picturing the players at the moment, and there's probably only 3 who are not really.
Yes, I was just thinking when we looked at the Liverpool result as well. Anybody that was kind of disappointed, to put that into context as well. If we pull off the same performance and result that we've had against Liverpool back in the Etihad, I think we'll all be jumping over the moon with that, because I think it's a great opportunity for us, because we can easily have a look at that. And I'll just check if there's any comments.
I'm back on the comments. I was just listening in the background.
No, so what I was just saying then was, if we replicated that performance we had against Liverpool at the Etihad, I think we'll all be jumping over the moon. If we go in and we have the same performance and we draw 0-0,
yeah.
It's
Can I just say, like, at the moment, I'm forecasting, and maybe I'll put this on screen in a minute, but I'm basically, like everyone else, I have my opinions on who's going to win and what. But the only difference is I'm like showing my working out. That's all. That's how I see this. But I've looked through all the games that we have to play, and I've judged, taken a look at the results we've got over 5 years. And for the games coming up, Forest, I've given us a draw. Spurs, I've given us a draw, even though probably we could win that game. And I said we'll lose at City. And all of that considered, we finish on 93 points. We finish on 93 points, even losing at City. And Manchester City going through all the games. And I've given them very few points dropped at all. And they still finish on 88. Because there's a lot to do here. You know, like they've just drawn 3 games in a row. But I think they might draw away to Man United as well. I think, lucky thing, I really hope they do. But I also think they go to Liverpool, their worst away fixture, and they'll get a point there. So even if they only drop points in 4 or 5 games, then we only have to not drop points in 6 to 8 games. We can still drop points, in 6 to 8 games, which is a lot for us to get draws out of. It's more than we've done so far. So I think looking at it, Manchester City, even if we lose to them, are going to be 5 points behind us. Now, if we go there and draw, that'll be the end of the title race. I think that'll be the end of the title race. I think if we go to City and they're on 73 points and we're on 78, and there's still a 5-point gap at the end of that game with only 5 games to go, I think that's territory. I mean, when you look at some of the final games of the season for us, Fulham at home, West Ham away, Burnley at home, Palace away, if you only got to get 9 points out of those 5 games, Newcastle at home, we always do well, Fulham at home, if you just won those 2 games, you're probably guaranteed to win the title. And that's not that's just not an opinion. That's me looking at the results that you'd expect. Then I sort of thought, well, actually, situations have changed a little bit. I still think am I the only person who thinks we'll get a draw away to Forest in the next league game?
I'd like to think we win, to be honest, but the reason I think we might get a draw is because of what Dyche did in his first game for Everton against us and how he set up and completely frustrated us. Obviously, it's a different level of ability of players, but I think Dyche has had some history on frustrating us.
Mm-hmm.
If they play as well as they did against Wrexham, then I think we'll be all right.
That game specifically, and I think that was just before we were linked with Onana as well. And then we, in the background, we were kind of umming and ahhing because he had a fallout, didn't he, at the time?
Yeah, I was a really big fan of his, but I had a couple of friends who know a lot more about football than me, and they were like, he's not the one. He's not the one. He wouldn't play well for you. He's not the one. You need better. And I've got a couple of... I think I possess a couple of football opinions which are going to really separate me from the crowd. One of them is that Zubimendi is a better defensive midfielder, in my opinion, than Thomas Partey. And I don't think we're short in the midfield at this point. I definitely perceive a weakness in the striker position and the left wing, but I don't think right now, if we'd gone for Onana or Yves Bissouma before him, who I was a fan of, obviously at Brighton, you look at those players, you think they'd be perfect, and they don't turn out how you think. I know my mate Sean was talking about Tielemans, and I'd read a lot of reports about Tielemans that he played too much youth football. He's not got the legs anymore, and it kind of has played out that way. But the other one was Douglas Luiz, or as Fabrizio Romano calls him, Douglas Luiz, which I love. But he bombed at Juventus, and so did his missus. Everybody died. and now he's kind of, where is he now? He's at Forest, is he?
Forest, yeah, Forest, yeah. Edu
that's-
signed him.
Yeah, Edu. Would you take Edu back?
Never, ever.
I think he got exposed, didn't he? I mean, he's been.
It's the
nothing but
same
toxic
thing for me with the Sesko argument. Because we agreed for him to stay for a year when they initially came in from the Forest group, and then they changed their terms. And he, if you don't see this as your ending position, and you see another project elsewhere, even in the back of your head as a more attractive proposal, you're not meant to be here, especially if your dream. And I think football is something whereby if you're building relationships and you're getting to know players in the background that might be available in a year or two, aren't you just going to earmark them for your new club? I just don't get that.
I would take issue with that. I think the way I saw it playing out, I remember might have been July, definitely August.
Sorry, you've gone mute there.
I can hear him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Someone in the chat, if you can hear me, Zanzi, I'll press on regardless. Can you hear Zanzi? Can you ask him if he can hear you?
Bobby, can you hear me? No, he can't. That's why he stopped what I was saying about players who.
Sorry, we couldn't hear you there, I think.
Can
you hear us now?
Just double check. It might just be my bad audio again.
It's you. We shall press on.
It's not me.
You can hear everyone in the chat. It's probably just me then.
So I was saying
bad audio is inevitably going to kick in at some point.
If you're going to call yourself bad audio, but anyway, so for me, Edu at Forest. Sorry, Edu was offered the role in August and kind of turned it down, but then accepted it in October. So
I'll just jump off and jump back in if that's okay. I'm just gonna.
Yeah. So so I don't think that. I think he was really tempted to go to work with that group, which I never remember the name of that sporting group. Varoufakis. But anyway, so I think that they lured him over, and it was noticing that he probably wasn't in favour with the Arsenal board in the way he expected to be, and I think that the board were like, well, Edu, if you get a better offer, do piss off, because your Brazilian network hasn't transpired, and you couldn't get Šeško, and you didn't have a plan B, and it feels like it wasn't enough of a summer for us, Calafiori and Marino. Don't get me wrong, good players, but I think we've got a much better sporting director. You can hear everyone.
You know what I find the thing about him with his Brazilian connections. I was thinking, oh right, yeah, Brazilian connections, Argentina, Brazil, all those players down in South America. Berta in this first year, he signed more South Americans than Edu did.
Well, they said about Berta, where I don't know that much about him, but what they said about him is he does have after he's been a sporting director for 15 years, 12 of them at Atletico. He has signed some of the world's elite strikers and players, and he's propelled Atletico Madrid from a good team to a financially very strong team with titles and European glory nights thrown in. So we're really, I'll put the link again. I honestly think that it was not something I wanted to happen. I didn't want to see Edu leave. I was gutted. I said at the time, it doesn't really inspire confidence if your sporting director doesn't think you're going to win a Premier League. And everybody said, oh, well, no, I mean, it's just money. And I was like, I think you earn more money if you've been a sporting director of a team that won the Premier League. I don't think, that's your ceiling. If you leave before then, things can go wrong. And they have gone wrong at Forest. Please, he's changed his name. No longer, this could be ironic. We might not be able to hear you. You might not be able to hear us, but you're not Bad Audio Bobby anymore. You're just Bobby.
I'm hoping it's a bit better now. Is that okay? I can hear you now, so it's
Yeah. Zanzi, we muted Zanzi a couple of weeks ago, so you won't have heard him. If you have, it's all in your imagination.
That's it.
Oh no, not again. That's been happening way too much.
I've got Edu in my head going, please take me back. I'll do anything. I promise I'll sign Brazilians. He did sign some Brazilians. I just don't, not always good ones.
and it was the Marquinhos deal that it was due to be a free transfer, but he paid a compensation to the club when it wasn't necessary, so he could keep good working relationships with the club. And then obviously he never signed anyone else from the club again. So
Yeah, I think you listen. What exactly a sporting director does day to day, I couldn't tell you. What I think Andrea Berta, I mean, look, come on, it's not just that, but we all talked about you needed to get rid of players. Those players have gone. We all talked about we wanted players to come in. When they signed Madueke, idiots with petitions going, this means we won't get Eze and Gyökeres. And then he signs both Eze and Gyökeres as well. And they're like, well, still, Rodrigo, we need a left winger. We need, why can't we have Rodrigo as well? And you just go, because at a certain point, you have to, and then he goes, does the Hincapié business, this Mosquera business. But now he's signed Saka to an extended contract. I mean, what's he done wrong? What have we failed at so far? If you don't think Kepa Arrizabalaga is a good goalkeeper, doesn't matter, does it? He's still the cheapest goalkeeper in the Premier League. Who's cheaper than Kepa Arrizabalaga?
I know, 5 million quid
5 million
for him.
Quid. We probably sell that many hot dogs on a match day. We just take all the hot dog sales and buy a key. And I think he is a carbon copy. I saw him play against Palace, and you have to remind yourself it's not rare. They are so similar in the distribution of. And you look at Ramsdale when he's playing Newcastle and paving brilliantly and saving penalties and things. His distribution is nowhere near that. Also interesting to me when you look at Donnarumma at City and you think they are having to adjust their play quite a bit for not having Ederson. That thing earlier from Typical City who goes, we're in a rebuild. No one's expecting Man City to win the league. We're in a rebuild. Yeah, we spent 400 million, but we're rebuilding. It's like, what the hell are you rebuilding? It's like, at this point, why are you rebuilding so much? You've had the same manager, the same everything. Why did it suddenly just occur to you, oh shit, we've lost Kevin De Bruyne and Ilkay Gundogan and Kyle Walker and Kevin De Bruyne and even Grealish is gone now and Mahrez and God, we've lost Bernardo Silva's a shadow of his former self. Oh God, when you look at it, we don't have very good players. Get us 5 left wingers, that'll fix it.
It's also gone quite 360 in that context as well, hasn't it? Because you looked at Man City and everybody said after they won the quadruple, they went quite complacent because they'd won everything. Now they've got rid of some of that core, and people are saying, oh, well, these players don't have the experience. They haven't won the quadruple. So how does it work? It just doesn't work. I don't think there's any narrative whereby you can say, oh, we've won too much, therefore the players don't have the desire. Or these players don't know how to win.
I think you're right. So I don't like calling it the quadruple. Let's stop doing that. 4 in a row, the 4-peat maybe, but no, quad is what we're going to do this season. Remember, the reality though is that I have no problem at all understanding why they fell apart last season. Pep had a sign at the training ground, which is that no one had ever won 4 Premier Leagues in a row. That's the hallowed ground. That's what you turn up to work every day, year after year. Success comes and you train on as if it hadn't. And you go and you go and you go. And then you finally climb your Everest. You achieve this impossible standard. Nobody else has ever done it. Of course, after that, you go, my big thing with, this is probably another hear me out, right? But hear me out. Last season, in the November, when they were losing games, and in that international break, Pep Guardiola in November came out and said, "I've signed an extension." And I thought, oh God, all the players will get a fillip now. They'll all be buoyed. They'll all be brilliant. They'll all be up for it. They'll all know at last, our leader is staying. Our best friend and leader is staying. They played Tottenham at home and got battered. I mean, battered. And I suddenly started thinking, are the Man City players ready for Pep just to piss off now? Do you know what I mean? Is there a point where you just go, I can't deal with this guy anymore? Because he's fallen out with big names. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, some of the Barcelona players that just accused him of all kinds, including racism, and just don't like him. And I think that if you have a manager that's that demanding all the time, there's a point where you just think, everyone leaves that Michelin chef after a while. No one stays there for 10 years. They stay long enough to get the cachet to open up their own restaurant. Footballers work with Pep, and there's a point where you just go, look, give us a break. Give us one day where we don't have to win. And so I feel like what Pep's done is he's adjusted by being a little bit more easygoing. And I don't think that works with a Pep system. Pep is... I always remember him shouting at... Well, it looked like he was telling Joshua Kimmich off because what he was apparently saying to Kimmich years ago when he brought him in, and he saw a midfielder in him. He said, you're not realising your potential. You could be great. And he's shouting at him. After they've won a game, he's shouting at Kimmich on the pitch going, you're not doing enough. That's the level of intensity. Everything that about you should want to work for people like that. But maybe not for 4 or 5 years. When Gundogan, his best friend who lives next door to him, pissed off to Barcelona. And I know he came back, but he didn't come back the same. And Eli Lilly, the guy who used to be his coach, he's gone. And you look at it and I think his wife leaves him. And I think there's a point where it's tiring for Pep. And this isn't the same Pep that had the energy to get to 4 in a row. He's trying to work out what works. But now his ego's been pricked because people have stopped talking like he's the best manager of his age, which I think he is. And now they're talking about, rebuilds at Manchester City. What's the idea behind this rebuild? Who are they rebuilding around? Is it Cherki? Is Cherki Kevin De Bruyne? Is it Haaland? Are they just going to keep trying to build teams around him? And while they're doing all that, while they're buying 5 left wingers, they've had to recall what's his name? The centre back, Aylin, yeah, something like that. Kuzanov, who hasn't looked good. John Stones is never going to be fit again. We know Guardiola's out for the rest of the season. They should be going, if this is a rebuild, start at the back. They've had O'Reilly playing all season, who hasn't looked stellar to me. And it hasn't worked yet with Ait Nouri, although he's off at the AFCON now, isn't he? So I think, anyway, unless he's still injured. I think the real conversation here is Manchester City are rebuilding. I think they're just tired. I think in order to get these players to where he had his elite team, they have to work with him for a couple of years. And I don't think Pep Guardiola is at Man City after this contract ends.
I think that's such a good point as well, sorry. Like on when you said he needs to work with those players for a couple of years. So if we look at the likes of Kusanov, even Gvardiol, we've got different levels of expectations when we consider City signings and Arsenal signings. So a Gyökeres has to hit the ground running straight away. A Mosquera has hit the ground running straight away. A Hincapié has hit the ground running straight away. Zubimendi has, all from different leagues. And we don't hold the same thought process with a player just as Kusanov, who's worth double the amount of those 2 signings. So there's like a different level of acceptance from how long a City players get to bed in and show their worth opposed to ours, I think.
And the argument always comes down to, but we've won leagues, we know how to win leagues. And you go, what you've done in the past will not sustain you going forward. You're right. Like, we look to Hincapié and Mosquera to fit in more quickly, or Marino. When you think of Kovacic going to, the flops, not everybody. Carl Phillips, who I know Tom mentioned earlier in relation to Ben White, when actually, if it's still there.
He said he played 1 game. He said, Calvin Phillips.
I know when we signed him from Brighton, they were like, he's a centre back. My father-in-law was like, he's a centre back. I was like, we'll sign him as right back. He doesn't really play it, but he had played at right back, obviously. I think when you're talking about players that have come in and they, like Gonzalez is the Rodri replacement, and God help anyone trying to fill those boots. But he hasn't played badly. He started to play well, but then the minutes seemed to get to him, and now they've got Rodri back. He's going to need a little time. This rebuild I'm hearing about seems to be that someone took their eye off the ball. Kevin De Bruyne didn't retire after he left Man City. He's gone to Napoli.
It's really interesting how people say a rebuild. So we've rebuilt, but they're looking to hit standards of what those players left. And I think there's a level of acceptance that they won't hit a KDB's level. They won't hit these levels of Aguero and Alvarez, whereas every player we've brought in has raised the level. So if you look at, nearly every player.
I can't. I know you're going
Do
to
you mean
revert
this
back.
summer, or do you mean like
I
longer
mean,
term?
generally over the last Arteta's era, if you look across, well, definitely this summer, regardless. I think
Yeah,
if
this
you
summer.
look at the squad players we've had, they've raised level. Even the first 11 that have come in, they've raised level. But the majority of the players have come in and been an improvement. There's not many players that have been. You can point at Fabio Vieira, you can point at the odd ones there, and you can say, but under the Arteta era, there's not been many players that haven't raised the level. I struggle to think of them.
Yeah, no, I think the overwhelmingly in a very difficult thing to do to bring in new players to a club, and I think we've done an exceptional job of it. And I think that when I hear people talking about how Arteta buys duds, and I think, well, I can't. I like every player in our squad at the moment.
I'm trying to think of a dud. I can't
So
think of
there's
a dud.
the Portuguese left back / left winger who went to Forest, whose name's totally new.
Nuno Tavares.
Tavares, yeah, and then
It was
there's the
5 million euros.
No. Listen, I did a video on this about a year, 2 years ago, where I was like, I'm sick of hearing all our transfers went wrong. Here's the list of our transfers. Here's the ones we bought. This is what we paid for them. This is what we sold them for. Anyone we've got the same amount of money for when we sold them, that's not a dud. It's just a bit of business. Do you know what I mean? Like, so I don't have a problem with our transfers. I would like to think that we are set this season, and I don't think we need anyone in January. But I know, like, I'm alone in that, and that everyone wants to see a Kvaratskhelia or I don't know, someone like that come in. We haven't talked about Rosenia joining Chelsea. It's like, oh yeah, I was like, I'm sure he played in the cup final against us.
He did, yeah.
He did.
Again for Hull, wasn't it? It was him and
Yeah.
Arteta. I saw that pop up actually today and it was 2014 in March. No, it wouldn't have been March. Sorry, it was 2014
May.
or 16. May, sorry, May it was, yeah.
Yeah.
And him and
2014.
Arteta.
Yeah, 2014. It was a whole, and obviously they took a 2-0 lead.
Yeah.
And we
But
won in
Rosenia-
extra time.
Yeah, and then it was it was a beautiful moment seeing Ramsey and Wilshere celebrate. I mean, like, reminds you of Santi Cazorla. It reminds you of where we were though, right? Because that was an FA Cup was the best we could do that year. We've come a long way. No one wants to acknowledge it. There's a lot of anger. I don't remember so much anger around Arsenal. It is quite disappointing, and people don't even want to come out and say positive things, and that's the wave of I saw literally the one that really freaked me out was Lee Judges shouting at Robbie Lyle, "It's not good enough. We didn't win." And you go like, but that, if you were a 4-year-old, I'd drag you out of the supermarket, take you home, and put you in a timeout. Like, this is, when did adults start behaving like this? I think it's absolutely all right. I didn't do a show after the Liverpool game Thursday night. And I was kind of thinking about it. I was like, what do you say? Just go, I know, we're all disappointed. I'm not fuming.
I don't think any players got any praise after that match either. And I think the Martinelli incident really gave him something to hate on us for. But I don't hear anybody talk about Martinelli's performance prior to that. I just don't hear. If that incident never happened, I think we'd still be negative, even though he played really well.
I don't mean to suggest that they're of a similar stature, but do you remember how Cantona played that night against Palace before he kung fu kicked my mate's cousin? No, people don't. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are things you can do in a match.
Fair enough.
Clips. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, fair enough, he'd scored a hat-trick and then pushed Conor Bradley over. And gone, lads, haha. Oh, look, so funny.
They say about that Hull FA Cup final, there's a Hull scored their second goal in the 8th minute, and that was the last time they had a shot on target against us.
I just love that match. For me, I always just remember Santi Cazorla stepping over and going, yeah, we need a goal, do we? Right, come here. And just watching him take that with his right foot, and then a little bit later, I think he whipped in a corner that led to a goal as well, but it might have been a near miss. And he used his other foot, and I was just like, what? There's a great interview, and I forget who it is now, but it's an ex-Arsenal player who's like, I think it might be Oxlade-Chamberlain, but he's like, when people say who's your favourite Arsenal player, it's like no question. He goes like, basically, he wasn't fit, he wasn't strong, couldn't jump, physically didn't belong on the same pitch as any of us, but he was just different. He was like, he'd go, I think I'm going to take corners with my left foot's better today. He was like, what? Like, oh yeah, my left foot's better. And he just do things with the football. And watching him in highlights, as I have done the last couple of days, you just go, I don't know if Arteta would have him. Do you know what I mean? I think that there's a point where you're out of your zone. It's like, yeah, I am. I don't have a zone. This whole pitch, that's my zone. Maybe once Arteta's won a title, it'll all be better.
Would you have a fully fit Santi Cazorla back at Arsenal if he was the same age as?
I'd take him now. What are you on about? I'd have him now. Like, there's got to be space for Santi Cazorla. He's still like he was playing last season, wasn't he? At Villarreal, isn't he? Like bringing them silverware for the first time or some shit. Like anything that I could do to get Santi Cazorla. I think he's the best player of the Emirates era. Is that like? I mean, I can't think of a better one.
God, you got me thinking now.
I think it's Saka, to be honest.
I think Saka still has a little ways to go, doesn't he?
I don't know. I think Cazorla was
washed. Saka's done for. He'll never be the same.
Yeah.
I think in terms of starting for their team and the impact that we've had for their team, like in terms of England and Spain, I think that's where it probably breaks up a bit. I love Cazorla. My daughter's actually named after Santi Cazorla as well, to be fair. So my son's called Xavi and my daughter's called Santi. So I'm a huge fan. I've got
well, yes. I think that you've trumped anything. I can't do anything to.
And I've got a Santi Cazorla tattoo as well. So it's
okay. I'm preaching to the converted here.
Yeah, so it's I'm probably I'm bordering on extremist for Santi Cazorla fandom here, but I would think say Saka. Fair. Yeah, I still think it's Saka, to be fair.
Fucking hell. What are you going to do with that sleeve?
Yeah.
You've got another arm.
Yeah.
Use the Bergkamp arm. No, you're definitely winning any argument over who loves him more. I've got a little... It's not even here, it's over there. I've got a little sticker of his I always keep in front of me. It's a great comment here. Good result today. As a Gooder, I feel sorry for all the stick Gyökeres is getting. The guy sacrificed a lot to be here in its first season. Can't stand the negativity when we're still top. Lee Davis, welcome to the
great comment. Arms. Really great comment.
Yeah, it's really good. And this is what I love about this place. It's like when you actually start hearing from real fans, people who do feel marginalised by all the shouting and the ranting, and it does make you second guess yourself, and it is a bit disquieting to hear people go, we were shit, and you go, I don't think we were shit, and you go, no, we were. We'll never win anything. So we're top of the league by 6 points. Yeah, but we've lost an 8-point lead. Because nothing ever makes you happy, and I don't know how to join in. I mean, you literally just have to kind of sit. There's people I like. I'm not going to name them, but there's people I haven't been on their streams anymore because it's like I can't. I've heard you. You don't like Arteta. What now? Everything that I can predict what someone's going to say, but the most predictable thing is people jumping on our backs and telling us Gyökeres isn't good enough. And I think if it's away fans, if it's fans of other teams, just go, all right, yeah, too bad. So we bought a player that didn't work out. Which team do you support? Have you got an unblemished record? I don't think that Gyökeres should be judged until halfway through next year.
Oh, at least. I
think give him all of 2026, and if in 2027, let's be honest, it gets shuffled out the back. It's like, okay, he's gone on loan to some Portuguese side or something. I don't know.
And you start spagging them up again.
There is a point where my greatest nickel is all the people who really wanted him had never watched him play. It's like, at least if you're going to be that serious, have watched him regularly, like his style of play. It's like all these people who wanted him, championed him, are doing the masks and everything. I can't even, and then they go, oh God, he's not very good, is he? It's like,
can I just put this in context? Everybody's saying this whole Gyökeres thing, and the way I look at it is, if in a year and a half, like you said, we're looking at him and he's not the person that gets us 20 goals a year. The worst case scenario is he's a player that can actively get us 10 goals and be a squad player. We spent, let's say, £40 million on Madueke to be a squad player, and we're all content with it. We feel that was good money well spent. So if we've spent money, which was, let's say, £65 million on Gyökeres, and the worst case scenario is he becomes a squad player that you would have probably paid £30 million for, opposed to 65. It's not catastrophic in a year and a half's time.
At all, and you
And I
balance
think
that
that's
against...
all people need to look at it as.
But you touched on something there, which I think highlights that what you've just demonstrated is a rational argument, right? It's a business-minded, rational argument that you say that we've mitigated the risk in buying Gyökeres because we're not spending that much on him. We didn't spend 130 million on him. He's not our Alexander Isak, right? So, or 90 million that they spent on Ekitike, and it goes on. But what's really interesting is if I take you back to Madueke, because you said, he's a squad player, 40 million, everyone's happy with that. Remember the order of business. We signed him. All of the in-the-know Gluminati were like, right, this means we're definitely not getting Eze and Gyökeres. This is a disgrace. Some of them had their pens out writing petitions. The most embarrassing thing that an Arsenal fan has done for years. Oh, I'm doing a petition. Well, fuck off. This isn't a democracy. It's not government. You don't write petitions. And if a guy's signing for your club and giving up his spot, you give him a bit of a chance. And apart from that, I've never looked at Madueke as a shit player. Then the same people that bring in the agendas about why do we always sign ex-Chelsea players, we're giving them money now, they'll be able to challenge, they're a really good team, they'll be ahead of us in the league. All of those predictions aren't true. And then when we sign Eze and Gyökeres, as well as him, and they'd all told us that meant we weren't going to, now they just don't talk about it anymore. They don't go back and go, actually, on reflection, given that we did, in the end, sign all the players I wanted, yeah, he's a good squad player. He hasn't let us down. He's not replaced Saka. He hasn't, that's not going to happen easily. But he has always done a good job when he comes on, and he's played far better than any of us expected. At the beginning of the season, he looked alive. He looked really good. But no one ever backtracks. So narrative builds on narrative, and where it's dusty ground, where it shouldn't really still be a narrative, it continues. So this thing with Gyökeres is he was the best striker in Europe, and Arteta's ruined him. And I think it's circular. You go, why would you think he was the best striker in Europe? Because he scored loads of goals. Yeah, but he wasn't scoring them in England. Yeah, but if he had the right manager, he would be. So I'm trying to imagine right now which of the Premier League teams you would throw Gyökeres in the way he's been playing for us and see him do really well. Because I think it goes around. I don't think he necessarily would make a difference at Crystal Palace the way he's playing. But I stand on this. Stat DNA, our scouting department, and Andrea Berta and the coaches and Arteta all to some degree signed off on Victor Gyökeres. And if they all can't spot what I can see, we're in a world of trouble, right? So I'm guessing they know a lot more about football than I ever will. Therefore, the Gyökeres decision isn't just a punt. It was a well-made decision because, as we discussed before, we didn't want to or couldn't get Šeško. And I think, given he didn't have a pre-season, given he's adapting to a new club, given that his position is one where it's far more under scrutiny if you're a striker than it is if you're a defensive midfielder, because Zubimendi can get away with not influencing the game as much and people don't always notice. But when you're not scoring chances, or in Gyökeres' case, you're not even getting chances, stands out. So I say, bench him, love him, throw some arms around him, make him part of it, make sure he gets on a lot of times to see if he can make a difference, and treat him exactly like you would have done Eddie Nketiah. And just go, if you get a hat-trick, you probably start the next game. But if you don't, we're going to stick with a winning team. But also, we're 6 points clear at the top of the table and we've been playing Gyökeres. Maybe he's a lucky talisman. Maybe that's all we should care about. I don't know.
That's the thing. When we beat Villa 4-1, I think it was Rice's first goal, wasn't it? Gyökeres dragged 5 of their defenders out of the way. And
I mean, if by dragged them out of the way, he just made a slight run. I get it, but we're bending over backwards to point out good things that have happened as a result of them being on the pitch. And I'm saying that adds to the problem. I'm saying, I think it's absolutely fine to go, yeah, do you know what? He hasn't settled in as quickly as we wished. The games have been different. He's shown a lot of good qualities. He had the injury on top of not being fit pre-season. We're yet to see the best of Victor Gyökeres. That's all.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I think I'm with you in the fact that you were not a Gyökeres fan. I wasn't, because I think we both wanted Tesco.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you hear someone like Gyökeres saying, "Look, yeah, I want to come to Arsenal. I'm setting up here. I'm going to drop X amount of money that's going to be owed to me. I don't want that. I've got my agent to waiver the £5 million.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
And I want to come to Arsenal." And I'm thinking, oh, fair play.
Yeah.
What shirt number are you going to have?
beautiful
Number
story.
14. I thought, yeah, okay.
I mean, if he's got the balls to wear the 14, that's all looking good. He's had some great moments against Leeds. I'm not saying I think we're all on the same page. Gyökeres is one of ours now, so he might turn out to not be what we wanted. Charlie Nicholas was one of them. I've lived through lots of signings that didn't. Glenn Helder, if we want to talk about it. Like, I've seen some shit signings at Arsenal. Johnny Jensen didn't turn out to be the goal machine we all thought he would be, because we watched him in one game at the Euros. I would say, who is having this conversation now? It's like the people saying, I don't think Arteta's good enough. That conversation's parked. It's
ridiculous.
Just pop it to one side and we'll have it in June. Is that all right? Everyone will get together and we'll talk about, should Arteta stay or go in June? If he's won the Premier League and or something else, he's not going anywhere. And you can howl into the fucking stormy wind all you want. It's not happening. I've got some good comments and some people that are new first-time commenters, so love to see it. We've got a decent Spanish group forming in the squad. Rumours says we're looking at the next Pedri. Can we have the current Pedri, please? But what's his name? True win. Maybe eventually we'll get a Santi Cazorla regen. I hope so. We deserve it. I take a regen of Ian Wright and Santi Cazorla, put them into this team, put them into any team, and you win the league. And now it's 00 Sly Sex 87. That's quite a good name. I'd hate to think that an Arsenal fan would be happy seeing their team lose or draw. But based on the reactions, I'm beginning to think otherwise. Should they criticise? Of course, yes, but come on, you Gunners. Lovely comment. You fit in right here. I mean, this is the thing that drives us all mad, isn't it? It's once you're so invested and you've spent so long telling everyone this can't work, when it starts to work, it interferes with so much of what you've been saying, and you have to be in this position now where you go, I still don't think it's going to work, and we get to March and we're top by 4 points, and then you go, well, I hope I'm wrong, but I still don't think it can work. And then in May you're like, well, some reason why I was right, but it somehow worked anyway. I think there is a fear. I've seen it you see it, it gets talked about a lot. We all know it's true. Not naming any names, but there are channels that go into overdrive the minute something goes wrong, and they live for the drama. It's disgrace. I'm fuming. I'm angry. I'm so angry. I'm angry with all these top gooners that are happy occasionally. How dare they? And and we have to live with it. And that is a representation of our fan base.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that's what people think Arsenal fans are. And actual Arsenal fans you meet in everyday life or in a place like this where there's not histrionics about it, just kind of go, no, I think we'll win this year. I think we look really good. He's let us down. We haven't been as good as we'd wanted to be. But this all starts with when something you don't want to happen happens. It makes you angry and upset. And you see the psychology of football has changed. Fans are different from what they used to be, or supporters, whatever you want to call yourselves. It's different. It's all me. I need them to win a title. I'm angry. It always makes me laugh. I see this I'm fuming thumbnail title all the time, and I just think, who cares? Who cares if you're fuming? What's that got to do with me? You're fuming. Can we just have a conversation? Can we talk about football? Talking about football is almost as enjoyable as watching football, unless one person's saying the same thing all the time. Oh, did you see the move Martinelli made? Yes, but Arteta's shit. I know, but did you see he caught the ball on his left foot and then he chipped Donnarumma, the world's best keeper? Yeah, but that was lucky. It's like, so everything we do is lucky if it works out. And if anything goes against us, like we draw at home to the champions. I was watching a really interesting thing. Gabriel Bomlahor has almost had to sort of apologise because he was saying, I'd like to see if Arsenal could keep this up. and he was naming the last 6 games we've played and said, if they get 9 points from those 18 points, they'll be doing well. 12 points from those 18 points, they're doing well. We got 15. You know, we won 5 games in a row, and even while we're winning and going top and over, you know, and stretching away from City and Liverpool, Chelsea and Villa, people are going, yeah, but never seen it. I have never seen it before. Yeah, but he spent £1 billion. Right. Well, Pep spent like 600 million in just this. So Terry Fleurs on the Terrace was doing this thing about football inflation. He was adding normal rates of inflation to the price of footballers that Man United had bought. And I was like, that isn't how football inflation's worked, by the way. Football inflation has not kept in line with normal inflation. Players cost a lot more money than they do now. The fact that Arteta spent 600 million and George Graham got Bruce Rioch got Dennis Bergkamp for 7.5 million isn't because Bruce Rioch is some sort of genius. It's because 7.5 million was our record transfer. And now our record transfer is over 105 million. It's changed. Football's changed. That's not inflation rates. You know, things aren't that much more expensive than they were in 1996. The reality is that we have a team that not only is 6 points clear game week 21, having scored as many or more points than any other title win before, we're top of the Champions League. Because in 97-98, when Arteta was winning his first title, nowhere near the Champions League at that point, we played in the UEFA Cup and didn't do very well. Most George Graham's 91 team, which I think this is most similar to for me, there was no Champions League football. There was no Champions Cup. We weren't in Europe. You know, so like there's all kinds of differences. When you hear Tony Adams and Martin Keown going, we played every game. He goes, yes, you did. But if I had to throw in an extra 14 games, would you have felt it? Oh, yeah, I suppose I would have done. Right, well, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're doing to these players now.
I like how everybody always reverts back and they say, oh, well, these players had no issues. They were doing things that these players would never do. They'd be going out drinking drinking during the day. They'd be...
That's really unfair, Bobby. That's really unfair. Tony Adams was not going out drinking in the first months of 91. I promise you. Even though he's since then admitted to being an alcoholic, but he was in prison. So, so we had a captain in prison. We had a fracas at Man United where both teams went at it, like all of them. We dropped 2 points. They dropped 1 point. We weren't popular with anyone. No one wanted to see us win the title. And we won it with 2 games to go. We won it like the day we played Man United and beat them 3-1. We'd already won the league before the game kicked off because Ian Warren scored for Forest. People want to jump in comments in other channels and go, old gooners know that this doesn't feel like a title. I'm like, I'm the opposite. I'm the quiet idiot sitting there going, this feels like a title challenge to me. I feel like we're going to win it. I've never felt more confident that we're going to win a title than I do now. Partly because we've got a really well-balanced squad. Injuries can't have as big an impact on us. We've got an older, more mature squad that's played together longer. We seem to be doing okay at not losing games. And our main competitors are shit. Man City's just drew 3 in a row.
2 games this season, haven't we?
Yeah.
Villa and Liverpool. One was a moment of brilliance.
That, by the way, 2 games in all competitions.
Yeah, exactly. And what I'm trying to say is if we have, let's say we take a wider look at some other successful seasons like the Invincibles, who were incredible, there must have been frustration along the way.
Let me put it up for you now. I've got it here. I can tell you now. I can literally share this Excel page with you, and you'll see it, because the people weren't around. A lot of these guys now were 10. They think they remember the title. I went to every one of these games. We were ridiculous second half of the season. Let me see if I can share my screen. Where are we?
Well, while you're finding that, Dan, I was going to say that come towards the end of the season, there's 1 game left. We're 4 points clear. We're in the Champions League final, and still you get some alleged Arsenal fans claiming, but we were 6 points clear in January.
Yeah. See that.
The one that always gets me is when they say, you know, look, a lot of people going, 8 points isn't enough of a lead. We need to be 10 points clear. You're probably not cut out for league title because, like, saying to a sprinter, you're up against Usain Bolt, you've got to be like under 8 seconds, otherwise you've got to be perfect. You haven't got to be perfect. When you look at game week 21 of 2004 and you see that we beat Middlesbrough and we went on to beat Villa, City, Wolves, Southampton, Chelsea, Charlton, Blackburn and Bolton, but then we drew at home to Man United, we drew away to Newcastle, we drew at Spurs. There were lots of draws. And before that, the only thing that I think is really relevant is if you think 2004 was our best ever season, and you're a bit mental if you don't, right? But if 2004 is our best ever season, then Mikel Arteta, rubbish as he is, clueless as he is, arrogant as he is, Lego head, whatever you want to say, he's at least matched that achievement. 21 games played, 40 goals scored, 14 conceded, and 49 points. The exact same position that the Invincibles are in. Except I don't remember anyone during the Invincible season going, get rid of this prick! This is shit! We dropped points away to Everton. What's that? We dropped points away to... Do you know the Invincibles dropped points away to Charlton? Do you want to guess how many points we took off Charlton? 4 points. Like Portsmouth, famously, 2 points. It was not all plain sailing. Leagues never are. If you wanted to see... they have this kind of image of watching Manchester City that's really easy, that you're just the best team in the country and everyone just turns up and gives you 3 points. Well, there isn't a team that dominant at the moment, but we are perhaps online to there's no reason to think we won't score more points this season than the Invincibles did.
I think Zanzi came up with a great point there. No matter what happens, even if we are, and I know you were joking, but even if we were 4 points clear with 1 game left, they would literally say that we are... we've blown. We could have had more points at the end of the season. There's never going to be a point. There's never going to be a point. I can't watch this
boring football anymore. And I think, what is it? The boring? I hear this DJB, who I love and respect a great deal. But we disagree on some things. And he was like coming home from the game, I'm sick of watching this turgid, boring football. And I was like, that's all right. But we did also beat Atletico Madrid and Bayern Munich. Massive games, big nights. We wiped the floor with Aston Villa. We wiped the floor with Tottenham. We've had big games this season. It hasn't... To suddenly go, we play boring football, you go, well, I don't know if we do. I don't know if we do play boring football. There's lots of things I love about watching Arsenal, and some things I don't. But the reality is, to be angry at this point, you'd think a lot of them would just be like, I'm saying fucking nothing. Maybe I'll just... Every day... they're doing streams and people in the comments. The worst are not the people doing the shows. I'm not saying that because we're on a show, but I'm saying it's the comments you read in the comment section. Vicious, vile, vitriolic, talking about mutants and just like Hale End Academy really started to step up when Mertesacker came in. Oh, true one. We're gonna have to have I have to do a video on that because I might be coming round. But Bobby, I think you defended. Per Mertesacker the first time you were on, didn't you?
Yeah, I think he's done incredible work. I think you got to bear in mind he's worked under several different structures as well. And if you hear from anybody who's worked with him, they'll implicitly say he's been a great impact on their career. He's been very supportive. But I think the connection's more vital that he's got the belief of Arteta to bleed these players through, whereas if they're two isolated features, as certain clubs do have, what Mertesacker's shown Arteta is, look, you can trust these guys because you trust me and I'll deliver them to you when they're ready. So having that kind of send over, which is what I think Nwaneri was successful for, Miles, beyond that, Marley today.
I think the difficulty is because these guys coming at 8. I had this when I was researching it a lot because I did every year since 1961 the players that have come out of the academy and what happened to them, and you get these gluts. You got this massive glut because of Terry Burton, who is an incredibly good coach, and people like Don Howe who'd been at Arsenal, and they created the Mersons, the Campbells, the Tony Adams, the Martin Keogans. They created this glut of players, Rocky Rocastle, etc. Could go on and on. That George Graham just happened along at the right time with this incredible group. And maybe there's a similarity there with Arteta because he has had an incredible group. And I don't think he's always. I didn't feel like he always promoted the right ones, and some good ones were allowed to leave. But then when you look at what happened to them in their careers when they left, and you go, maybe Chido Obi Martin is not the one.
I don't. I agree with you. I've always been. I'm at a very positive stage right now. Have I
Imagine
been
if you
here?
weren't? Like, you'd have to be mental, wouldn't you?
But I've not always been here, and I'll be honest with you. I've not always been here. Even under Arteta's era, there was a few things that I didn't quite understand, and it's gone 360. I, at certain points, thought Torreira should have been still here. I've been proven wrong.
He didn't want to
Guendouzi,
be, but that was Torreira just would not stay. There was nothing anyone could do to make him.
and I think the same with Guendouzi as well. I thought there was a real player in there, and I thought player management, man management.
Where's
but
he just signed for? He's literally just signed for somewhere.
One of the Turkish teams.
Fenerbahce.
Yeah.
Fenerbahce, yeah.
But
So
when you were,
does that not prove him right? What's Guendouzi done? Since he
it
left
does
Arsenal?
absolutely proves me completely wrong, and I think within every single player that's left, whether that's Ainsley, Maitland, Niles, you can't. We're gonna have to really think about where they're playing at the minute. That's not a good sign. If I'm turning around to you and saying, "Oh, Kolasinac,"
Well, I know where he is. We played him, didn't we?
oh yeah, sorry, but generally, if you mention all these players that have left, they've all been the right decision because they've not gone on to even Emil Smith-Rowe,
even Joe Wilcock, even Willock, who went up to Newcastle. Massive fan of his. So how are we letting a really talented midfielder go in his first 2 seasons in Newcastle? You think, could this be another Serge Gnabry type thing, you know? And now you look at it and go, nope.
We don't see that anymore, do we? We don't. You're right. We had those moments where we saw Serge Gnabry and a few other players that left us and went on for success, but now we don't see it. We didn't see it with Eddie Nketiah. So all these things
What about
came
the worst
round.
of all of them was, when we weren't allowed to say that Saliba going missing and us having to play Rob Holding, and I got pelters off certain sections of the Osfam when the channel was still quite new because I was like, Rob Holding, I love him. He's not an Arsenal player. You can't win the Premier League up at the Etihad with him as your centre back. He did score the only goal that day, and he wasn't the problem. But the problem was bigger. It was that this is the player that we're putting on in a must-win game.
I thought he did okay that game. To be fair,
he did really well that game. A lot of people were saying that, saying, "Why are you picking on him now?" So I'm not picking on him, but this guy, if we sell him, it isn't City and Liverpool and Chelsea and Villa coming for him. If he gets to Palace, that's a really good move for him. So that should tell you that if your aspirations are beyond Palace, you have to buy a player to replace this guy. We sold him for what, 2 million? He went to Palace. He never kicked a ball in anger for Palace.
It's a shame.
It is a shame. I still think he's had a fantastic life, and I hope nothing but good things for him. I don't think it's me being horrible about someone to say you're not in you'd have to be in the top 25 players at Arsenal. You're not that, you're not going to make it if the squad gets better. You're not a bad player. You're just not as good as this team.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
And that's no shame. I mean, you're still going to be a millionaire. You're still never going to do a proper job in your life, and you're never going to have to worry about money. And you hopefully could even have. He's gone to America now, I think. So he's got coaching and years of happy memories, and he never let us down. And he's not villainized by us or anything. But he left, and he couldn't kick a. And then look at some of the ones when they went to Fulham, like Emil Smith-Rowe. That was one I was most attached to. I was like, I don't want to lose Emil Smith-Rowe. He is exactly the kind of footballer I like. But I watch him at Fulham with the same kind of confidence issues, and I think that was Arteta's problem with him, that he didn't show the spirit that he was looking for. And when you think he's good for Fulham, but he's not he's not their best player.
His injuries have persisted as well, haven't they?
And it hasn't been as bad as it was, but it hasn't been clear sailing either, and so that's a problem. There are a couple. I was a bit surprised that more people wouldn't have wanted Iwobi back. Or some players out there that I'm still quite attached to.
I thought he was a brilliant impact player, Iwobi.
Yeah, it was that era where he had some spirit about him. a lot. I mean, we were blessed to have Sanchez. I mean, if we didn't have Sanchez, it would have been a complete washout. But we had our moments. Wasn't there? So service to Gyökeres has been appalling. It will gel. It takes time. Judge him next season. I think we were all on that. I totally agree with you, Lee. Wasn't there a rumor of Gyökeres breaking up with? He did apparently break up with his girlfriend because she came out and she's a media influencer, social media influencer in Portugal, and she promised the Sporting fans she would try and keep him at Sporting. So it's like, well, you can get in a bin. I'm kind of Arsenal love.
Rob Holding is at Colorado Rapids.
Oh, is that
I
what?
thought he'd gone to America. It's quite recently he went, wasn't it? This summer or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, to 25. Yeah.
Good money. Beautiful place, by the way, Colorado. So, like, I mean, wonderful standard of living. Hopefully he enjoys the shit out of it. I don't think... I'm always loyal to the team and loyal to the position. It's like with Martinelli. I did want to... I would have sold Trossard at the start of the season. I was completely wrong. He has been arguably one of our best... Well, he has been one of our best players. I just don't know. You might be able to say he's been our best player. So Trossard's really surprised me. Martinelli's really surprised me from where I thought he was going to be to where he is. But I don't feel disloyal in not letting to drop Martinelli because I love my family, but I wouldn't put my mum on left wing because I love her. You know, it's different. You've got to pick if you're loyal to the person and not the position, then there could be a really brilliant left winger waiting for his chance to win Arsenal silverware, and you, oh, sorry, I promised it to Martinelli. Fuck that. Do you know what I mean? I can love someone and not let them play up front for Arsenal. It's just like I need the best, and I don't get to choose the team. I will say this: last two, the Liverpool game. All the fury around how bad we were, no one could say they disagreed with that team selection. I mean, people did, obviously, because hindsight's 20/20. But I was really happy with who he picked. I thought that was the team, our strongest team. I thought about maybe starting Jesus, so I can't criticise Arteta on his team selection. He's put out the right players, and on the day, no one ever blames players really as a collective for losing matches, which is a bit frustrating, particularly if you're a Man United fan. But just didn't happen, did it? Just didn't happen in the second half. But to come back
human.
to yeah, do you know what I mean? Like,
We're human. Simple as that.
A lot of people who have the strongest opinions are not. They're superhuman. When I hear people going, elite sports is about coming first, and I think, are you an elite sports person? Have you ever egg and spoon race? Right, okay, yeah. So maybe I don't need your opinion on how people don't. It's a Dunning-Kruger effect. People who don't know anything don't realise they don't know stuff, so they think they know everything, and they get angry with people sitting around them going, "I'm not sure I'm there with you. I don't know. I'm not sure the Earth is flat." I keep pushing the same agendas. Like you can say, like Bobby, you said something earlier. You were like, "I haven't always been positive about Arteta."
I haven't, no.
It would be mental if you had. Like me and Zanzi have talked about this numerously, but I'll hand over to you in a second, Zanzi. But I think the consensus is none of us were happy when he was made manager. None of us. I didn't have a particular attachment to him because I thought he was a captain at a very bad time in the football club, and I didn't really think of him as a proper Arsenal captain, And so he steps up and he's slick and he says, but he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's never done this. No CEO, no company worth £1 billion will appoint a CEO who's never done it before. I thought it was mental, but as it transpires, Kroenke had an intuition about Arteta, which I'm sure he's more convinced about than ever, even if the more enlightened Arsenal fans will tell him that Arteta's a complete narcissist and he's killing players and all of that. Kroenke doesn't seem to be listening to that. He's going, yeah, I'm quite all right. Well, all the Kroenkes care about is making money. I'm not even disagreeing with that. Like, how am I going to get into an argument with someone who says to me that all billionaires care about is making money? So yes, I imagine that's probably true because it ain't easy making £1 billion, And I know he married the heiress to the Walmart fortunes, but he's worth a tidy penny of his own, and has successful sports franchises in football, in like basketball, obviously American football, ice hockey, all winners. And he had the same thing at the St. Louis Rams, I've actually lost track now. They're somewhere out there, mid to west. But the Rams, he went for a young, focused team coach who had a vision, and it took them to the Super Bowl. So he was like, I kind of feel I like that story, and I'm the billionaire. I pay the wages. I have who the fuck I like. Thank you. And all these people saying that, Arteta's just a yes man. It's like, we all have bosses. See how long you stay employed if you're a no man. I mean, if you want a clue, I would suggest the post-match press conference given by either Maresca or Conte, or if you like, more recently even than that, Ruben Amorim. If you piss off your boss, you're gone instantly. If you piss off the fan base, you could survive a while. But it's these people saying that, Kroenkes, all they care about is making money. It's like, right, well, do yourself a favour, buy the club off them, and just all you care about is silverware. But we're dealing with billionaires. It's probably intelligent to think of being a billionaire as a mental disorder, because it's not something you covet money a little bit much at the point where you're not happy with 100 billion. When you think it takes 32 years to count to 1 billion.
Do they actually realise that the better Arsenal are, the more money Arsenal will make?
Not necessarily. That is a point we could discuss, because there are so many factors. How much money would you spend to win a title if the difference between winning the league and not winning the league is... it goes in intervals of 250,000. It's not much anyway, relative to the actual commercial capacity of a club. What you need, really, if you want to understand the business of football, you need a team that will keep eyes on them. So if you want to get the most money for your commercials, you need to be a current or popular team. Juventus still make good commercial money. They're not winning shit. It's hard for new teams to build up a fan base, but football is not a business. Football's mental. Football can shit on you. Your football club might be Hull. They never buy anyone good. The prices go up all the time. You're always watching average football. Or you could be like, never mind Hull. I like Hull. You could be a Spurs fan. You could have your team owners build the world's best stadium, and then you're treated to Ange Postecoglou. Then you win a tournament, and then they sack the guy who won it again, which, Spurs. There are all kinds of ways you could be a miserable football fan, and yet they still pay their money, and they don't. There's no real way of complaining if you're still paying your money, because that's all that really matters. But in the end, when people say, "Oh, the Kroenkes don't care about this club," it's like, that's what happens when you let people buy clubs with enough money. If there was a process here like there is in Germany, where every board of every football club has to include 30% voting share the fans, what would probably happen is billionaires probably wouldn't buy. Someone like Kroenke would go, "I don't want it then. I want to own it, and I want to move it to Los Angeles, and I'm going to paint it all blue." That's what happens when you sell your thing. We all feel like we own Arsenal, but we don't. One person owns Arsenal.
I always used to find that really interesting when we used to have people petitioning outside stadiums saying Kroenke's out. And I always put this in context. And I think that's like me walking to the local chip shop and saying, "You get out of that chip shop you own, because I don't like you. I have an option to go to another chip shop. You get out of this chip shop." It would never work. And there's no way, even if I stood there with 50 people, they are not getting out of that chip shop. I know it's a stupid example.
I love your analogy, and I'll build on it, because it was like, imagine that guy owns 50 chip shops and he's never actually in that chip shop, and you're standing outside day after day, but the chip shop's still making money. And then one day your impact is that there's like a 5% drop in revenue. He goes, "Oh, just take me to that chip shop," and he drives past all these idiots and goes, "They'll be gone in a week." There's no Stan Kroenke does not care. What's brilliant about that, though, was that he was influenced into giving Unai Emery the job, because he preferred Arteta's presentation, but everybody around him, some of whom now work for Tottenham, some of whom now work for Nottingham Forest, all these people said, you have to have experience in football. It's not like any other sport. It's not like the LA Rams. In football, you have to know what you're doing. So he went with Unai Emery, who's got an impeccable CV, and a year and a half later, no one's turning up to the matches. So he's like, well, do you know what? Let's be honest. I am a billionaire. Clearly, if you count the amount of stuff I have, like if I had 1 billion guitars, people would go, oh, Dan's quite into guitars. You know, if I've got £1 billion, Dan's quite into money. That's just how it works. No one goes, oh, do you know what? I bought a post office coupon and I won 440 million and I put it all on black and, you know, now I'm a billion. No, it's not. This is not how billionaires are formed. They are money focused and that's all they're focused in. And you say to this person, you know, that he takes the advice. And now he's gone for Arteta and he's a billionaire and he's probably already got a God complex. He's pretty sure he's right. And he's not watching the Full Irish every morning at 10:30 going, oh, this guy is right. I don't think the Cronkies would give a fuck if they found out that Mikel Arteta was a psychopath. But to the central question, right? If we're constantly in the picture and people are constantly talking about us, that maximizes our commercial revenue potential. We are seeing huge growth in commercials. We are becoming a regular feature of the Champions League, which brings its own revenue streams. And we are entering into a world in which PSR may cease to exist and the investment potential is huge. But how much money would you spend to win the Champions League? Look at what happens when the Qataris take over PSG. Roman Abramovich at Chelsea, the Qataris at PSG, all they want is the associated glory of being recognised as the best. They want the biggest trinket. Money is not an object. Roman Abramovich comes in and goes, right, so just get rid of everyone and buy the best of everything. You know, who's this manager? No, fuck him off. And, you know, even the best isn't good enough after a while, those really high standards. But they're not doing it because they love the clubs. Roman Abramovich nearly bought Spurs. What's his name? Jim Radcliffe had a Chelsea season ticket when he was trying to take over Manchester United. These people, it's not their love of the game. They're not like Sandy. Both of you might remember who was the really rich Blackburn owner, Jack
Walker.
Jack Walker. Yeah. That's a true glory of like someone going, I love this place. I want us to have the best of everything, and I'm going to dip my hand in my own pocket. Todd Boehly and Ed Gabali have not bought Chelsea because they love Chelsea. They've bought it because they're looking at the World Cup this year and going, the value of European teams is going to increase significantly. If we can keep a lot of money on our books by having lots of players on long contracts who have good market value because they're young, we can invest this much and double it, and we're done. That is kind of what investment houses do, isn't it? They're not like, oh, we were all into making money and shit, but now it's all about the football. Come on, you Blues. You know, no. Like, we know what's happening is football has gone from being something an eccentric millionaire can invest serious money in, but now it's become you have to be a billionaire. And the world that we live in with people going, but our billionaire owners care about us. Saudi bought Newcastle because they love Geordies and the Geordies. No, like... sports washing and glory and individual, you know, these are the owners of modern football clubs, and to think that they're watching YouTube. Although I do know that Josh Kroenke watches, he doesn't comment. Josh, if you're in, just give us a hit a like. I'm going to read.
So it's the same with Arteta as well, mate.
What, he doesn't read the comments?
No, he watches this as well.
Oh yeah, no, I know he does. Mikel's got taste. Yeah. Wonder what those who thought Sir Alex wouldn't work out when he wasn't working out started to. Well, there's a guy famously who did the banner "Get Out of My Club, Fergie," and they interviewed him, and he just laughs about it now. He goes, "Yeah, just after that banner became famous."
I think with a lot of the mutiny between the Arsenal fans now, and when you look at how separated we still are online, I think that's the only place it appears. I think it is online where you see the separation. I won't mention the name again, but I was on a stream. Well, not on a stream. I was just flicking through it, and I saw the comments. And the chap who was speaking on it said, oh, we have to win the FA Cup or get him out. And I'm like, you want him to win the FA Cup? You also wanted to win the Premier League. You also wanted to win the Champions League. You wanted to win the League Cup. What? Where is the variable in this? But what was really interesting was one of the chaps was turning around and saying something along the lines of, he goes, Martinelli, where was the fight from minute one? I go, and I left a comment and said, he didn't start the game. I go, and then
Why
he goes,
wasn't he fighting on the bench?
yeah, and he goes, where was the fight? And that's exactly what he said. And he goes, well, football's a collective. I go, you can't hold him responsible. It's just ridiculous. It's just so much hate. And the one thing that got me, they were like, all the comments were, he's a clown, get him out of our club. So why is he a clown? And I shouldn't have entertained it because it was really petty. So I started going into the comments. I was like, why is he a clown? And I go, he cannot physically do any more right now, especially after today. We are at the
Yeah, I know,
peak
right?
of
But
what
I
we
was
can do.
jokingly saying that last week. I was like, just think where we could be if we'd sacked this idiot. Do you know what I mean? We'd be
Yeah.
top. We'd be top. We'd be clear at top. We'd be top of the Champions League. We'd be League Cup semi. Actually, yeah, no. When you put it that way, literally,
You couldn't be any
everything-
better.
People now, the same people now who told us that this wasn't going to be a title season, this was going to be a top 4 battle. We were so bad. We'd done so badly at buying players that we needed, that we were lucky if we were in a race for Europe. Now, 21 games later, 6 points clear, and the narrative is, well, that's not enough. 6 points, that's not enough. And you think, actually, 1 point's enough. I don't know where this... 1 point's enough. 1 point ahead on the 38th game of this season. I'm done. I'm out of the door, chair spinning. Get me to the Islington party that lasts a month. The longer we've waited to taste that glory, the harder it's been. I get it. We've turned into a fan base that genuinely thinks that the most productive thing it can do is be vicious and vile and bile-filled and hateful and simplistic. We are the populist team. We're a beautiful club with a rich history, and now we have this vocal tiny minority angry at the fact that they're a minority, casting aspersions on the intelligence of everyone else. And you know someone's stupid when they call someone else stupid, because most people don't think like that. Most people don't think other people are stupid when you disagree with them. They go, well, that's interesting. I don't see it that way. Oh, you like vanilla ice cream? I like chocolate ice cream. Okay, we'll go about our business. You know, they don't call the manager of their club a psychopath every day. They don't do horrible, demeaning videos about other people who just disagree with them. That is not how intelligent, sensible people behave. But that is the tiny, shouty majority. And it doesn't matter what happens, they bend with it. You know, they're cultish. So if you get into a conversation, they always tell you about, well, some of these, I'll get into a conversation with them and they'll go, well, some of these Arsenal fans just think Arteta's brilliant. I go, well, I don't know any of those people. I don't meet those. I hear everybody always does this for balance. They go, look, there's a lot of very angry Arsenal fans that don't make a lot of sense to most people. But there's also the ones that are too far overboard that say Arsenal are the greatest team they've ever seen and they really love Arteta and they'd have his babies. And you go, well, I don't meet those people. I have yet to have someone on this channel say to me that they fancy Arteta or that they don't care how good or bad the football is. Arteta's brilliant. No one ever makes a really big case for Arteta. Most of us, I think all three of us are in this category. Look, there is a point at which you can believe in someone and think they're great, but like you hire them to do a job and the job is taking longer and longer, and there's a certain point where you start to think, oh shit, am I actually ever going to get this job done? But you really like them, and you have this sunk cost fallacy, which is, oh, I've spent so much now, I've got to see it through. And in business, that's not a real thing. In business, the cronkies will look at it, and when they're sure that this is not going to generate what they want, they'll get rid of him. But I think what they want has more to do with money than just silverware.
I think as well, the way I look at it is the times I was Arteta out I weren't as extreme as that, but I'd say when I wasn't a fan of Arteta was when the Aubameyang thing happened. I wasn't a fan of how that was dealt with because I felt he was a bit outed and there was rumours of his mum being ill. So I was like, that's not really the kind of class I'd like to have associated. And I felt as though we went through a phase, and I've been proven wrong in terms of I felt we got rid of Aubameyang, Lacazette, Balogun,
Yeah.
Eddie Nketiah, and we didn't sign anyone.
Yeah,
We signed Jesus, and that was it for those 4 players leaving.
and Havertz, but we might have signed
But
him
that
as
was a lot
mid.
later. That's like over 5-6 years, so I couldn't understand the context, and it brought me back to when Wenger got rid of Flamini, Diarra, Vieira, Gilberto, all those players across that period, and even Lasana Diarra in that one position, and we just over a period of 18 months, and I thought we're replicating that, but I couldn't understand how we did that, and then I thought, and then I saw contexts of, I saw instances where I couldn't see him manage players better. So when he fell out with Guendouzi and stuff like that, I was like, you should be able to manage these players better, because he was a £5 million buy, Guendouzi. That's all he was. But then obviously over time, you get proven wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong. And I wouldn't say I've
Doesn't the
ever
world
been as
make
vicious
more
as
sense
those.
to you when you are wrong? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Absolutely.
I've had jobs
Absolutely.
where it's kind of like, some jobs are just bullshit. So I've worked in marketing, and this will make you laugh. We were launching an online travel agent, and we went to this agency. It's quite a cheap agency, and I don't think they work for British Airways. But they, after listening to us, talking to us, saying, what kind of car would you be? If you were a car, what kind of car would you be? And what's the spirit of that? And they get this whole sense. It's called a concept lens or something. And you sit in this meeting, and you tell them what the idea of, and we said we were funny, we were trying to break stereotypes. And they came back with the strapline, we take your holiday seriously. And we were like, that's the opposite of what we want. It's now the British Airways slogan. So my missus always laughs when she sees it. But I've been in plenty of situations where after a while you realise people are just talking shit. They don't actually, there's a lot of hot air and word salad and jargon that, like, especially if you're talking in business, well, what's your EBITDA and blah, blah, blah. But, basically, wouldn't it be weird if us, with all our lives and our families and everything else we do, could watch a game of football and know more about it than someone like Mikel Arteta, who was at La Masia from 8 years old. At 18 years old, was at Paris Saint-Germain, learning alongside some of the greats, and has, although not had a top-tier football career, has had a football career that...
Very impressive. Very, very impressive.
If you went round every good academy in Europe, and told the player at 14 you can have, or 8 you can have this career, you'll never play for your national team, you're not going to win the big things, but you're going to earn a fortune and you're going to have a fantastic life. If you're not ready to take, you are a very special talent indeed if you're so sure of yourself that you wouldn't take that, because he had a good career. And
played at PSG.
Yeah, he's all right. Rangers, we'll give him a break on that one.
Yeah.
But Everton under David Moyes, who's a successful, like, he's learned
Incredible
from some
player,
great managers, right? He had Pochettino, was a close friend of his. He's from a part of Spain where, like, football, I think it's like Brazil. I don't know what happens. They give you a football, or breastfeed off a football. I don't know what happens, but that part of the world, like, they're all geniuses. And he was brought up in Barcelona. There is no better academy. Like, you can say ours is good, but come on, man, they're mythically good.
Do you know what's so refreshing about that? You're talking about him being brought up in Barcelona. You're talking about him being studied under that whole banner. He was under Guardiola's wing for so long. And you look at the style that he now plays and the physicality, everything that he's changed to be kings of set pieces. That's not been because of his upbringing. That's been because of his innovation. Yeah. And that's like...
Or what you said earlier, he trusts people around him. I think that's...
Exactly. So, and he's created a dynamic now where I'm happy to say, you know what? When was set pieces a figment of Arsenal's game? It's not a figment in Man City's game now. Liverpool can't do it. They'd love to do it, but they can't do it. This is something...
Like, I mean, who are the... I was watching the game today because we scored 3, and I was like, I can see set piece FC becoming a thing again. But, like, are there teams out there go, I'd rather not score than score a corner? You kind of like, what's wrong with you? Like it's a goal. But I need to rattle through some of these comments because we've got new people. And Lie Down Gaming says, I believe Arteta removed Guendouzi because of an attitude issue. It was after the sending off at Brighton.
Brighton, yeah.
And it was a disgusting behaviour in in training as well, but particularly at that game and his response to being called out for what he did in that game. I think Arteta will leave eventually with a great CV. For fun, where do you think he'll go? I think he'll go to Barcelona. Guys, anyone? Gary's here. Yay! I hope he's still here. This is why I should read these comments. Gary, sorry, I haven't been going through the comments. Brilliant to see you, mate.
It will be Barcelona.
Well, don't say that. I want him to stay the rest. I want him to.
Well, no, but you said it'd be Barcelona. What do you think? And I'm just agreeing. Yeah, if he did go, it would be Barcelona.
You said it too emphatically. It sounded like you knew. It sounded
No.
like you had.
I'll give him a quick phone call. Find out now. Actually,
please do. Yeah. Hands free. Holding was a great hairline. Now that's a win in itself. So true. Have a good week, everyone. Mr. Tom, thank you for being here. You as well.
It's funny actually because Mr. Tom's avatar there looks a bit like Rob Holding now.
No, it doesn't.
He does. He's bald headed.
No,
Not anymore.
He did the hair transplant thing. Are you not paying attention?
He went to Turkey, didn't he? He had
the rest. Yeah, he's got teeth and hairline. Quadruple on Lone Star Londoner. Great teammate. This time last year, injuries galore. A year later, everyone is back and we have strengthened. Plus, Max Dalman, if desperate. Now, he is injured, but you're absolutely right. It's true that. Actually, for context, if you really want to be gloomy, you can't be as gloomy as you were last year, because last year was like, oh, come on, buy someone in the transfer window, please. We're going to need it. We're going to need. What if something happens to Havertz? They don't buy anyone, and then Havertz gets injured, and you're like, am I the? But then the reality, from a business point of view, is I think they just did the calculations and went, we're not winning the league here, even if we spend 200 million, so we wait. It's just what it is. Don't let's get shafted in a January transfer window. We'll win the Champions League soon enough, the way Arteta's teams play. I hope so, man. I love that positivity. What we've got? Tottenham Hotspur, Manchester United, both fan bases weak losers, to be fair. West Ham done as well. Shit ownership. I don't know about the shit ownership. I think the fans have to hold their hands up at West Ham a little bit and go, you wanted more, you changed, you weren't happy with what you had. Dan, why don't fans just do step at a time? I don't know. That's a really good point. The reality is, just go, I don't know yet. Do you think Arsenal win the league? I don't know. Would you sack Arteta? I don't know. We have to know. Well, I have to know today, and then tomorrow I can change my mind, right? Yeah, and the day after I can change my mind again. Yeah, okay, so that we're just going to do sports. That is, when you watch enough Talk Sport, you know that everything is way more important than it actually is. And what do you make of this Martinelli? Do you think he should be shot at dawn? It's like, no. Do you think his family should be imprisoned as a measure of the disgrace? What he's done, it's disgusting, isn't it? It's like, no, it's not disgusting. It's just a young man over.
It's a great Jeff Stelling impression, by the way.
No, I wasn't doing Jeff Stelling. It's the internet, though, Bobby. Not sure what you expect. Trolls everywhere. It's just, yeah. The internet's full of trolls. Everyday life isn't. Thank God. I'd like it this way round. Do you know what I mean? Like, when I get really... Here's the thing. I've admitted this on several occasions, but when I get really pissed off with YouTube and I'm surfing and there's hate coming at me from all directions, it's only at Christmas I took that digital break and I was like, you don't have to watch it. Yeah, but I need to know what they're saying. No, you don't. You know, don't lift that rock. If you don't like creepy crawly things, just... know that they're probably under there, but just don't lift that rock. Just be like, why aren't you more angry? I don't know, man. Like, why would I be angry? Because if you're not angry, then our standards aren't going to rise. It's like, wow, I don't think I'm as important as you do. I think I could not, I could not. That's the thing, isn't it? I'm fuming. I've had enough, and I always just want to say, well, cheerio, then. Because winning a title does take a bit of character, and if you don't have it, as a fan base, how can you expect it of the people? All these people say bottlers. At first, it looked like he was getting rid of all the main talent, like Guendouzi. Saliba went out on loan. We didn't know if Saliba was going to be talent. We just hoped. That's true, though. Aubameyang ditched Europa League bleak times. Listen, like anyone who tells you... I mean, I would consider it suspicious if somebody said to me, I always thought Arteta was the right manager for Arsenal. Because it's like the people now that go, I never thought we should sack Unai Emery, and you go, well, didn't hear from you and when it really mattered then, did we? You didn't do the petitions and the protests at the right time. It's a bit silly now. We've got a new manager for 6. I do think that when I look around at teams, that they want us to emulate. You know, Chelsea, we've got standards. If someone doesn't do it, we get rid of them. Every 18 months as a new manager. It's like, yeah, you've now ended up with, is it Liam Rosenior? Like, come on, man. Sometimes I feel like I'm living in a simulation and they're just making shit up as we go along. They go, oh, you know, you remember Liam Rosenior? No, I don't. Oh, he played at Hull. Oh, right. Well, I can't name any Hull players. That's why. And, well, where's he managed then? Well, I actually sacked him at Hull. But since then, he's made it to 7th in Ligue 1 with Strasbourg. And you're like, Chelsea. Yeah. All right, good. That's a step up. Where do they go after this? Am I going to have to be manager of Chelsea? What's lower down the pecking order than Liam Rosenior? Seriously, Wayne Rooney? Bring Frank Lampard back. What is the... Seriously, what is... And they've given him a 5-year contract. They go, we're so confident in the season you've had at Strasbourg that we think you're going to be... It's all mental. How the hell have Chelsea... And then you look at... They want us to sack... they want us to sack Arteta, and you go, like, if that's the people out there, how would you? No. I liked his press conference. I thought he sounded quite intelligent, and everything.
I did too, as well. To be fair,
does that? I think that means he lasts less long. You know, I think you have to be. I don't know if it's true that the stuff that was talked about when Tuchel was sacked. You know, the kind of things that had crept into the media, you know, that Todd Bowley once asked him, you know, why don't you play a 4-4-3 and things like that, and you kind of go, well, you know, Todd Bowley's never, and then makes himself sporting director, doesn't know that you can't have 11 outfield players, but wants to be sporting director of one of the world's most successful clubs. It's all a little bit weird, but I think we've come to a point now. Liam Rosenior?
I'm going to hold judgment on that purely because I'd like to. I think they're following Arteta's mould in terms of someone that's quite young that they're going to give time to, someone that will follow the direction of the club. Obviously, I hope it doesn't work out for them, but genuinely, I think I was hearing Simon Jordan on TalkSport talk about Igbali, and he said this guy's probably the best operator in football, and I'd say I don't always listen to Simon Jordan with complete faith, but the amount of conviction he said that with, I don't think they've gone for Rosenior on the basis of him just being within the Chelsea group. I think there's something that they've seen within a presentation, very similar to what the Kroenke saw within Arteta, that they believe it could emulate here. And I just think that they've seen something within an interview or presentation that resonates with them, and I think that's why they've gone down that route. Doesn't mean it's going to work, but I think they're backing themselves. If that person follows the vision and there's no, let's say, insubordination or anything like that, I think they've left themselves in a better position than they have done with the others, really.
So I think that's a really sensible point. I think they've obviously not just gone, oh, who can we get quickly, and offered him a 5-year contract. I think what you're saying makes perfect sense. But I would say that is already a huge risk, because you have to look at what you're dealing with. At Chelsea, you have a far too large a squad. You have become a development club. You're really only buying players that will hold significant value for a resale within 2 to 3 years. You cannot afford to go out and buy the kind of players that might, and bring in the kind of players on salaries that might help you actually win things. But you win enough things to stay current and keep the value high. And so you have this squad of young people without real leadership in there. And they're also on huge salaries, and they're huge talents, and they have egos. And they are competing with each other for places at an unhealthy level. And you don't really know who your best 11 is, but you've got a rough idea. To bring a manager with no experience into that, a situation that requires really delicate handling, you have to keep the board happy. You're looking for a manager who's not a manager. You're looking for a team coach. You're looking for a person who's just going to take the players you give him and train them. But you're doing it with a fan base that expects a league challenge. And to ask anyone to go into that Chelsea dressing room without the power to get rid of players or bring in players they want, and to galvanise that disparate team of young men who don't know who the fuck you are, because maybe the Chelsea, they went to an away day at Strasbourg, but nobody knows who Liam Rosenior is. You know, these are not players that are going to look at Leroy Rosenior. I mean, like the same problem Arteta had. The Germans were like, what have you ever done? Everyone at our club was a cabal of Germans, and they were like, don't like him. From Mesut Ozil, none of them liked him. And he had to pick them off one by one. And I think some of them, I was surprised. Kolasinac, I know, isn't German, but obviously came from Germany and speaks German. It was just really interesting. But what Arteta realised is he needed to break up that dressing room. He needed to own it. He needed to walk in there and go, you might not like it, but I'm in charge, and I'm going to show you I'm in charge. You cross my lines and I'm in charge, and I don't care who you are, you go. And that's one way to do it. It's not the only way to do it. It's not the Hansi Flick way to do it. It's not the joyous team building Carlo Ancelotti way of doing it, but it suits Arteta to have that control at that time, because without it he can't change things in the way they need to be changed. And without it, Liam Rosenior, however good he is as a coach, cannot change the fundamental problem at Chelsea. The fans' expectations are not in line with the desired goal of the owners, and they are absolutely adamant that they are going to control who comes in and out of that club. And they might be the best operators there are, but if Edgar Bailly is such a great operator, somebody needs to explain to me what they're doing with Sanchez in goal. You know, why they're not moving for the players that would take them to the next level. They seem happier to just take that control away from a manager. But there are managers out there. Xavi's not working. If you wanted to send a statement of intent, you don't go for the risk of Liam Rosenior. And I know that none of us know if it's going to work out or not. But I think he would have to be a generational talent to make it work. I think if you put Pep Guardiola in at Chelsea, he would struggle to build a title-winning side, because it's not how he operates. Arteta would never take that job now with the freedom he has. Even Unai Emery would look twice before going to Chelsea. And the reason that top managers don't want to work in those conditions is because they're almost impossible conditions to work in. Manage these guys to a title, will you? Yeah, well, we don't have like a striker that I respect, and you know, everyone's under the age of 26, and like some of these guys are on 8-year contracts, and I don't know I can't drop. You're telling me how long I have to drop him? The truth will come out in due course, but the suggestions so far have been that Maresca was being told what time to play a player till, who he could play. Then it doesn't really feel like being a manager. It's not even really a team coach anymore. It's just, what am I doing? What do I do? The press conferences. And no manager wants the pressure of that without, you know, Pep Guardiola was so careful. He chose Man City as his next project because there weren't these huge fan expectations, and the owners gave him complete control.
I think I agree with what you're saying there, but I think the reason that he's been as shrewd signing as a manager is because he's already adapted to the Chelsea structure with the club that he's been under, in terms of he's been aware, he's probably been groomed for that position, he's seen what's happened. And I think Maresca wasn't a big name before he came to Chelsea. He became a big name. He was at Leicester, wasn't he? And he was under Pep. So I feel as though what they've done is they've identified someone who can deal with the cultures, probably familiar with the people, the senior leadership as well over that period, because he was under the Chelsea group with his last club. And I think that's why they've taken the plunge with somebody who understands the culture. He may not tick all the boxes immediately, and nobody may ever do it, because it is a very complex situation and it's something that's very new to football. Well, not really, because you could say Brighton do something in a slightly different way with acquisitions and selling players and stuff like that. But I think it'll be interesting to see how it pans out. But I don't think he's probably ticked off some of the bases already with his understanding over the last period of working under the group.
Yeah, I know. I think you can convince me on just the idea that he went in there, did such a good interview, and they know him from Strasbourg, and they're in the same group, and that could do it. And you go, look, we have to decide. We give this guy a long time, but that just demonstrates a little bit further that Chelsea see themselves in a rebuild, but it doesn't feel like it's a rebuild towards titles. It feels like it's a structural financial rebuild that turns Chelsea from being basically a billionaire's plaything with limitless investable opportunities because of an as yet unregulated transfer market to one where they're basically just producing things that look good on the bottom line of the finances and show an increase in their investment that satisfies the members of their investment board. And ultimately, you see at Manchester United, we've had Lucky Singh on, like, just how frustrating it must be to watch the Glazers and then Ineos come in and just be absolutely clueless, but so convinced they're right and fuck up so badly and take you from being a club that sacked Ole Gunnar Solskjaer or Jose Mourinho, who finished second, to a club that basically had to fire its manager because he begged to not be there anymore, and now have Darren Fletcher in charge and are out of every competition they could win on January the 12th, January 11th.
I think we were talking about him a little earlier with regards to Edu. I think when we talk about how he might have not been the best person for us for 1 year, but the amount of damage he reversed earlier within his tenure when he took over is very paramount towards where we are as a club now. Because if all those other people were in the board and it was structured the way it was, we are not here where we are today if we have a toxic board behind Arteta. So as much as I might have not mocked, but said a couple of jokes about Edu, but I think realistically,
I think
more praise
you're
needs to be
giving
put on
him more
Rangers.
credit for that situation. I think that there was a lot of the Usmanov leaving that changed. I mean, perhaps politically this is always a bad thing, and perhaps in football it's always a good thing. A dictatorship. If you've got one guy goes, we've seen Cardiff with teams that are taken over by people who change the team colours. We've seen, when I was young, Wimbledon moving to Milton Keynes. Absolutely disgraceful in football, but quite common in American sports. Look at who owns our football clubs now. American owners, up and down. Like, yes, you've got some oil states, but the largest influence... I just got a nice message. But no, so some of the real ownership, it's Americans are seeing huge potential value in the growth of soccer in the US market because the timing of the games. 3 p.m. In Greenwich Mean Time equates to 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Kids are getting up in the morning, boys your age are getting up in the morning and watching football all day, right? And that's eyes on the screen. Advertising revenue is massive because there is no greater consumer market than the United States. And football in the last couple of years has leapt past junior hockey, which is, so it's now the fourth most popular sport in the US. And they're about to host a World Cup. And I know that American fans aren't into it yet, some of them, but when it actually lands, and they do huge sporting events better than anyone in history has ever done them. Like, I don't think the Romans could compete with the way Americans do sports. It's incredible. This World Cup's going to be incredible, and there's going to be changes in technology that come out of it. The sport will change, but ultimately what will happen is all of the most popular eyes-on marketing teams will be worth at least 50% more than they were 2 years ago, probably even by a factor of 2. So when Eck is trying to buy the club from the Cronkies and people are trying to buy the club off Todd Bowley, they're like, no, I've just bought a thing for a huge amount of money that's going to double, and then they're going to ditch it. What happens when they ditch it is really interesting. But behind that, there is also the fact that if you looked at the entities that have yet to enter football that are presumed that they will do in the next 5 to 10 years, you're talking about Facebook. What if Facebook started buying the rights to football? thinking about the money they could invest. What if it was Amazon that comes in? You've got huge entities. Prime's already dipped its toe in the water and liked the model. Club season tickets, all kinds of things are possible, but the amount of money that's about to pour into football because of advertising revenue. The World Cup in the United States will be the most successful in terms of revenue sold. Everything about it is just massively inflated from where it was 20 years ago. And most of the American investors coming in see that and they want to ride the wave to its pinnacle. I'm saying that by 2028, that pinnacle will have declined again. So we could see like the most massive... Stan Kroenke sells a club. Blue Co sell their club. Every American owner suddenly sells a club. And maybe we here at the Adams Arms need to have a really strong think about pitching in together and coming up with the money to buy Arsenal. I'll start us off.
I'll knock back a few takeaways and I'll chip in.
Yeah, I think that's all we have to do as a fan base now.
We'll just have to cut down on the Deliveroos and...
Got to anyway. One of my New Year's resolutions is no takeaways in 2026.
If you do that, that's incredible.
Isn't it? Like, it's a journey. I'm just going to document a journey. It'd be like, today I didn't have a kebab.
Day one.
Day two. This was not a good idea.
Yeah. And then you start again at day one. Day one.
Day one.
Sorry, I'll leave this as my last point because I've just realised what the time is. But I really appreciate both of you having us on and all the nice comments. When I was referring to Edu, I was meaning there was basically when Wenger had left, they brought in the best in class from different divisions. And they didn't gel. So I know we spoke about it before. Sinelli, Mislintat, Venkai, all of these people. And it didn't work. It just didn't work. There was far too much toxicity. And that meant that Unai's period was really poorly managed in terms of communicating.
Was almost certainly like, how do I say this without libel? Bent as a 6-bob note, like like that was the suggestion. I don't know the man. I don't know.
Allegedly,
exactly. Zanzi's just alleged it, but I wouldn't because I don't know anything about it. But do you know what I mean? So like there was a lot. Charles Watt's book's great on this, where he talks about the atmosphere that. I think all I can speak to is just before we played Chelsea on Boxing Day, I was at my lowest point with Arteta. I was like, see, this is exactly what happens when you bring in someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Willian. Day after day, Willian. No real idea. What shape are we playing? What's going on? And then we beat Chelsea. He was forced to make changes that he wouldn't have otherwise, I don't think, made. And we suddenly got our passion back. And then there's Kieran Tierney scoring that goal in the snow at West Bromwich Albion. And there's suddenly something about us which is like, so elevated from the doom and gloom of endless, repetitive, boring matches of no intention, no idea, no midfield, under Emery. And then now I look at it and go, fucking hell, I'm having to deal with people who are angry. We're only 6 points clear at the top of the table. We're only unbeaten. Not only are we unbeaten in Europe, we've won every game. We've only conceded one goal. We've played Atletico Madrid and Bayern, and we've conceded one goal. We've got 2 games left. We don't even have to turn up for, and we get through anyway. In the top 2, probably. We're in the League Cup semi-final against a Chelsea team who've only just replaced their manager with a new manager. And normally teams don't get rid of a manager if it's going brilliantly. They're not even in the European places. So it'd be a bit like playing Brentford in some way. But obviously Chelsea can hurt you in their best days. And we've only played one game in the FA Cup and we won it 4-1. What else does everybody want? And yet, if you transported any of us from that game before Boxing Day to here now, we'd be like, this is fucking brilliant. I've arrived just in time to see us win the league.
I'm just going to say I can remember first season with Arteta, and I was saying to my mate, I said, I'm calculating what we're going to be getting at the end of the season, and I think we're knocking on about 44 points. I said that's the relegation battle.
Yeah. I mean, it usually isn't nowadays, but it is. It's what we always used to talk about. It's you're perilously close. You know,
Yeah.
that's dangerously close. I think 30. I mean, I can't remember. Like now, I wouldn't expect anyone in the bottom three to make it anywhere near 40. Lone Sun Londoner says, avoid takeaways. Your colon will thank you. I am. That's one of the best ways to look at it. You're absolutely right. Chelsea owners are just priming the club to sell it for profit in the future. 100%. Well, that's exactly how I see it. No such thing as a truth is a brilliant comment. I'd love to discuss that with you on one occasion. I think that's a really interesting point. I think the postmodernists would agree with you. I don't know if I do yet, but I'm ready to be persuaded. Pep chose Man City because of the checkbook. He did, but he could have gone anywhere for checkbook. It wasn't just checkbook. He had checkbook at Bayern Munich, but what he had at Bayern Munich was that none of the fans really fell in love with him because he wasn't as good as other Bayern managers. So, you know, when you look at his calculation, it's I need a club that's going to give me bucket loads of money, not interfere with how I do it, and where the fans aren't really annoying. And I think he found that at Manchester City. Obviously, it's changed now. You know, Manchester City fans, when Pep took over, were still really tolerable. Not so now, you know. Now that they've won everything, they genuinely... A lot of the new... You can always tell the new City fans, can't you? A lot of those guys act like they kicked the ball. You know, like, oh, you know, we're brilliant now. We'll never lose to... You know, it's just like, hang on, who's this we? United would be better off with Norman Fletcher in charge. Avoid takeaways, your kind. Well, thank you. Arteta knows when the fruit is ripe, it will drop. So deep. Brilliant to have you on. I like Bad Audio Bobby. I think we'll keep that name. What do you reckon, Zandy?
That's a good one, that is.
It deserves to be a band or something, doesn't it?
Bad Audio. Yeah, it is, yeah. And now on stage is Bad Audio Bobby.
Bobby. It's just you and me.
Yeah.
Can you play? You can be the drummer, yeah?
That's it. That's all I can
I'm
do.
not doing an audition, but I'd have to advise you to try again.
Yeah. He's going to be vocals though.
Oh no, we're just gonna we'll bring in
We'll
someone.
bring
Rosie,
it.
huh? Well,
We'll
Miss
bring it.
Melina or Malia or Rosie, I'd say, because
Yeah.
you know, to balance out the testosterone. I think you know what, it's been a good day. And yet, I haven't been on any social media platforms. I haven't looked at anything to try and see what people think of it. Because I've got this feeling everyone's going to be like, no, it's not good enough. It's like,
I was just having a quick look at the BBC and is it Brighton looking at... No, not Brighton. What am I talking about? Everton are looking at Ben White.
I don't see. Well, you know, I don't know. Could Mark Gahey play right back? Is that what this is? Do you think?
I can't see Ben White leaving until the end of the season. Not in the position where we are.
I don't want him to leave at all. Why does he have to leave?
No, but I'm just saying, I couldn't even see him leaving before the end of the season because you can imagine if he goes off to Everton and we win the Champions League and the league, he's going to think, fuck, what am I doing here?
I think that's definitely true. I don't know how much control you have over that, though.
Mm.
I mean, I don't, honestly, that's an area I wouldn't be sure.
Which is something I hadn't factored in about Ranieri. Because you can imagine if he went off to Bournemouth,
Genuinely,
and then start of next season, all these mates are there saying, look, this is the winner's medal from last
Leaving
season.
on loan through that is leaving.
Yeah.
It's just, if you're ready to go away now, it will never be better than this. For all of the Gluminati that say it's not good enough, very few players ever get to be 6 points clear on a 21st game week. You know, in the last 10 years, how many players could say that? City players, on a handful of occasions, maybe once, maybe twice, Liverpool fans and Arsenal fans, but most of the time, if you're 6 points clear and a 21st game week, you are going to go on and win the league most of the time. So would you leave now? No, because I'm not 100%. Listen, I'm just going off what, like I said earlier, I have an opinion. It's just an opinion. It's not worth more than anyone else's, but at least I'll show my workings out. I've gone through the games. I think we draw at Forest. and we lose at City, but we still win the league. And I know that when we draw at Forest, I can't go on YouTube because even if I try and avoid it, it'll just be, I'm fuming. It's a disgrace. I'm disgusted. That was cowardly. This manager is a clown. And it'd just be the same noise again.
Yeah.
You know, it'll be the
But
same.
then they won't have realised that Man City had lost to Man United hours
it won't matter
earlier.
to them because they'll be like, but this Man United team have still proven they can leap tall buildings in a single bound. And they're faster than a speeding locomotive. And you go, you know, that Man City was a collection of players, and most of those players aren't in the collection anymore.
No,
I mean?
this is it.
You go like, if I said to you, here's my collection of, I know I'm showing my age here, Panini stickers, but you remember Panini stickers. I've got all of the great Man City side. And you went, oh, brilliant. I went, here, here's your Savinho card. You'd be like, no. The fuck is that? Kuzanov? No. Well, aha. Omar Mamouche. No. Like, where are all the, like, oh, Erling Haaland. Yeah, no, he's brilliant. That's good. I'll put him. You know, Rodri. Is he playing? No. Oh, fuck it. Why are they? Carl Walker still there? No. Cancelo? No. Who's your back? Who's your back to? Well, we brought this kid back from loan. Alain, spelt wrong. I'm supposed to be scared of this Manchester City side. They don't look like a very good side to me. I think Declan Rice gets into that Man City side. I think Bukayo Saka gets into that Man City side. I'm damn sure that Gabriel and Saliba get into that side.
And
Timber gets into that side.
Yep.
I would guess that Zubimendi would get into that side, honestly, and Martin Odegaard probably gets into that side. How many City players are you taking? Erling Haaland, Doku. It's probably why we're 6 points clear of them. Just saying. I was watching Barca today. Their front line is... I really wanted to watch that game. We had a power cut.
Oh, they played Real Madrid, didn't they?
Yeah, the Clasico. As far as I know, Barca won 3-2 with a late Rafinha or 82nd minute. I saw the Rafinha goal. It was really mad. It looked like he'd done this weird thing, but actually he'd just come off, deflected off someone else. Don't like Real Madrid, so I was pleased about it. But do you think
Rafinha's 73rd minute was the winning goal?
Yeah.
And De Jong got sent off in the last.
Yeah,
in the extra time,
85th minute or something. Yeah,
91st.
It was he left his foot high, went in about knee, almost just under the knee, and I didn't see because that's when the power came on. I rushed to. I was like, God, I hope I haven't missed much of this, and I was like, surely I'll only have missed the first half, and then I looked and it was like, no. So I rewound it a bit and watched from about the 71st minute, but that's all I saw. It looked like a great game. It's just annoying to, like, you know, when you're supposed to be having dinner with a family and. Anyway, Mark Gay is versatile and can play across the back line. Brilliant. So, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think any of these players, you'd have to push them out of the club. And I don't think that's fair. Benny White to Everton, that would be cruel and unusual. Yes, good point. The doom and gloom fans get a dagger in the hearts with every win. Yes, how poetic. How poetic. And then imagine if we didn't lose another game to the end of the season. Because the thing, people seem to miss it. They go, 6 points isn't that much. Because no, but it is actually. It is a lot. Because it means we have to lose 2 matches and they have to win 2 matches. And we've both just drawn our last. Do you know what I mean? Like, we could draw every game from now to the end of the season. They'll probably win. But I think we'll win some games.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident. Yeah. I personally think we'll beat Forest as well.
I don't. I think we'll draw. Like on the data, we've overperformed my expectations, and this would be another opportunity to do so. But I genuinely think it'll be a draw, and I can't bear the meltdown that's going to come. I love this though. Barry White more likely to go to Everton. Bloody power cuts. Do you have like backup generators and stuff in Texas? Like, honestly, Britain is about to enter a period of considerably more frequent power cuts in the next couple of years. You can feel it, can't you?
Yeah, with this go green stuff. Net zero, isn't it?
It'll be like that. I don't even think it's that. I think it's just our infrastructure is so decrepit. Like, no one ever wants to invest in it because they just want to take money out. But I just have this feeling it'll go back to being like the 70s when I first got here, and it was like, oh, you can only have electricity a bit of the week. All right, then. But it's kind of nice. I kind of wanted it to be that though. It was really cozy today when the power went.
God, it'd be a nightmare, wouldn't it?
This one's brilliant. Don't think we'll lose to City. Do you really not? I can get that. But it's a ground we never do well at. I can't predict a win there. But even though I predicted that we will lose at City, and even though I've predicted that we will draw at Forest, I have also still predicted that my thinking is we'll finish on 93 points. If we perform against teams the way that we usually do over 5 years, so I think City will probably underperform expectations. But that game, it's a Saturday 12:30 kickoff, isn't it? Man United host Manchester City. And I was kind of half letting myself think that could be a tough game because, Darren Fletcher might really whip up. And then they played like they did against Brighton today. And I just think, oh, well. I think the team...
Yeah, but it's a local derby, isn't it?
Yeah, but you have to give a shit, don't you? Andy2974-K9. That's a deep number of... That's what is your opinion on Zubi letting a lot of attacks slip through? I don't see it. I'm not like a tactico. I'm not a scout. I'm not a coach. I don't have an eye for it. I just watch football as a fan. I know that he seems to appeal to some people more than others. I like him. I haven't seen us conceding a lot of attacks through the middle, but are there some examples like that you think he's been pretty bad? I think he's really good, and I like him better than Thomas Partey. And I know that I've just said that I'm not an expert, so please don't think I am. But everyone's got their opinion, haven't they? I mean, where are you on that one, Zubi?
Or even Zanzi.
What did I call you?
Me Zubi.
Can I call you Zubi from now on?
Okay, yeah. Do you have to speak?
You'll have to change the sign.
Yeah.
Zubi.
Okay.
Well, we'll talk about Zubimendi. You can forgive me.
I think Zubi is brilliant. That's all I've got to say.
I think Zanzi's brilliant.
I think you're brilliant too.
God, don't you do that with that word. So I don't know why people... I'm hoping Andy comes back with some example of times where Zubi letting lots of attacks slip through. I mean, we're not facing that many attacks, are we? We're not doing badly.
No, I mean, we didn't let many through against Liverpool, did we?
Oh man, both teams were. That was that moment where Saliba's back pass. Was it Raya passing it to Zubi when he shouldn't? Or it was a back pass, wasn't it? And then Raya kicked it out, and then they had that shot onto the crossbar. Such a boring game. Can't pretend it wasn't. But poor performances don't really matter, do they?
Well, the thing is, we've had a poor performance and we drew. We didn't lose.
Yeah. Do you know what's really weird when you do the statistical analysis? In 2002, obviously the year we won the league at Old Trafford, game week 21, we only had 40 points, so we were 9 points worse off. But we actually played Liverpool in that fixture at home, and the result was a 1-1 draw.
Mm.
So when people say to me, this isn't what titles feel like, it really does uncannily similar, isn't it? Like same goals scored and conceded as the 2004 season. With the same
I didn't realise that. That is spooky.
Isn't it? Like I triple checked it. I was like, hang on a minute. They scored 40 and conceded 40 and conceded 14. We've scored 40 and conceded 14, and we're both on 49 points. So we are doing as well as at the 21 game mark. And I know people are out there going, well, you know what, that doesn't mean you're going to win. It's like, no, it doesn't. But the fact that we lost last season doesn't mean we're going to lose this season either. So like, you can't have it both ways. You can't say me looking at it into the future going, looking into the past rather than going, this is eerily similar to 2002 when we played Liverpool in the 21st game and drew 1-1. But it's even more eerily similar to the 2004 season where at this exact stage we'd scored exactly as many goals and conceded exactly as many and had exactly the same number of points.
Yeah. But that season, we knocked Portsmouth out 5-1. We only did it 4-1 this time.
I know, it's gone wrong. Like, do you think the matrix is broken or something? We'll have to put another 50p in the meter.
But I honestly think we should have had 7 goals in that game.
Today?
Yeah.
Well, you had the missed penalty straight. Oh, well.
Missed penalty, Martinelli off the post, and then Martinelli when he tried to kill the keeper, but he slipped as he took the shot.
Yeah. It's nice to see Martinelli get a hat-trick.
Oh, yeah. His first ever, I was absolutely chuffed for him. Especially after what happened at the Liverpool game as well.
He needed a performance. There's no question about that. Lone Star Londoner. Remember when Zubi rejected Liverpool the year before signing for us? Yeah. I thought he was going to gazump us though and go to Real Madrid. So I really like him. It is at the end of the day, I can't show my workings out. You know, like when you just say, like if you go in a room and go, oh, Dennis Bergkamp's class, and everyone else goes, he's shit, and you're like, huh? But it does happen. There are times where you think, am I the only one who thinks he's a good player? I feel like that about at the moment. Bear in mind how much I didn't want him to come to Arsenal. I was really upset with Kai Havertz coming to Arsenal. I didn't want him anywhere near the club. But now I'm actually a really big fan, and I really like Kai Havertz. But there's no point in me saying it out loud in a group of people because they'll go, what are you talking about? He's shit. And I was like, oh, I don't know.
So some people speak nonsense, don't they? Because you say, look, I've got 100 quid here. And someone says, yeah, but I've got £5. And you think, yeah. 5 is better than 100.
But the thing with that is like the people who say he's shit, and I go, when they say, oh, like Lee Gunnar always says, oh, Zubimendi shit, and you go, he must be all right if they're picking him for the Spanish national team. Do you know what I mean? Like, if Zubimendi is wanted by Liverpool, I'm not saying this makes you a good player, right? I'm saying, but if every big club in the world wants you and you're playing behind a Ballon d'Or winner in your national team, you're probably not shit. I would say with some degree of certainty that you're all right at football, but they won't give him that. They won't give him the like, oh, yeah, well, he's good, but I just don't think he's in the right. It's a lot of laziness, isn't it? It's a lot of I just don't like him. Don't like his name. Too long.
Right. It's a fact that, like you say, you've got a lot of good teams, Liverpool, Real Madrid, wanting him, and he thinks, no, I'm good. I'll go to Arsenal next season.
You know what, and we don't make a lot of that, but that Declan Rice turning down Manchester City, Gyökeres turning down Manchester United. I know it's not the same. But there are plenty of clubs he could have gone to.
But he'd probably got more money from Man United, I think, Gyökeres.
Well, Šeško did, yeah. So Šeško's getting paid more. So, it is a bit of a miracle club, isn't it, Man United? Because they have got good players, some. And yet they are just dog shit. And we need them to get something. I mean, I think I've actually predicted that Man City will beat Man United, but I've predicted they'll. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, isn't it? I predicted a draw in that game. I think I'm wrong. So I think the gap could be we'll lose to Forest. We'll lose the league from here, and we'll get Exeter in the next round of the FA Cup. So is that the team that just got spanked out by Man City? The 115 charges will kick in, and Man City will be removed from the FA Cup, and we'll have to play Exeter, and they'll beat us 10-1.
Oh, no. You know what's going to happen? We'll draw at home to Macclesfield, and they'll take us to penalties.
Yeah. But that's the thing about football, isn't it? That is the thing about football. If you knew what was going to happen, you'd never watch it. This is a good point, actually. I'm glad you said this, Rude One Star. Box fresh. We barely let oppositions have a shot on target. Zubi does fine. That's a fair point, isn't it? You can't really accuse him of letting a lot of attacks slip through if a lot of attacks haven't slipped through.
See, this is it. I mean, no one has really gone on about the fact that we stopped Liverpool having a shot on target for
I
a
don't
whole
think they
90
tried
minutes.
to. I don't think we stopped them. I think they stopped them. I literally think about that game as two massed armies dug out in trenches across no man's land going, should we just have a bit of a break?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, City aren't here. Let's just everyone chill out. You get a point, I get a point, everyone's happy. And I think that's
It's like that first Christmas on World War One.
yeah,
Where
exactly.
the two armies go, I don't know.
I think there were more goals in that.
Yeah.
no.
Let's go and have a game of football with the Germans.
It was a horrible. I know I'm not making excuses. It was horrible for both teams, but it was a horrible game, and they happen. Look at this. Chris Nix is here. Hey, darlings. And Boy Tendio said he had to do. Oh, look, I wanted to read this comment. Sorry, maybe it's just me. I think Zubi's not good enough to be a 6 on his own. Rice has to waste a lot of cycles to help him out. I think that's interesting. I don't know, Andy. I think for me, all I can say is I quite like watching him, but I'm really not a coach or a tactically sound person. I literally just watch football, and I find it interesting that we all gravitate towards certain players, and sometimes a player that you really like might be a player that other people don't. I know that there are lots of people who criticise Zubimendi and he hasn't done much. And it's hard for me to point at what I think he's actually done. But I do think we are more resilient and more... we've conceded 14 goals this season in 21 games. So we're doing it. I think we're all right. I think you might be proven right in the long run, though, that it doesn't maybe work out for him. But at the moment, I would say, given that he's come to a new country, he's left his hometown for the first time in his life... he doesn't speak the language that well or well enough, really, not fluently. And I think all those things against him, he's had a really good first 6 months. He's had a far better start than Eze or Gyökeres.
Yeah.
On that.
And if you consider that Rice, who plays with him, rates him that highly.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, I don't know. I like it. I think he's great. I have no problem with him, but I can't defend. I can't say, oh, he plays. What are the kinds of things people say now? He plays the half balls into space really well. Like, I don't know what. The half spaces. He fills the half spaces really well with diagonals on the front line. You know, like, I don't know all this shit. So to me, I just watched him and I thought, I really like watching him play football. Same with Jesus. You know, when Jesus really transformed us the way we played, and people going, he's not that good a striker. I don't care. I like watching him play football. It's all right. Do you know what I mean? Like,
it's funny actually, because I thought that when Partey left, I thought, well, we're going to miss that person who's going to be on the outside of the box, who's going to be able to score a good goal, and then Zubi pops up with that half volley.
He nearly did it against Liverpool, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was close, not quite a cigar. I like Zubi. I think it might just be one of those things where I don't think I'm going to I think usually there's certain players you watch and you just think, yeah, that's my kind of player. You know, different. Sometimes they're different teams, but at Arsenal, I look at it and go, Saka, yeah, all day long. That's the kind of footballer I love to watch. Declan Rice, you know, Gabriel, Saliba, Timber. There are just players that you could maybe prove to me statistically that they're not doing their job or they're not quite as good as blah, 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 blah. But I watch them and I love them, and that's pretty much all I can say about Zubi. I missed out on this one. Boy 10 says, I just exercised a demon. What a liberating feeling. That must be nice. That must feel good. I don't think I've ever done that. Was the demon within you, or did you exercise somebody else? And can I have
I think the demon has been flushed away.
Don't trivialise this. If he's literally just exercised a demon. Right, and Partey was worse defensively than Zubi. I think so. I hope I haven't misinterpreted it, but it's nice to pretend Partey was something. They do this. They was like, Partey's amazing. When? Like, when you know... I don't even like talking about him, to be honest. When Zubimendi receives the ball off the back foot or rare, it generally ends up in the opposition final third in 3 to 6 passes. He changed how we operate tactically in possession. That feels like, thank you for that, Boy Tendio. That I can get on board with that. That feels like what I'm watching. Obviously, I'm not in a position to say that's true or not, but definitely that's what it feels like. It feels like the ball. I think sometimes we could all agree that Arsenal players touch the ball more than is necessary. But with him, I find it less so. I feel like Odegaard probably is trying to do too much every single time. I'd like us to be a little bit quicker, one-touch passing, that kind of thing. But I get that feeling with Zubi. And Rice is just Declan Rice, isn't he? Who knows what he's going to do? But what was it? I saw Norgard's crossfield from the. Did you see his crossfield ball? Tell me I didn't just dream this. He plays this like 40-yard crossfield arcing ball straight onto the path of Noni Madueke. I was like,
yeah.
That's Christian Norgard. He's like our cover for the cover. Like, who would be his equivalent in the 2004 team? It would be someone like no one's heard the name of now. Like, you just go, he's doing that? He's like, are you Hoddle in disguise? Like, this is good football. I know people don't. I know everybody else seems to hate Arsenal Football Club, and including a lot of our own fans, it seems. But if you're an Arsenal fan, you can just appreciate that. You can just go, yeah, he's good. Quite good. And when people say to you, Gyökeres isn't doing that well, I go, no, he is. He's doing fine. He's an Arsenal player. There is no higher level for him to reach now. This is his apex.
Yeah. It's funny what you said about the Arsenal players touch the ball too much. I bet fucking Ray's not. He's fucking, I'll never get the fucking ball.
Poor Gyökeres, who touched it 8 times.
Yeah.
I was like, fucking, that's Odegaard in one motion.
Yeah.
I look at it and I think, when it's a game like Liverpool, there doesn't seem the urgency. It's always the same word for me. It's always, they seem to lack urgency. And it's disappointing. But it's your reaction to being disappointed, isn't it? It's like, I will not tolerate being disappointed by a bunch of people who have never heard of me and who owe me nothing. It's like, here's what it is. It's like, I'm sick of these people. Oh, right. They don't actually know you exist. This is a problem. This is probably not their problem. Like, I'm done with this team. Oh, well. Do you have shares? No. Okay, it's all right then. Fuck off. Stick around as long as you want. Hang around if you love the team. Don't have to feel tied to it if you don't. He always got the right pass for where the attack must go. And when the attack fizzles out and we have to play possession, he is quintessential pivot. He's definitely really good at keeping the ball. And I think everything you're saying. Dima was someone else attacking me for reasons I cannot fathom. It's gone now. Deep breath. Defensively, Zubimendi looks for interceptions more than tackles. This, I think, plays into my idea of him, naive as it may be. But I think Boytendia is going to say it better than me. But I feel like his football IQ is better. He reads the pitch better. He's more of a lighthouse player. He knows what's going on and doesn't seem to receive the ball with no idea what to do. He's a very Spanish kind of defensive midfielder in that way.
No, I said something very. I've been saying something similar in the fact that where the other defensive midfielder we used to have puts in more tackles, Zubi will intercept the ball before it goes to the player.
Yeah,
that party would have tackled.
That's what Boytendia is saying, and I think that speaks to the. I looked at the stats, and it is borne out in the stats. I mean, I have to rely on stats because I don't have what do they call it?
Footballing mouse.
Nah, it's a phrase they will use. I can't remember what it is now. It's because it's getting late, and I'm hanging on by a thread, but I'm loving it, so I'm sticking here. You got to trust your eyes. You got to trust. What was it? They always I'm going mad. But I don't have that. I can't tell you who's good and who's bad. Just my personal opinion, But I do really like Zubimendi. Passage of play was Zubi intercepts Marino, pings it to Eze. Eze waits for Nelly's run and sends him this way. Was it Bayern? Oh, don't know. But someone else must have seen Gabby Jesus' pass to Martinelli's goal that wasn't from. What a fucking pass!
That was a quick free kick as well, wasn't it?
It just like for that alone, like there are things that Gabby Jesus does where you go, he's got to play. You've got to have him in the side somewhere. Because...
Yeah, but did you notice that Gabby Jesus was on the right-hand side and he's right-footed, so he's able to put the ball in quickly? Which goes back to what I was saying before. Why is the left-footers on the right and the right-footers on the left?
That's a great question. But to go along with that question, can someone intelligent in the comment section, of course they're all intelligent, but can somebody tell me when that changed? Like, I missed that meeting because Iron Robin was right-footed. Anders Limpar was left-footed. Mark Overmars was left-footed. Like, it always used to be the fact that, you know, when you played Football Manager, you had a left winger on the left, a left-footed player on the left. And now that you look at it and you go, actually, yeah, it does open the goal up more if you're using a strong foot. You know, it does. The patterns make sense. But who started doing it? Because for me, it feels like, was Willian left-footed? I don't know. I mean, obviously he was awful, both feet for us. But when's it going to change back as well? Because you know it will. Because Tierney bombing down the left used to put in really good crosses, didn't he?
Yeah, but he's left-footed.
Yeah.
But then his goal he scored against West Bromwich Albion was with his right foot.
Yeah, it was actually, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Cuts inside and what? Well, Tony Adams scoring that beautiful fourth goal at Everton.
Everton, yeah.
Yeah.
Half volley. Wallop.
Yeah. Best of days. I think that's coming again. I think we'll have another day like that.
Oh yeah.
And I wonder, do you think there is any hope? Do any of you see any hope long term in our in the way that football fans are now? We always just have to put up with a mob. The thing that bothers me about it is how quickly these ideas spread. How you can someone will come in and go standards, and you go, oh my god, it's like the flu virus. Do you know what I mean? You meet someone, you shake hands with them, they look perfectly normal, and they start sneezing like a fucking and you're like. But that's what it's like.
But there is an inoculation.
Yeah. This manager's a clown. Get him out of my club. Does he know it's your club? No. You just tell him it's your club. He'll have to go, won't he?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, if it's your club, why are you fucking whinging about it? Just sack him. Well, I've been supporting this club for 3 years, and I love it. It's like, I know, but it doesn't sound like you love it. It's just that you said you love it, but actually, it sounds like you fucking hate it, and you hate everybody who's at it. You don't even like Win the Dog. I've seen people complaining about Win the Dog, Zanzi.
Oh.
Like, how the fuck can you have an opinion on Win the Dog?
Well, because it's tail wags too much. I prefer a cat.
It's like who doesn't next? Do you know who doesn't like? If you don't like dogs, I get it, right? You're not a dog person, but what the fuck are we doing talking about Win the Dog? Like, and it's just this club's PR. Would you rather we didn't have PR? Would you rather we didn't do any marketing? Would it be better if we were QPR? Is that what you're saying? Like, we make a lot of money presenting an image of a club to people who advertise and invest, and that's good, isn't it? That's a good thing. And if having North London Forever is a song you don't like, I get that. I don't like every song that everyone else likes, but it's just a song, and we all sing it, and everyone seems happy to sing it, and then they go on about the lyrics, and it's like, well, it feels like there is a part of our base that could literally, you could take them for you could take them to a 3-star Michelin restaurant meal, have the chef who earned the stars prepare their meal for them tableside, and they'd still go, it was a bit cold though, wasn't it?
What's it's sober, isn't it? Where our training centre is.
Yeah.
Sober, something like that.
Oh shit! Don't do this to me at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Sober. It's
No, it's just I can remember someone, or I can imagine someone complaining about it. Oh, there's too many trees, and I don't want ponds.
Oh man, it's everything, isn't it? Like, nothing is ever good enough. Nothing. Beat pause. I know if I go online after this and I start looking at stuff before I go to sleep, I'll find people go, that Portsmouth was a disgrace. We lacked courage. We should have beaten them 8-1. You go like, if we'd have beaten them 8-1, I'm guessing you probably would have wanted it to be 9-1. We beat PSV 7-1. Like, people forget the next day. It's just PSV.
Maybe if we beaten them 8-1, we'd have gone straight into the 5th round and skipped the 4th round.
Yeah, maybe you go straight to the final if you get 10.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see Man City.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know, like, Arteta doesn't take the cup seriously enough. He's won one. That's all right, don't it? I don't know. I'm going to go through some comments because they're always good. I've seen all I need to see after the moment. I can't fathom why people wouldn't be appreciative of Zubimendi. I think people will be slow to come around if they really are invested in if they came out like they were an expert. Like, I don't know, like someone says, "Oh, I've watched him 112 times. He's shit," and then he turns out to be really good, you can't help but feel a bit silly, can you? You have to be like, you have to dig in there. You go, but yeah, he's won the Ballon d'Or, but he's still shit. And you're all right then. Yeah, I mean, he might have been the missing piece of the jigsaw that helped Arsenal lift the Premier League. But if you ask me, he's still shit. I go, I'm not asking you. Ever. People expect every player to be 10 out of 10 every game, so it's a problem. Exactly. When you remember how many times Dennis Bergkamp was subbed off by Arsene Wenger, and I know a lot of it was to keep him injury-free, but it wasn't always. I was at games with Dennis Bergkamp, and you think, well, he hasn't done anything. But I'd still move heaven and earth to watch him play one more game in the red and white.
Oh, especially like Leicester, away at Leicester.
I mean, I saw some of his best performances. Like, I think that year, and then following it up with a really good Argentina goal as well.
Yeah,
that was very similar to, if not, that's well, it wasn't. It was very like, if not similar to, that goal.
Just different sides, wasn't it?
I've watched it back because in a conversation that came out here, one of the people in the comments, I can't forgive who. If you're here now and you remember the conversation, let me know. But it was somebody who said actually the goal against Argentina was better. So after the stream, I watched them both, and I was like, actually, he's right. 1, 2, 3 in. Not to mention the fact that the pass comes from further away and it's in the World Cup quarterfinals. These are all big deals. Rice said last week, don't underestimate Zubi. He's brilliant football brain. That's PR.
Yep.
And Win the Dog made him say it. I think I think Zubi gives us controlling games. I think that seems like what we have, and I would guess that's it. What am I? I'm so stupid. Thanks for pointing here. Eye test. How do I not know this? So so the eye test, people go, you got to use your eye test. Well, I haven't got an eye test. Can I just? The other thing is, people get really shitty about stats. You go, it's just counting all the number of shots is a stat. Number of corners is a stat. What we do is we just have more stats. Just read the game a little bit better. You cannot really tell what happened in the game or the energy of a game from just momentum charts and data. Watching the game is the whole joy of it. But I find I didn't watch the Liverpool game twice. I often watch our games twice just so I can have a better chance to see what the hell goes on. I was not watching the Liverpool game. I felt like I'd already watched it twice at half time.
I'd have preferred Boyd and Dio there instead of just putting eye test. If you put, hear me out, eye test.
Eye test. Hear me out, eye test. I think the reality though is I like to think about games. Think, who did I think played well? Who did I think play well? And then afterwards, I'll go and listen to other people, and I'm always surprised. I thought Gyökeres was terrible. I think most of us did. But the reaction to Gyökeres having a bad game against Liverpool was, in some corners, quite obvious. That I didn't even have to tune in to find out that they were going to say it's Arteta. Arteta told them to go out there and not lose. And when I hear things like that, I think, doesn't he do that every game? Does he have to tell them every game? I mean, they're professional footballers who don't know that. Oh yeah, by the way, it's like this whole points thing. If you win, we get 3 points. If you don't win, we don't get any points at all. All right, so fucking the 3 points, please. Boss, what's the other option? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Yeah, the other option is just get 1 point. Boss, is 1 point more than 3? No, it isn't. There you go. And I don't expect to have to tell you at the start of every match. He sent them out there to not lose. Yeah, that's why he put a keeper on the fucking pitch. 4 defenders. Yes, this is rudimentary football. I would hope that the Arsenal manager has not got to the top of the Premier League table, 6 points clear of oil-rich Manchester City with the best manager of all time. I hope he hasn't gotten all that way without realising that. It's hard. It is hard. I do wonder what happens to all these fans when we win. Do you think it'll ever get better, or do you just think this is how it is now?
I think if we won the Champions League and we win the Premier League this season, then next season it's going to be absolutely fucking horrendous, mate.
What, the Arteta out is?
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll start the first 4 games. We'll have 12 points. We'll have scored 19 goals, conceded none, and this week, we should have had 20 goals.
Should have had 24 goals.
Yeah.
Like we've never had before. It is. I have heard. I mean, no joke. I have heard people say Arteta could win a quad, and I still wouldn't want him at the club. And you think, then I think we've deviated from common sense here a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't love Arsene Wenger, and then he won the double. It's like Arsene Wenger won the double, and I was like, I love Arsene Wenger. And then there was, because it was a different time. It was 3 years where he didn't win fucking anything. And then he won the league again. But he had the good sense to do it at Old Trafford, which is a brilliant place to do it. And then he went unbeaten an entire season. So loads of good stuff. Probably stayed a bit too long. But I didn't love Arsene Wenger when he joined Arsenal.
I didn't even know who he was.
Who the fuck did?
No.
Nobody did. You could have... Anyone who... No one was watching the French... No one was watching Ligue 1 when he was at Monaco. I mean, I didn't. It was never on telly, so if they were watching it in the days before internet, they were doing very well. They were living in France.
Did he come from Grand Passat?
Yeah, he went to Japan after the...
Yeah.
You know when Bernard Tapie's Marseille were found guilty of match fixing?
No.
And he'd been trying to beat Marseille in the league, and he came second to them. And then all this stuff came out about how they've been bribing players and referees, and they got relegated down the divisions. But he just had enough of it. He was like, this is not what I love about football. It's corrupt. And he was, somebody who's always wanted to travel. He's from a very small town in Strasbourg. I think he's Alsace he's from. And he, near Alsace anyway. And he just wanted to travel the world. And he went to Japan, and it taught him a shit ton of things. And that's an intelligent person going, it's like chefs, they want to go to different cultures and taste different cuisines and put some of that into their training and hopefully come up with something that's a fusion that's even better. We've got Andy. I try to analyse why our attacks from open play have dried out. My analysis takes me to Zubi being not physical like Rodri or Gravenberch. But I agree with you. Thanks for bearing me out here. No, you're always going to get... Listen, this is the point here. No one really knows. We have opinions. Attacks from open play have dried out. I don't know if they have. Maybe to some degree they have, but I don't know if I follow the logic of it being Zubi. I think oftentimes we go for one pass too many. I have seen what I think is a change this season. I do think we're more happy to lose the ball high up the pitch. Like for the last couple of years, it was like the one thing Arteta really didn't want was anyone ever losing the ball anywhere on the pitch. And it's like, and I get that, but it's hard to score on a counter-attack if you have the ball all the time. Looking at the stats in the recent games, we have been happier to give away more possession. But, I mean, in a game like Liverpool, the lack of goal-scoring chances came from not pressing hard enough to have enough of the ball, giving away loads of possession, and not doing anything sensible with it when we had it. It's just a bad day at the office, wasn't it? Shout out to Marley Salmon today. 16 years old, came on for Big Gabby. Looked like a fish out of... Did you think he did? I didn't notice him, so I'm not disagreeing with you. But I thought, how cool is that? Are we just bringing on some,
I don't think he looked like a fish out of water.
I don't remember seeing him doing it. I don't have an opinion on this, is the truth. I can't remember anything he did. I remember him coming on. Is that really
I mean, for the first half hour, no, not for half hour. For the first 15 minutes, I was thinking Marley Salmon was on the playing as left back. I didn't realise Timber had gone over there. I was looking at him thinking, I'm sure that's Marley, but I'm sure he hasn't got a number 12 on his back or something like that.
Well, what's he done? He defensive contributions, he won a tackle. He only had one to make and he won it. He won his ground duel, therefore. He passed the ball on 8 occasions. Each found passes in his own half, passes in the opposition half 1. He had touched the ball 11 times, which, I'm not trying to be horrible, but that's more than Gyökeres did in 67 minutes. So he's involved. I don't think you could say it was a good or bad performance, really.
He was our youngest player ever in the FA Cup.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. But I can't say that you're wrong. Definitely shout out to Marley Salmon. 16 years old, playing the FA Cup, winning 4-1. Yeah, it changed around when Wenger left. Wenger took ages to adapt. I don't get that. Inside forwards became popular after Pep's Barcelona. I think it was just before he started playing Messi as a false nine. The Barcelona. He was 4-4-2 when everyone else was 4-3-3. Because 4-3-3 is ubiquitous now. I loaded up Football Manager, the demo, because I was like, please don't buy this, because if I buy it, I'll feel like I have to play. But it is really addictive. It's lots of fun. And it's kind of easy to play. But I just played... I didn't sign any extra players, obviously, for Arsenal. I didn't bring anyone in, didn't let anyone go. So I had the same squad that Arteta's got, but I just played a diamond midfield, and it worked just as well. I think, I know Arteta did that press conference where he said, I play 43 formations in every game, because it's, he's playing 5D chess or whatever. But I think on some level, 4-4-2 can still work. Would be quite nice to be the first team that brings back 2 strikers, don't you think, Zanzi?
Yeah, Havertz and Jokeris up front, I think.
No, I think we'd need to buy some. Let me caveat that by saying, I don't mean from what we don't have 2 strikers at the moment. I think we've got, I don't know. Am I being harsh? Do you think Jokeris will come good eventually? Honestly,
I hope so.
No, but do you think he will?
I'd like to say yes.
Why? But you didn't. I'd like to say yes.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid I can't say yes. So you
Yeah,
don't.
I'm just sat on this fence that's very sharp
You
at the
just
moment.
don't want to be clipped as saying he's going to shit and then he wins a Ballon d'Or. It's difficult to scout the left foot. It's difficult to scout the left-footed wingers needed for playing with 2 inside forwards. Rare biology, and there's a demand they'd be skilled too. Yeah, must put limitations on it. I don't know why there isn't room to have one of each. Like a spin bowler and a fast bowler. You have a left winger who's left-footed and a left winger who's right-footed, and see what the game demands. Now every team has them. It's funny how some positions don't exist anymore. Trequartista. It's not so often you find. Barcelona's still playing one. I love tactics in football. I don't understand it. I'm not pretending to understand it, but I love the evolution of it and how it changes and how Alex Ferguson had to change at Man United from the 4-4-2 that served him so well. Win the dog should have puppies. Top goal scorers get to adopt a puppy. Watch how quickly everyone starts scoring goals. That's all these... No one's ever thought to offer these millionaire playboy footballers puppies.
Well, I'll tell you something I have noticed, actually, with our defence.
Yeah.
Because Zubi's dropping back into defence...
Yeah.
In the fact that Saliba goes out to the right and Gabby goes out to the left. So he's still got a back 3, but Zubi's in the middle of it.
Yeah, he does sometimes split the defence. I don't really understand it.
Yeah.
But I tell you what. Yeah. I don't... does it must lure them onto you? What happens to the player that who's marking you if you're in... I don't get it, really. Standards. Yell the fan that looks like he swallowed a school... It's true. It's true. It's always these guys elite sports is about getting up early and getting to the gym, and I don't do any of those things. But I feel like I'm qualified to criticise that guy with the 4% body fat. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. He should have scored that. Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, he should have done. Would you have scored that? Yeah, well, perhaps you should play for Arsenal. Standard guys are fake. They are. They're listening to each other, and it is one of the most irritating things. They can't even fathom having ambition for a quad. Boy, Tendio, you are always front and centre of my mind, actually, on this quad loading. I've always said this. You need to make that a T-shirt. I will buy one. But, there's going to come a point where I'm going to start merching this myself, and I will give you credit. But please do it. I'll buy one. Worthless pretenders to me. I'm going to do you in a sort of Galactus voice. Worthless pretenders. I just realised I can't do a Galactus voice. I'm just going to do my voice. Worthless pretenders to me. It was me, Bergkamp, Argentina, good pure genius. Yes, I'm. So we were. Yes, you're right. I will concede now. At the time, I think I said the goal he scored against Leicester was almost identical. having watched them both at the same time, no, the Argentina goal is better for many of the reasons I think that you pointed out at the time, Lone Star. Please accept that I have come over to your way of thinking now. If we get a quad, they won't even get to celebrate it. Honestly, I have a bone to pick with some of those people. Do you know what? And they go, don't tell me I can't celebrate. I was like, well, look, it's fairly obvious you can't celebrate. If you're if you have a child and you're this horrible to them and they end up writing a novel, you can't put your arms around them and go, oh, I knew you had it in you, if you've spent their entire lives telling them they didn't. Isn't that just fucking common sense? If you spend ages saying that Arteta's a psychopath and he wins the Premier League title and you celebrate, are you not celebrating the work of a psychopath? Doesn't that cheapen your moral standards and fibre somewhat? A lot of these guys, they get asked, they're relevant in the YouTube space because they are attracted to each other. They're not, they're looking, the average person who supports Arsenal does not share most of these quite wacky ideas, that Arteta's trying to kill the players by playing them in matches. He's killing these players because there's no dead ones. That's how I know you're wrong. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, if you're saying he's killing these players, then one of them would have to be, unless that's going to happen, and I take it back, and I'm really sorry. I hope he's not.
Maybe that's what the ponds are for at the training ground. A few lead weights, chuck them in there.
Tomiyasu. I'm not saying he killed Tomiyasu, but has anyone seen him?
With the Tesco's bag.
Ainsley Maitland-Niles got mentioned earlier. How do you know he's not in the? How do you know he wasn't fed to win?
That is why Thingy, who's gone to Tierney, he doesn't have a Tesco's bag anymore because he used it on Tommy.
Would you like it if, I know you shouldn't really change an animal's name late into its life, but if we win the title, just call him One the dog. Have that, Man United. Have that, Tottenham fans. And I don't mind picking that bone. If we get the quad, I won't even. Yeah, no. Do you know what? I'm just ignoring them anyway. So if I don't like people like Jez and Lee Gunner are not going to a parade. Do you know what I mean? I won't bump into them. And ask someone who they would replace Arteta with and watch Confusion Kid. It's the fucking same answer. It's like, that's not my job. Oh right, sorry. What is your job again? Oh, you just pick flaws in things. Oh, that's hard. Are you competent to do that because you were a high-level footballer or a man? No, or you just watch a lot of football. Oh, right, okay. It's exactly like if the Michelin Guide said to me, Dan, you get to pick who gets 3 stars. Watch them fucking spin around in their chairs when I come back and tell them their best kebab in Shoreditch is now a 3-star Michelin place. It's the shit, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Dan?
I'll tell you what, you can get a good fucking KFC from down the road.
Yeah. Well, KFC probably would come under a different heading of Michelin because it's, I don't know. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm not qualified to judge other people. A lot of these really angry, shouty people who are really good at telling other people what's wrong with their lives or their jobs are criticising people who doing jobs they've never done before. And I have this I'd love to ask people, do you think you would be better if you had to? Like, let me ask you, Zanzi. There's been a disaster, and Arsenal currently without a manager, and they approach you and say, would you be happy to manage Arsenal? Would you take the job?
How much are you paying me?
It's £1 million a year. Like, I don't know.
At all? No.
Are we negotiating, or are you just going to answer? I mean, like, I'm not offering you the job, really. Like, fuck's sakes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I would. I'd take us undefeated during the league. We'd win the League Cup. Then we'd win the FA Cup. We'd win the Champions League just after we'd taken the title, going undefeated. Not only undefeated,
so can I take it from this monologue that you've said yes?
Yeah.
Right. So, and the next question was going to be, do you think you'd do well? And I think the undefeated is a sign that it genuinely sounds.
Not undefeated, 114 points at the end of the season.
That's a good total.
That's not bad.
That will get a lot of your detractors off your back.
Yeah.
Not all
I
of them.
tried for 115, didn't work out.
Yeah, the only thing lets you down there is numbers, isn't it? Shit.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's almost as good as Centurion, which is a
Yeah.
round number.
Oh, also, we only conceded 1 goal in the whole of the year.
It's not good enough.
I know.
Who did you
And
concede
that's
to?
why I got the sack. Yeah.
But so to the answer to the question, genuinely, if you were the Arsenal manager, how do you think you'd do?
Absolutely fucking terribly.
Right, and
Yeah.
I think that marks you out as a normal, intelligent person. Like it's these people who sit there and criticize Mikel Arteta. I'd say, like, imagine that Mikel Arteta was flying a 737 and he wasn't flying it as well as you think he'd like to, but you've never done it. And I said, well, we'll click our fingers and you're going to be sitting in the cockpit and you're staring at all these dials and you haven't got a clue on what they mean because you haven't been training to do this job since the age of 8. Now, think about how ridiculous it is when you don't understand any of this, that you should be criticising the person who is doing the job. You can certainly criticise the performances, you can criticise the players, and you're allowed to criticise the manager, but think about it for a minute. It's not a strong base you're standing on, is it? When you're going, I always found this in restaurants. You always require, it's symbiotic. Without food reviewers and food critics, you cannot do well. One good review from Faye Mashler is worth 3 months of bookings. That's enough to take you over the edge and make you profitable or be the difference between you going bust, right? But it just drives me up the wall that someone like Faye Mashler can walk in, can't do any of the things it's taken to put that food on the plate, and will go, I think it's a little bit, and just like everyone cares what she thinks. It's maddening. And it's the same with football pundits.
Have you ever... Sorry. Yeah, carry on.
No, I had finished.
Yeah. Have you ever seen any of those videos where they put someone in the pilot seat of a pretend plane simulator? That's the word I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
And they say, do you know any other controls? No, I don't. Okay, right there. Put your headphones on. You're speaking to air traffic control, and they'll land it for you, or that they will guide you in, tell you what to do.
And that has never yet been successfully achieved.
No, but the thing that annoys me about that is that they're already connected to air traffic control. Because if you put the headphones on, you're looking around and thinking, who the fuck hello, can anyone hear me? Hello,
Yeah.
Hello. I must have pressed a button somehow.
Yeah. But I saw a really interesting, because there's it's a really sad but strangely happy sad story of a guy who worked as a baggage handler, I think in Denver or Seattle, near there in America anyway, and he stole a fairly large plane, like a passenger plane. And it's really sad. You can listen to the full audio of it, and he was like, I don't know why I did this. I just want to say I'm sorry, because they're like, because they're talking after he dies, because they're like, once we found out he couldn't fly, he played a lot of video games, but he couldn't fly a plane, and they were like, so what do you do? Talk him down? He goes, there really is no way to talk someone down flying a 737. It takes hundreds of hours to know how to do that, and me just going, right, push that button forward a bit, it's just not possible. So we knew we weren't getting him down safely. But he wasn't planning to come down safely. He did some barrel rolls in a 737, and I think he even, he did some moves where the pilot was like, "This is incredible!" But obviously the plane doesn't land safely, because you can't land a plane safely if you've never flown a plane before. It's really quite the tricky. I can take a plane off. I've flown a plane in midair, a little Piper, but that's because anyone can do that. Anyone can, and you go that way.
Yeah.
And and you go that way. It's kind of semi-obvious. But what isn't obvious is how you land the fucking thing. A lot of these people criticising Mikel Arteta, they could be right. I don't know. I have no way of knowing. I just look at it and go, what do I want from an Arsenal manager? Here's my checklist. Let's see how I'd like to be top of the league. With 1 game to go, with no games to go, with 10 games, top of the league is a much better place. If you can get me top of the league, ideally keep me there. Secondly, can we do well in Europe, please? Thirdly, take the competitions like the Cup seriously so we get as far as we can. And I'm looking at my report card for Arteta going, yeah, he's done all that. I'm sorry it wasn't all 5-0, but that wasn't on my fucking report. I didn't suggest that. If next season, if we want to up it and say, right, you're not allowed to lose a game, that'd be interesting. Speak for yourself, Dan. I watched every single Grand Prix 8 game on satellite TV. Granted, I still didn't know who the fuck Wenger was. Saw a clip of Wenger smoking a cigarette on the sideline of the match he was managing. The whole reason he became an Arsenal manager was because he asked David Dean's wife for a light, and she asked him who he was, and she said, "Oh, do you want to meet my husband?" And he was gone then. And then David Dean, for no really good reason, said, "Do you want to have dinner?" And they had dinner, and they became firm friends. And that's the reason he came to Arsenal. Cigarettes may kill, but they do bring Arsene Wenger to Arsenal. Just saying. En France. We are defence first team that's forced to play with the bulk of possession. Seems pretty obvious why goals dried up when Bayern tried to play a highlight. Yeah, that's a good point. Any team that comes to the Emirates and tries to play at us gets a fucking spanking. So I'd take that. Bernard Tapie or Bernard Davey? Do I know Bernard Davey? I try my best to respect everyone's opinion, but I can't stand those who threaten to physically harm others. Oh, that's just... Do you know what? Come on, man. You're so right, of course. When people threaten violence, that's your bottlers. Because, they threaten violence. They never show up. Look around you at the kind of people, these grey fucking people that go, "I'll kick your head." No, you won't. You do fuck all. Sit down, right? And, people who threaten you online... I'm a little bit of a cynic. So when people go, "I've had death threats," I go, "Yeah, so have I." But the one thing is they don't know where you live. If you really threaten to kill someone, do a bit of homework. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, right then.
Probably best not to say that you're going to do it, because if he does happen to die, you're going to be
my stepdad
in the limelight.
I had two stepdads in my life. Well, yeah, two stepdads. But the first one, when I was much younger, he was a martial arts expert, and he gave me some really good advice. He goes, if someone says they're going to hit you, they're not going to hit you. Right? Because if you really want to hit someone, you don't advertise it. When you're advertising it, it's because you don't really want to do it, but you're hoping that the situation will de-escalate some way that leaves you both a ramp to look okay about it, right? And it's the same. If someone really wants to kill you, this isn't a Bond film, right? I'm going to tell you all of my dastardly plan before, anyway. Salmon looked great. Prefer lamb, personally. Definitely. Gyökeres is just an average player, won't be prolific. Nice lad, though. That's how I feel. Nice lad. Maybe we could find him a job in the team. So far, the people predicting we win nothing. If we win anything, one trophy, do they get to keep forcing predictions down our throats? I might have scored 25% on the test, but they're scoring 0. Hey, do you know what's really interesting? That they are ramming it down our throats, but they're doing it from under the rock, and we keep lifting the rock. Let's just stop listening. Just go, "Oh yeah, you think Arteta's a psychopath? Okay, cool. All right, I'm not changing your mind because I can't find one." I thought this salmon and lamb talk was actual food talk. How are you hungry at 3, 4 in the morning? Although, glad I waited to process. I'm getting quite excited with young Marley Salmon. How long has it been since we produced a centre-back? I really like Maldini Kakuri, sorry. He's on loan somewhere. Last time we produced a great centre-back, Tony Adams? That's a brilliant question. I'd love to might stick a pin in that and come back to it. But no, I think the last time we produced a centre-back was Tony Adams. Martin Keown. I think Martin Keown was at the academy slightly ahead of Tony Adams, so maybe. It's a hard position to...
I thought we brought Martin Keown in from somewhere, didn't we?
No, he started at Arsenal, then he left, and he went to Aston Villa and Everton.
That was it, yeah.
And then he came back from Villa. George Graham brought him back. Wasn't that bothered about bringing him back either, apparently. But those two were trained by Terry Burton, who was the unsung hero of that glut of great players that came out of the 1980s. No, I don't think we have produced a centre back. Honestly, Callum Chambers, Rob Holding. Obviously, we had Koscielny, and no, we haven't. Bloody interesting, isn't it? Someone will know. Someone will name someone. I'll go, oh, of course, yeah. But it won't be a great centre back. All of us have taken a job we've never done. Yeah. It's called the Peter Principle. You keep getting promoted, then you get to a place where you go, I don't know what the fuck I've done that a few times. Get there and go, I was chief marketing director. I don't know anything about marketing. It's possible. Landing a plane is even scary in video games. Never mind simulations. Never mind landing the real thing in stormy weather. Totally. Camavinga sounds like a Bond villain.
Yeah.
Bill Saliba. I think we're reaching a natural endpoint, Zanzi.
I like that Camavinga one. Well, Mr. Bond. I'm stroking my cat. My name is Camavinga.
No, Camavinga sounds like a henchman, doesn't it? Camavinga does sound a bit like he'd have a bowler hat with a blade in it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Camavinga will show you out, Mr. Bond.
No, I don't want to go out.
I was going to say, yeah. Use my gadgets.
Yeah.
Your gadgets will not work in here. Oh, fuck. Keep outside a bit.
That's the one thing that always annoys me about Bond things is the fact that they're sort of timed down to the table and then there's like a swinging blade above him and then they walk out and leave him. And you think, oh, right, I've got time to get out now.
Yeah, just like, watch this happen. You'd be surprised how many people have tried to kill Monsieur Bond.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I would never take a job as a doctor, but I do love Catch Me If You Can when he does in that, and it's a true story, and his whole thing was, what would you do in this situation? They go, we've got a patient in a blah 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 X trophy blah 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 blah. He goes, and he looks at one of his, what would you do here? That sounds good. Let's try that. Air traffic controller. Piece of piss. It's probably all done by ChatGPT now. I mean, why would you have a human do that job? It's too complicated. And humans are just so on their phone, aren't they? They'd be like, yeah, you're clear to land. I'm just Tetris. Anyway, we are now 4 hours and 45 minutes in. And this isn't even a telethon. I know it's incredible.
I tell you what, it doesn't feel that long, to be honest.
It never does. I enjoy it
to the
so
bishop
much.
to the actress.
That's my leg, you silly Willy. But so anyway, I would like to hear your final and hopefully lasting thoughts on subjects that have been discussed today.
Well, everyone in chat has been absolutely wonderful. In fact, they've been more wonderful. They're the wonderfulest today they've ever been. Today.
Yeah. I think you've got to accept that they need to be better, that this is a disgrace. I am fuming. And if you're not fuming, in fact, you're lowering the standards and you are the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. So people in chat, listen up, okay? Big up yourselves. Yeah.
Big up and bless up.
As for the whole thing, it's been frankly really emotional today.
You do get emotional, don't you?
I do, yeah. I'm fuming that we didn't win 7-1 today as well.
I'm more fuming.
Yeah.
There's a hierarchy of rage, and I'm at the very top. I would set fire to the world and watch it burn because we didn't score that penalty. That's what I want to see happen. Thermo-global nuclear exchange across continents.
Yeah, I mean, I was ready to get a lynch mob out to get the mad awakening there.
No, you want a proper thermo-global nuclear exchange if you're upset about something. Really, the world's so balanced.
Well, it's either lynch mob or get a burning cross, and I thought burning cross was a bit too near the knuckle, really.
Yes,
yeah.
Do you know what? Should we just... Actually, I'm not going to do it. I was going to play the Lee Judges rant. Gary... 1990 to you. Hope
like
Barry soon.
Gary.
Hope we get him back on. You love the curtains.
Oh, I do.
I don't love him for the curtains. You see, I love him for his opinions. And applies that to all of it. I'd love to see one or other of you or guys on here. It's been brilliant having Bobby on. And we had Ben as well. And I just want to say probably my favourite comment. One of them would have been from at 00slicex87. I try my best to respect everyone's opinion, but I can't stand those who threaten to physically harm. It wasn't that comment, but one of the other ones you made about, like, you know, offering where you're offering an opinion, and you feel comfortable doing that here, and I hope you always do, and I hope you do often, and I hope that applies to all of you. We are not always going to agree, but we are going to respect your opinion for sure. Look, the little Zanzi's come up on your thing. That doesn't normally live there.
Ooh.
Perhaps I'm hallucinating. Anyway, so you've had your last words, and I will finish. With...
Oh no, I'm finished completely yet because Dan, you have been amazing.
Oh, one does what one can.
Or should I say amazing?
You should not say that. No, you should not. Right. So on that, I'm just gonna go. What was this? Right, I'm gonna go out with a song. And it's going to be actually. Do you know what? It's way too busy. This song for. It's too. I mean, who needs jungle at this time of night? So I'm gonna go with this. I found this right. I want you to imagine somebody that you don't respect, an Arsenal football YouTuber you don't respect, and they found his skeleton and. Let me find. I'm trying to do two things at once. Can you tell? Yeah. So let's pick a YouTuber you're not keen on. All right. And this is an archaeologist talking about the remains they discovered of said YouTuber.
He's got greater density in his right forearm than his left. So that suggests there might have been some kind of specialist activity that he was constantly doing.
Just always gets me. She's so sincere, and like if you were there with her, you'd be like, just, "I'm not doing it." It's like, right.
I wonder how many other students are around to him.
I know, that's what I mean. It's like, you've got to be winding me up, no. And we also found a canister of Kleenex.
Yeah, and this gel, which is really quite slippery.
I think he might have had a very bad cold.
Yeah.
And rough skin. Anyway, it has been an honour, a pleasure, a privilege, a joy to be amongst you. Let us reconvene on Tuesday to discuss the forthcoming game against Chelsea, which I'm sure could be the start of a brilliant last 5 months towards June, or loads of people bitching, complaining. I don't know. Who knows? We could win 4-0 and still have loads of people bitching and complaining. But I hope to see you for the Tuesday Club.
Yep.
And thank you for being here. Without you, we are nothing. And with you, we're twice that.
Twice nothing. I'll go with that.
That's what I was saying to someone last week. I said, I was born with nothing. I've still got half of it left. Until I see you again, be lucky and lots. Oh, shit, I can't do it. Hang on.
You can't. Yeah. Bye.
See ya. Be lucky, lots of love.